Good morning and welcome to Morning Brew. Yes, it's Friday, October 15th. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, wherever you may be, and whenever you may be listening. I hope you're doing well today. And, well, let's see here. I decided to try, as someone had suggested, looking for different stories to start on as a topic. And I'm going to tell you, no, no. Not only was this shit not relevant, it was stressing me the fuck out. So, yeah, I'm going to do stuff my way. And I honestly, LDG, take that remark out. I don't give a shit. Um, so what's everyone else doing today? And good morning, Eric Sonder. And good morning, 54.5 Access Radio. Now, I will say that there was somebody who was complaining about my sleep stream. And while I didn't watch all of it, I did watch some of it, and it did give me some ideas on things I could try to do to improve my sleep, such as adjusting my pillows and such. So I did find it actually helpful to be able to watch. And that's something else I'm going to be discussing with someone else later. And Eric says, my sofa and dinette get delivered today. Awesome. Uh, it's definitely something to look forward to. Um, Anything else you're expecting to be delivered uh, in the coming days, or is this it for a while? Um, I don't know. I can tell you one thing. First thing in the morning, don't go on Twitter. Just don't. Uh, Eric says, still not used to the new place, but this should help. And that's all to be delivered. Cool. So, what is different about your new place than your old one, if you don't mind my asking? Uh, Other than the physical location, of course, because I know you moved uh, out of state. So, that would definitely be a difference, even if it were identical layout. Um, and identical everything else, it would still be different. Um, Other than that, I hope it's a good Friday morning for you all. And Joseph, it's afternoon for you. So, yeah, not first thing in the morning. Um, but just saying. Uh, oh, okay. In an apartment, he moved from a house. Okay, that would definitely be a big change. Definitely be a big change to get used to. So, anyhow, just out of curiosity, see if anything is currently on. I see that Jedi Bill streamed earlier. I was in the chat for a little bit, but wasn't able to go on the panel because, yeah, I was tired and just uh, Well, the link is not in the chat because I've not thrown it out yet. Um, and Eric says, but it's worth moving from that shithole town in West Texas. Well, I'm glad that you liked the change of location. That's important. Have you been able to get out and about yet to see what it's like there? Because obviously it's going to be. And good morning, Darth Aster. Not too much. What is up with you? And today's featured channel is Fandom Collective. Now, one of the things that they do, particularly on Twitter, is to help promote other channels. If you're on there, you will see something anytime someone is streaming. Usually, most mornings, you'll see probably within 20 minutes a posting that I'm online. And actually, I've even had ones that were posted before I even started. Um, so they are actually very good at letting people know that people are streaming. They're trying to actually help the community grow by letting people know that uh, more what do you call it? Content creators are on. So it's actually beneficial both to the community and to um, the content creators themselves. And I highly suggest that you subscribe to them. Um, I find their content well, quite fun to watch. And the fact that they are out there supporting the community, again, making sure that people know that uh, others are on, is an absolute wonderful, wonderfully good thing because uh, you're going to get a chance to have people on that may not have known you were there. So that's one of the benefits of having them on your side. Then Eric says, yes, visited a huge park, aquarium, botanical garden, and an art installation called Meow Wolf. Okay, so have you been to any uh, businesses other than that? Any, I don't know, any bars, any good places that have been recommended to you? Any restaurants, anything like that? And Darth Astris is listening to this remix of uh, X Japan getting me pumped. Frog J Metal. Don't know what it is. Progressive Japanese metal. Okay, sorry. If anyone is curious, I can put the link. Uh, Darth Aster, you have a wrench for a reason. You don't need to ask my permission to put in a relevant link. Obviously, I ask that people don't abuse that privilege. But yes, if you think it's relevant, then yes, put it in. And I'm asking you to. So give me more time to put in the link to the stream itself. Eric, Eric says, I haven't done any fun stuff yet, but we'll check out the Gig District this weekend. Okay, cool. That wasn't what I was thinking, but okay, cool. And, okay, let me spell this out for you, Darth Aster. Yes. Y-E-S. Yes. Okay, let's see here now. Unfortunately, I can't play it, although I can open it up and check it out myself, see what I think. Uh, wow. Okay, I'll have to listen to that later. Uh, of course it thumps. I can hear that from the first second of the video. And let's see here. Put out the StreamYard link. Uh, I think Dream Theater, kind of like them. Okay. Uh, there is the link. And pin that. There are going to be people that come in later who will want to come on the panel. Slows down and speeds back up after the bridge. I'll have to listen to it later. Now would not be the appropriate time for me to listen to it since there are 4 people watching. I don't want to bore them by being silent while listening to music. That just would be kind of, well, not nice. And nobody's going to want to sit through a video listening to nothing. Well, I had more people watching my nothing stream for longer than my regular videos. That ought to tell you something. Lord. And good morning, brightest day. How are you today? I see you back there, Pickles. Just give me a minute. And Kapla, Burno Prey 5. I am glad to see you here. I hope you're doing well. Oh, and now, knowing I'm going to need another pain pill after this.
Oh, everyone.
What's going on?
I'm good. It's a lovely, beautiful morning here in TV land.
And what have you?
Camera centered here. There we go. Good morning, everyone. How are you? Yeah, and you, and you, and
You
you.
look
See you too.
very different than usual. I don't know. Maybe a little more happy? Something happened, or
No, nothing happened. Woke up 3 times in the middle of the night. One time with my internet completely out. The other 2 times listening to Jedi Bill have a rocking soup stream.
I hate when I wake up and the internet's out. The only reason
Enough. And I can always tell because we have an alarm system that when the internet goes out, it starts beeping. So I wake up to beep, beep. I'm like, oh, fuck. Internet's out. And of course, Jedi is not talking anymore. I went back to bed and woke back up, and internet was back on because Bill immediately comes back on, right? Because you just have the YouTube on, it just kicks back in as soon as the internet comes back. And to hear Yvette on the soup, and I pop in and I say, "What's up? How you doing?" They think I'm actually awake, but they don't realize that it's basically sleep talking. Because I'm within 30 seconds, I'm already back to sleep.
correct.
Well, sleep to hearing freaking Yvette say, "Check your Discord." I'm like, well, I can't check my Discord. I'm on my laptop. I don't have my Discord on my laptop. So, Yvette, I got your message. My internet went out. I'm sorry. Does that a lot. Usually at midnight or 1 a.m. or some crazy fucking hour. And then it stays out for, well, sometimes it's 15 minutes. Sometimes it's an hour and a half. Sometimes it could be a few hours. And sometimes it'll come back and then go back out and then back again in a few hours. So,
yep. Obviously, it's a nice morning where you are.
You hear the birds?
Yep.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. Not that. What bird cap is saying something in private chat. Yeah, the birds are swinging. No, you're wrong.
And Eric says, "Okay, LDG's here. Time for coffee. Black."
Speaking of which, it's time for coffee. Mine just finished. Nuked it for 4 minutes. Nice, fresh, old coffee. Well, how can coffee be fresh and old at the same time? Ooh, that just burnt myself. Very simple. Fresh doesn't mean old. Fresh means not frozen. Highlight of the day. When you ask if something is fresh, it just means, is it been frozen? Sugar-free creamer. Buddy.
Oh, so far so good.
Yeah, I got it in there. That's what she said.
And there's this coffee first. Absolutely, I agree. And yes, Arabic, for you, I will play it. Because I know you're going to ask.
Listen to me very carefully, because I'm only going to say this once. Coffee. Black.
Coffee. Black. While I've got your attention, there are...
Coffee first. Well, this mentor would like another cup of coffee. I'm just gonna have to give up coffee. Want some coffee?
If I'm not mistaken, that's your third cup this morning.
Fourth, and on a day like today, it won't be my last. Coffee. The finest organic suspension ever devised. Commander, set a new course. There's coffee in that nebula.
I always love on Trek how they do simple stuff like mention coffee and you think it's some kind of old thing. They make it sound like it's, oh, this is what they drank back in the freaking Stone Age. Still good today. Coffee. Oh, yeah. comments here. Sorry, guys, haven't been looking. Howdy, LDG. Ooh, I have people who care about me. What up, Dave G? What up, Pickles? What up, Darth? What's going on, bud?
And
Morning, Bird.
Board of American Music. Well, yeah, I would be too. I actually like a lot of the Japanese music. Not particularly the J-pop, but yeah. There's some good in every genre of music and Japanese culture. Anymore, yeah, modern music is garbage shit. Now, why in the world are you wanting, Dave? Why are you wanting him to add 4 tablespoons of salt? Good God!
Yeah, no, you're nuts. You want me dead?
No kidding. I mean, he might as well just go to the ocean, grab a pot of water, heat it up, and mix some of the coffee packets from that. About the same.
Seawater coffee?
Yes. Although I wouldn't put it through your machine because it would just destroy it.
Hey, Ervic.
And yes, he did say hi at 5 after.
Oh, what's going on, boss? Sorry.
And
where the hell is everyone else? Yo, peoples. I know you're there.
They're filing in slowly. It's morning. It happens.
Yeah, I figured today would be a slow morning.
Some days are, some days aren't. It doesn't matter.
Shouldn't. It shouldn't. No, it shouldn't. No.
Well, the thing is, part of it is I do have people that listen to the playbacks, and I never know when they're going to listen either. So, I mean, there have been times I've been going, huh? And other times I'll say, okay, cool. What pisses me off is when I know I see a number and YouTube fucks with it.
Right?
Like days later, I go from having 150 views to 75. Like, really? What, we can now unwatch videos or something?
Well, I think a lot of that what has to do is what they're called as refining the views. YouTube's words, not mine. In which they take IP addresses and note certain other personal information like MAC addresses or signed-in profiles, etc., and take away the multiple views from the same source. That way, if you sit there and just hit refresh a million times, or you have a slow connection, because if you have a slow connection, it counts as a double view when you disconnect for the slight microsecond, and removes those. That way, you're getting
that makes sense. But you would also have the possibility of, let's say, and I know she wouldn't, but let's say Yosef's wife being on her computer while Yosef is on his. She could be watching. He could be watching. They would both be at the same IP address. Therefore, they would then remove one of the views.
That's true, unless it was done by a different. That's what I'm saying. It should be multiple sources, and I'm most likely thinking they are doing that because they do understand people are at libraries, people are at central locations that share a same IP address, and are doing particularly the same thing. So I would hope that YouTube is taking certain other things into account. Now, if Yosef's wife is logged in as Yosef, and they're both watching you under Yosef's profile, then I would see that happening. But if they were on two different profiles, and the profiles are marked because YouTube and Google actually
track
an algorithm to know if a profile. YouTube has an algorithm that knows if you're a different username. So that way it can merge people together. This is how they know that you can't circumvent YouTube if you get blocked or something or struck or something, so you can't upload on a different account. So they basically have a list of possible alternate accounts. So if she is using her own account, then it's pretty sure YouTube knows she's a different person, unless Joseph is looking for the same female things or things that his wife looks up. As long as there is a difference in what do they call it, behavioral algorithms, it should count them as two separate people. Now, if they do the same thing, then most likely they're getting caught and being treated as the same person. It's weird, complex, and all that blah blah yada yada bullshit.
Okay. Dave has a question. If this video is viewed, it is viewed. So how does YouTube do this if you are on a VPN?
VPNs don't matter. Bullshit. VPNs are bullshit. VPNs are just a waste of money unless you're trying to watch Netflix in a different country or watch the BBC from a different country. If you're signed in, a VPN does jack squat. You're signed in. They know it's you. If you don't clear your cookies, they know it's you. VPNs don't do shit.
My question is, how do we get people to realize that VPNs don't do as promised, other than making it available, for watching or listening to things that may not be able to.
Geolocation services. Yeah, well, you just gotta spread the word. I used to go into forums and I used to say that shit, but you just get marked as a troll, so I stopped doing it. A lot of those channels are supported by those VPNs, and there's certain YouTubers that are getting paid by the VPN, sponsored by VPNs, and they don't want to hear any of that.
Oh, no, of course not.
The truth will be silenced as long as someone's willing to pay for it.
Don't get me wrong, I'm willing to sell out and just take a lot of money.
I am in a rare form this morning. Thank you, Arabic. Enjoy it while it lasts.
I have an interesting connection that doesn't make much sense, but whatever. I'll keep it. I may need it one day. Oh, it is an adapter that goes from a whatever. I can't think of what the plug's called. But basically like a headphone jack, 45 millimeter or whatever it is, to a splitter that has the audio video, where it has the little RCA, red, white, yellow. Never seen it before. I want to keep it just in case I ever need it.
Yeah, I got so many of those. It's not even funny. And that means a lot. I got a lot of them. Only thing is missing is LD. LG Gina will be joining us sometime. Maybe not today, but she'll be back. It's enjoyable, LDG. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And if you want to make sure you keep enjoying LDG, make sure you are still subscribed to youtube.com/Nerdrotica. Yesterday, I did a 50 and 5 stream, in which is my attempt to do a random whatever the hell in 5 minutes, basically seeing if we can get 50 viewers in 5 minutes. I put a timer on there. We go, I talk for 5 minutes and see how many people we can get. So keep an eye out, guys, and that's going to be on my main channel. Might do one today, 50 and 5. So when you see it, there's no time. If you're in the middle of something, you need to stop what you're doing, okay, and click the link, okay, and join us and see if we can break 50 people in 5 minutes, 50 viewers. I'll tweet it out. If you can share it, that's great. We'll see if we can break some records. If we get 50 in 5 minutes ever, we will bump it up to like 105 and then 205 and 505. Knowing that I only have 400 subscribers, once we get past 400, it's going to be very interesting. But for now, 50 and 5, I think, is a interesting goal. First one, we had 7 people. And then I had a few people after tell me, I saw your stream, but by the time I clicked on it, it was already done. I'm like, yeah, well, did you read the title? It's a 5-minute stream.
Well, let's see here. I got notified 20 minutes after it was done.
Yeah. So
thank you, YouTube, for your notifications. They suck sometimes.
Yeah.
Why even bother with them?
Bother what?
Well, if they're going to send out notifications, why not send them out, not however they do them now?
Yeah, I know. I also uploaded a number of portfolio items since I'm still looking for a job on my Geeks Enjoy IT channel, Geeks Enjoy IT. If you guys want to check out the latest intros I've uploaded and give them a like, I would appreciate it. In this particular case, since they have to do with employers and people looking at me as a profitable source of income as an employee, I would appreciate every single like, every single view actually matters. So if you guys don't mind, hit that up whenever you can. Take a look at my portfolio, LDG portfolio playlist on Geeks Enjoy IT.
And please keep your comments appropriate for work.
Yeah, that playlist is specifically shared out on LinkedIn, Indeed, and etc. On my resume. Today, I will be filling out a job for Disney. Looks like they're looking for IT people bad. So, looks like they fired one too many people, and now they need a whole bunch of IT guys. So I'll be filling out for that one today. Yesterday, I also filled out for another one. I'm hopefully see a response back from the print shop today, since I've uploaded a whole shitload to my portfolio. Hopefully he had a chance to take a look at that. Though that job is looking sparsely, I don't know because of how far it is. I want to take the job, but I might not be able to. We'll see.
I've had jobs like that before. In fact, there was one, this is a number of years ago, but, I sat down and did the calculations. It's like, I would end up making, after taxes, probably $5 a day. I'm like, really? Don't think so. Of course, I had a crappy car back then, so yeah. I mean, obviously, it wasn't for an 8-hour day because that would be insane, only making $5 a day and working 8 hours. But yeah, it'd be a few hours. I'd have the travel expenses. I'd have, a few bucks set aside for, like maintenance purposes, and I'd make a total of $5 a day. Yeah. No, wasn't worth it. And in traffic. So, yeah. No. I had to. That one I had to pass on. I said, and I did say, I said, if you can guarantee me more hours, I'll take the job. No problem. We're not able to do that. Ah, well, no, not worth it.
Really. Yeah, no, I think this one's worth it though. That's the thing. I could become the manager of a print shop and make a lot more money than what they're originally paying me. So we'll see. And by the way, Cap, you might have a new viewer this morning. I don't know if they're going to say anything in the chat, but reached out to somebody new I met recently.
Oh, trust me, there are a number of people I hear from outside of YouTube that it's like, oh, I watched your channel this morning. I saw blah, blah, blah. Why didn't you say hi? Well, and then various reasons. What I can understand, they were on an alt account and they didn't want people to know they were on. So yes, there are people out there who watch on alt accounts just because they don't want everybody to know that they're there. You could get somebody from a bigger channel. Oh no!
For anonymity, free the net, man. There's nothing wrong with that whatsoever. That's the only way we're going to have true freedom of speech is if we're allowed to have aliases. The problem is they should be direct aliases to your primary account. That way you don't have to play the game with multiple accounts. But they need to be treated as anonymous and not linked to you. But as far as, hey, there he is. What up, Diaz? So that way you don't have to like, the biggest problem with online today is the fact that you have to have all these accounts with different websites and it's bullshit.
Yeah.
If you want to know if someone can mow your yard, you have to check like 5 different fucking platforms instead of one singular one and that uses those 5 ones as an outlet instead of an inlet. Requiring you to remember all these passwords, have all these security questions, have all these freaking bullshit when you're supposed to have one singular account. He says, why didn't you take the copy center job? I haven't not taken it yet. I'm just waiting for the final yes or no. The guy's looking at my portfolio now. We already had the interview. We had a phone interview. We had an in-person interview. I'm just saying I might not be able to take it because it's 45, 50, 60 minutes away. And there's some question about that internally. Not with me, but other people. What's going on, Diaz? Nice to see you, boss. Good morning.
And good morning. Welcome, Diaz. So, let's see here. Oh, crap. It's funny. I know that there are people that watch, they look at different websites, and I don't know how the hell they do it. I really don't. People like you were saying before. Check out like what is it called? Babylon Bee.
Yeah.
All I wanted to do was slam the computer against the wall because it doesn't really tell me shit. I look under news, and it shows the stupidest shit I've seen.
All right, so let's take a look real quick.
And it's like, boy, you pointed out the Emperor has no clothes, banned from misinformation. The fuck does that have to do with anything?
You don't get that? No close band misinformation. That is great. That is gold. What are you talking about? That is hilarious.
I get the reference. Why it's funny, I don't know.
Let's see here. I'm on the website right now. Looking real quick.
Then a lame one, which obviously, I don't know if it's actually been done or if this is photoshopped, because backed up cargo ships positioned to
Let's
spell
go,
out
Brandon.
"Let's go,
Yeah,
Brandon."
that's funny. Yeah, it's most likely. I mean, that's how it is. It's let's go, Brandon. And that comes from that stems from the original story where they had some kind of football game or something, and everybody was saying "F Joe Biden, F Joe Biden," and then some chick was like, "No, they're saying let's go, Brendan." Like, no, they're not. No bullshit, woman. That's funny. Yeah, that looks photoshopped. I mean, that's what Babylon Bee is, right? It's supposed to be this like joke website that just makes fun of local news. Like IRS agents bust 7-year-old for getting more than $600 worth of birthday presents. That's funny. There we go. For sake of diversity, DC introduces straight Christian Robin. Oh man, these are the kind of stories that are funny as fuck. Doctor botches abortion, child tragically born. Yeah, these are stories you can have fun with. I don't know. I don't get what you're having an issue with. These are specifically, I mean, this is like an exaggeration of the Sun or any of those tabloid articles. They're related to particular real news, just taken to an offset, just taken to an extreme. Terrifying new Halloween mask depicts a human face not wearing a mask.
That's humorous.
That's what it's supposed to be. Babylon Bee. Jeez, Louise. Social media needs to censor conservatives, says Middle Eastern Facebook whistleblower. Oh, okay, one second. I gotta click this one. Okay. Needs to censor conservatives. Okay. Hilhamid Clintahamel. Censor conservatives on social media. A brave whistleblower from Facebook has come forward. Here in the United States, on a work exchange program from Saudi Arabia, Facebook programmer Haleh Hamad Clintin Hamal claimed that social media needs to censor more free speech and promote only less leftist ideas. The media quickly fanned over the brave whistleblower for courageously speaking out about the social network's harmful policy of allowing people to freely socially network. That and they don't actually let them do that, but Clint Hamel's devastating revelations about Facebook include the claims that social networking company hasn't banned all conservatives yet and also hasn't forced everyone to follow Joe Biden's page. That'd be fucked up if they made you. Could you imagine if they force you to follow somebody? You wake up one morning and you're following the POTUS or whatever it's called.
And thank you, Ervik. I think I already do, but I'm going to make sure I do. I like the agenda free. Let's see here. Let me open that up in a new tab. And of course, it takes time to load because I'm in a fucking hurry. What happened? I know I subscribed before. No wonder I'm not getting updates from them. Thank you, YouTube, for unsubscribing me. Piece of shit. Now it'd be interesting. Now I do like this one. This one I like.
I just found one too.
Well, I just like the headline. Politics. 38% still approve of Joe Biden job performance, as they don't realize he's the president.
I got one here. In controversial new Netflix special, Dave Chappelle just reads from a biology textbook.
And let's put it this way. Since I mentioned something in the backstage about it anyhow, certain person has recommended that I look at another YouTuber and see what they do, even though this person has accused me of copying other people, and suggested that I watch their videos and figure out how they do it. The problem is I've watched the videos, and the only thing I know is I go to Reddit and to I can't, TikTok and watch videos there. Other than that, I have no idea what the fuck they do. So watching Pegasus videos isn't going to tell me how to make a video. All it does is it's going to take up my time and frustrate the fuck out of me if I'm trying to watch it looking for information on how to do it. Because that's not what he does.
What does he do?
He makes fun of stupid people.
Okay, that sounds pretty simple.
Okay.
He makes fun of stupid people. We can do that right now. Hey, look, there's MB Geek. Love you, NB Geek. Reddit and TikTok suck. Yeah, well, they all don't live to their potential, and that's because of their being the platform that they are. Basically.
I've been to Reddit twice. I looked at this going, and people are using this as reputable sources. You people are idiots.
Well, I got my best friend that says, I did my research. I looked at YouTube. YouTube isn't research.
No. YouTube is not research. That's insanely stupid if you think that's research. You could use it as a tool for research, yes. Oh, great.
Well, he also believes the Earth is less than curved, and there he is.
Well, you said my name.
We're on the Beetlejuice factor now.
Hey, Pickles. Hey, Captain.
Come on.
How's it going today?
Better than normal.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Coffee's still warm.
Well, today my son's closet should be finished, and tomorrow I get to meet William Shatner.
Now, when you say closet,
yeah, closet.
Yeah, that went right over your head, didn't it?
No, I just don't. No, it's too low hanging fruit for me to care.
How low does it hang? Mine's 2 inches from the ground.
Yeah, this is our last big project this year. Before we had to get his closet finished.
Good call, Yitzy.
Oh, a new platform. Yeah, that'd be nice. Although, I have a question. What is so great about Reddit? I've been there a few times, but I don't see the appeal to Reddit.
Well, it's because you're not part of the demographic that uses it.
You know, that would probably be true.
Intellectual, common sense, pro common sense demographic. people who enjoy Reddit want to escape from common sense and intellectual, which there's the thing for. I mean, that's why Family Guy is so popular and South Park is so popular. So it exists.
Dude,
Star Trek.
we still have the Simpsons on the goddamn air.
Simpsons.
That shit. Yeah. You know how I remember the Simpsons? It used to be like this: watch the news about the Iraq War, and then the Simpsons came on. That's how old I am now. That's how far back I remember the Simpsons when they first came out.
Yeah, I remember having nice family time, memorable family time at the dinner table, watching Married with Children.
Oh, I have Married with Children on DVD.
Same here.
Love that show.
But it was just ironic that you had family time watching shows that made fun of family or degraded them or had jokes about them or whatever, you know.
Like, man, Married with Children. Oh, that was so good back in the day.
Spend some time with Mom and Pop, watching Roseanne, watching Family Guy. Watching Married with Children. But we don't even have that anymore.
Oh, Roseanne was one of my favorites.
Oh,
that's why when they killed her off and just made it the Connors, I was like, I watched the first episode because, you know, most people did just to find out what happened. But past that, it's like, I'm sorry. This show doesn't work without Roseanne on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's to cancel people from saying stupid shit. I mean, and it's not even that you say stupid shit. It's that you say stupid shit and you're popular. I mean, I sat back.
Look at Dave Chappelle. They've been roasting him the last few specials, and I'm like,
he's an example.
Sorry. I'm like, he's a comedian. These people wouldn't be able to handle. Oh, sorry, Cap. Go ahead.
Go ahead. And good afternoon, Mar. Good afternoon, Yitza. Good morning, Darius. Good morning, JPs, who says, ew, Roseanne.
Now, think about this. These people who are pissed off about what Dave Chappelle says in his comedy specials, they couldn't handle George Carlin or Eddie Murphy in his prime, for God's sakes. And there's so many comedians out there, and they made fun of everything. And what I find funny is they all talk about, you know, we want equal representation. You're getting made fun of by one of the highest, most popular comedians currently right now. You don't get much more representation than that.
Yeah, that only makes fun of things that they salute. Like, that's good to get made fun of. Dave Chappelle, if you ever want to make fun of me, you may go ahead. I don't care what it's about, what you say. But if you ever choose me for that, I would be more than humbled.
Hey, Dave Chappelle, if you want to make fun of me or roast me, I would be honored.
I don't care how much you make it sound like you mean it. I don't care what you talk about. I don't care what you do. Matter of fact, I'll even give you embarrassing photos if you need some starting material. No, but yeah, like I said, and Dave Chappelle is interesting because he's an exception to the rule. There's always exceptions to the rules, and he seems to be playing his cards well. So, and he also has people back him. Like I said, the reason why cancel culture exists is because the people who want to say the right thing don't trust their platform and don't speak up. The only people speaking up are the people who don't give a shit and have crazy, whacked out fucking I want to control you with my opinionated facts.
Oh, I love what he said when he said, yeah, they blasted me on Twitter, but fuck it, Twitter ain't a real place. I was like, damn.
Yes. Yeah, I get the joke, but yeah, I got that joke, but Twitter is a real place. I mean,
yeah, I know, but you understand what he was saying.
Yeah, no, I understood what he means. But I laugh because there's a common sensual idea that people think that this isn't real life, and I'm like, yes, it is.
Twitter is like when you get behind the wheel of a car, because we all know drivers do things they would never do outside of the car. It's the same thing with Twitter. Well, unless you're people like us who actually say what we mean, because we'll say it on Twitter and then we'll say it to somebody's face. But that's us.
Yeah. But yeah. So I had an interesting fact yesterday. The scientists can test the human embryo, that all human embryos begin as female. Fact, not opinion.
Yeah.
Fact. That means
That's
all
a fact.
males are technically trans women, trans men.
No, the ovary is always female. It depends on which sperm hits the egg first to determine if it's
Well,
going to
then,
be an XX or an XY.
yeah.
I mean, that's just science.
So exactly. But if the embryo begins it's not like the embryo begins neutral. It'd be different
No,
if the
it is
embryo is
female.
neutral. The embryo is female.
Yeah,
That
the
is
egg is
female.
generally female, and
Not
whichever.
generally.
Oh my God. The amount of ignorance this morning is staggering.
Thank
It is
you.
driving me ill. First off, the Babylon fucking Bee is a waste of fucking electrons. I don't know why anybody would ever fucking click on it. You can just make shit up too if you want something to be funny. Read a news and then make a fake article about it. It's very easy to do. Okay, it doesn't need talent to be a Babylon Bee writer.
Okay, I must have missed something because
Okay.
I have
Number
no idea what
two.
we're talking about, Bird.
We were talking about Babylon B earlier, NB.
Oh, okay.
Number two, VPNs do what they say they do. Okay, it doesn't mean that they give you complete security if you're an idiot, but it does secure your communication in a lot of ways.
And also not in a lot of ways.
But it does secure it in ways that it's better to have than nothing. Plus, the most they advertise right now is for geo shifting, which it does just fine.
That's the only thing it's actually effective in.
That's not the only thing. It's also effective. It's also effective at encrypting your connection over a non-encrypted Wi-Fi.
Bird,
until you get to the source.
To do your opening.
Yeah, I'm not going to do the opening because you guys don't deserve it yet. First, you get a piece of my mind.
Brilliant.
Okay. Second, thirdly, the one thing that I wanted to hear about, which was him meeting William Shatner, you guys fucking ignored.
Who said that? I missed it.
NB Geek says he's going to meet William Shatner tomorrow, and you guys go off about a fucking closet. Who the fuck gives a shit about a goddamn fucking closet? The man's going to meet William Shatner, who's just been to fucking space.
Yeah, actually, I had to download the app on my phone to get the schedule. And so actually there's a couple of good things coming out of this. One, I'm going to meet William Shatner. Actually found out looking through the rules, the photo op is not a one-on-one. I can actually have 2 adults and 4 children. So my wife and I are definitely going to be I don't know if my kids are going to want to take a picture with him, and that's fine. But my wife and I are definitely doing the photo with William Shatner. I mean, my kids don't know who he is, but I sure as fuck do, and my wife does. So
that's your fault.
Right. No, it's not my fault. I've been trying. Now my son loves the Oroville.
Except for us.
So I got to start somewhere. Give me time.
They got to add him on the Oroville.
But yeah, actually, my son is also. We found out the voice actor, the American voice actor from one of my son's favorite animes, Naruto. The voice actor who plays Naruto, she's going to be there, and my son is, super excited about that. And I was like, "Do you want to? I'll pay for him to meet her and get an autograph with her. That's absolutely something awesome for him." How much is Shatner charging for a photo? Believe it or not, only $100.
Good morning, Richie Poole. And
he charges 5 times less to unblock him. 5 times more to unblock him from Twitter. Sorry, Elihu.
No, it's $100 for the photo, and I would, normally I wouldn't do this, but I'm sorry. The guy he's both been Captain Kirk and he's gone to space. I've never met anybody who's actually really went to space before. So, yeah, He's doing a Q&A session for about an hour. So I told my wife, I was like, I'll probably be in line more than not because I want to get in that Q&A.
Okay. Also, the fetus thing. They told that line in fucking Jurassic Park. Okay, that all fetuses start as female. You have to give them a chemical to make them become male. So that's why all the dinosaurs and the women on the island were female.
Yeah.
So I mean, we've known that for 30 plus years. It's not something new.
I never said it was new.
You started off by saying I learned something.
Yeah, I didn't know that was fact with
you never seen Jurassic fucking Park.
With humans. Are you I know you I know
the entire fucking animal kingdom, motherfucker.
Hey, listen, you, okay? Calm down. Yeah, I didn't know it was with humans. I just confirmed it.
But either way, it's the genetic marker that tells if it's going to get the chemical or not. So
all males are trans.
No, they're not trans.
We started off female.
Or they started off as both, and they differentiate when they get the chemical or not. There's no reason to say it started female.
That's not what my sources tell me. My sources tell me that all embryos start as female, not neutral, not like food, right?
But if both sexes start the same, why would you say the same is female and not both?
I have no clue what the hell you just said. Can you confirm that back in English?
If both sexes have parallel development for the first, 3 days or month or week, whatever it is. Months?
2 months.
2 months.
Become a male until after the second month of whatever trimester that is.
Okay, so if you're saying both fetuses have parallel development for 2 months. So it's the exact same development whether you turn out to be male or female. Then why would you say that it's female any less so than male?
Because you have to be given something to be turned into a male.
Okay, well, maybe you have to be not given something to be turned into a female.
But not giving something isn't the same as saying you're giving something. That means by default, you are going to be female. That's what that means.
It is just semantics.
It's not semantics when you're trying to say not giving something is doing something. No, it doesn't work that way. You are female.
I mean,
they have more than evidence to say, okay, you know what? That we tested it, and that if you're not given this, you don't become either. You are neutral. No, they said specifically it is female. But the embryo is not neutral.
Just saying. Number one, it's not new, and number two, it could be better said, but whatever.
How would you better say it? I mean, unless they're telling me,
how I just said it.
If they come up with some other details or facts that says, okay, you know what, it isn't female, that something happens after to either make it female or male. But no, they're saying it is female. It goes forward female until something actually happens to transit into a male. Transition into a male. So all men are trans women. I don't know how it goes. A trans woman means you're a woman, used to be a man, or is it trans man that means you used to be a woman and now you're a man? Whatever. You're a trans man.
A trans man was a woman.
Okay, so we're all trans men then.
Anyway, on a positive note, Bird tell Mama Pray we all said hi and we love her.
Yes, that's mostly positive and saying yes, thank you.
Okay.
Hello, Mama Pray.
Mama Pray can hear us?
No.
Hello, world. It's Birdo Pray 5, Kapla.
There we go. That was Adam White.
Now we can actually have a talk. Damn.
I was wondering how long.
LDG. why are you directly? Is the sun really up that high where you're at right now?
No, it's just now, just going like these shadows you're seeing.
Yeah,
the trees.
it's 8 o'clock here. We barely got. We don't even have the
Sun's
sun up here yet.
right there. Sun's right there. Right there.
You might want to get some sunglasses, buddy.
Yeah, tell me about it. Looks like I'm toasting right now. And it's just getting brighter.
Yeah, why don't you move yourself to where you're not, turn around or something so it's not right in your face.
Yeah.
There you go.
Because then I gotta sit all funky on the chair and stuff. Now I feel like
Oh, do you want the sun? Do you want the sun directly in your face instead?
Well, it just happened. You got to give me a minute to frickin'.
I'm just saying, bud.
I'm good now.
Oh, how is everybody's?
Everybody can broadcast from a closet,
How's everybody's Friday?
Good so far. We'll see when I get behind my computer and boot up. Got a few things to take care of today, but I'm hoping today's 50 and 5 goes better. We got 7 people yesterday. Hopefully we get some today.
That's another thing. How dare you have the gall to demand people instantly drop what they're doing and come to a stream of yours so you can reach some fucking random number of 50 people in 5 minutes that frankly neither anti-tracker doesn't get 50 people in 5 minutes. Okay, the fuck for you that if somebody told me you drop what you're doing and you click on that link because there's no fucking time, fuck you. How about that? 50 in 5 minutes.
You're just jealous.
I did. I clicked on the fucking link after it was over. I was like, what the fuck is this? Don't worry. I won't be clicking on any more 50 and 5s. I'm sorry it was too late for you.
See, I knew there were going to be a few people who saw that and was like, this is pretentious. No, come on. And it's not for me. It's for us. It's for the community to say.
Yeah, the sheer fucking hubris, Aaron. I'm sorry. I didn't know we were safe for work.
How about 25 and 2? That's funny.
I saw something in the chat here. Was it Yitza? I think said it. He's having trouble finding work. I'm gonna go back through the chat. Oh yeah,
I'm in that
another rejection letter. There's almost no companies left in Belgium where I can find a job. I'm sorry, Yitza. That sucks.
Hey, Yitza, if
try to get a visa to the United States. They're begging to hire people here.
Why does he need to get a visa? Just fly to Mexico, come across the border, and boom, he's good.
Insta citizen.
Yeah.
Why go through all that work when you can just go to the southern border and go up there? Hell, they're not even vaccinating people. The press secretary even said, "Oh, we're not worried about how she said it. Well, we're not worried about their vaccine because they're not going to be here that long." Yeah, okay, lady.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'll tell you this much though. If I do end up going with the print shop, any requirements for any clients that ask for hand-drawn work, I'll be reaching out to you. You can consider you can whether or not that they have a lot of people that require that or not. Just know that if it does happen, I will reach out to you.
Yeah, one thing, Yitza, I will tell you this: where I live right now, if I go into Terre Haute, I could throw a stone at any building with a now hiring sign. There are hiring signs. I'm going to give you an example. There are like 15 promotion signs outside of McDonald's trying to get people to work there. I am not fucking kidding. They are. I went to Olive Garden in Terre Haute the other day with my wife, and we had to wait. I said, "Are you guys not open to full capacity?" They said, "No, we're open to full capacity. We don't have enough workers." People had gotten comfortable sitting on their asses and don't want to work.
Yeah, people don't want to work.
Yeah, they'd rather get paid and not work, which I don't understand that. I have an excuse. I'm retired and disabled, but I can still go to work if I need to and if I want to. But with my wife working and with what we're doing here and I'm homeschooling, I am working. I'm just not getting paid to do that. But once my kids get to a certain age, yeah, I'd like to go back to work. I don't have a problem with working. Gives you a sense of purpose. I'm sure. I am definitely sure if Bird had the opportunity, he'd probably go back to work if he could.
I mean, certainly if I could make what I was supposed to make.
But I mean, you know,
Let's be honest. If I could get out of the fucking house, I would be thrilled. I'd be happy to fucking work.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah.
You have a disability that prevents you from doing this stuff. Whereas we have full, healthy people out there who are just sitting on their asses, collecting government paychecks for literally just not going to work. Whereas people like you would probably, you know, love the idea of being able to go out and do that again. And it's insulting to me to see people like that just sit on their ass and do nothing and just suck on the government tit. While I know real people like you, me, LDG, Captain, and stuff, if we can work, we'll work.
Yeah. Well, the problem is matching people with what they want to do with what needs to be done. That's the main problem.
Hey, here's the thing that I've told people, you know, stop with, well, that's below my skill level. You know what? If it's the job you can get, take the fucking job. You should not be too proud to sweep and mop floors. There is nothing wrong with that.
Well, that's the problem.
Well, there's a problem is people think that kind of stuff is beneath them. It's like, do you do it at home? Yes. Well, then why can't you do it for a job? Well, yeah, I have a bachelor's degree. Are you getting any job opportunities with that bachelor's degree? Well, no.
Should be.
Then how about you take a job and then work on finding a job for your bachelor's degree later, but at least have something to provide for your family or you. I don't think I'm asking too much of people.
You are, though. That's the problem. The problem isn't will people suck up and just take a shitty job. The problem is having in today's day and age, we're past that. We should be able to match people with what they can do, what they want to do, with what needs to be done. There are plenty of people out there, more than enough, that want to sweep floors. We have that covered. We don't have enough people doing jobs that we need done that can be fit, because right now you have people in high rank positions or higher, what would you call a more preferred job, and you got idiots and assholes that don't even know how to do their fucking job. I literally just came from an interview. Where I had the boss tell me that I am the most promising candidate that he's had, and he's been looking for 6 months. He's been getting people after people after people asking for $80,000 a year, and they don't even have a media degree. And they want $80,000 to work at a print shop. And they don't even have the requisites. And this is happening. There are people who have jobs that all they're doing is justifying their job by doing, the bare minimum. No different than schools today and classes, right? Just passing by the bare minimum. And then we got people like me who can excel at that job, not only excel in the job, but bring value to the company and excelling in that job. And we're getting looked over. And then you got people like me who are considering those sweeping jobs. And that is a fucking joke. And let me tell you, there are people out there who can sweep 50 times faster.
How can you work? Mar, are you seriously telling me there are jobs that only pay €1 an hour?
Well, look how much they're paying the new truck drivers, for God's sakes.
Well, I don't know. I'm not in Europe. I don't know how the euro. I don't know their, huh?
The truck drivers.
The trucking companies are losing people left and right.
Yeah,
notice how you're not seeing shit. When I tried to go to the grocery store to pick up certain things, we used to buy Lunchables a lot. Lunchables weren't there, and we asked them, it's been 3 weeks, why aren't there any Lunchables? Because the company that makes them has a labor shortage right now, and they can't produce it. Yeah, €1 an hour. Mar, you're going to have to explain that one. How can you get away with that in a European country? How can you get away with €1 an hour in a European country? That doesn't make sense. I mean, making €40 if you work 40 hours, you only get €40, and well, considering I don't know how the taxes work in Germany and stuff, I assume, but I can imagine it's probably not even €40. It's probably like, what, 20? I mean, I don't know the taxes in Germany. Good morning, V-Star. You calm down now, Bird? I've never heard you go on a rant before. That was entertaining.
That was fun. I was waiting to see how much more it would take. I figured the fetus comment would bring him on.
Oh my God, Mar. Taxes are 51% if you're not married. So you work an hour and 51 cents goes to the government. Sorry, I couldn't. I don't know how people do it over there in Europe with that shit. I'd be like, why am I working and only getting half my pay, less than half my pay? And then it's bad enough because, you pay state taxes, you pay federal taxes, you pay Social Security, and you pay Medicare, and neither one of those last two are not tax deductible. You don't get those back.
I'm pretty sure Yitza was joking and that he never heard a bird rant. Hey, V-Star Kapla.
Now, I've never heard bird rant before. That's
there are bird rants specifically on my channel that have been cut out. You never heard my UPS rant?
No, I've never heard your.
You've never heard my UPS rant. Every fucking time. Does that not ring a bell?
No, I don't think I've been there for those.
You really missed. There are several rants I've cut out over the years just to post them as separate videos. And the UPS rant is, I think, universally considered the most epic of them all. And it was just randomly, I wasn't expecting it. Somebody
good.
gave me a tracking number, and I went to track it, and it set me off like nothing. I didn't expect, but god damn it. And
Mount
not
St.
only did it
Vernon.
set me off, it was spot fucking on. Everybody who heard it was like, yeah, you're right. I have the same problem.
Yitza says he needs to do a top 10 bird rants. Actually, I'd love to see that.
I think
Cap,
we will one
Cap, are
day.
you back yet? Oh, there you go. There's more. Yeah, you're back. I was letting you know he
I
was
had a
back.
similar,
Right.
act of stupidity from the USPS Postal Service. One of the websites that I manage had an error come through, some new code that would crash the website. When we traced it, we found out it was from the city. So when someone goes on the website and says that this is their shipping address, the website automatically checks the USPS API to confirm the address as an existing address, right? It basically just validates the address. Well, the API only takes 13 characters from the city. Do you know how many city names have more than 13 characters? It's quite a few. So if someone put in a city name that turned out to be more than 13 characters, it would error out and completely freeze the website. When we tracked it down, we found out that they don't use the city name in the validation process, but they request the information. So if you request the information and you don't use it, why did you limit the number? So we had to update the code to tell it, okay, don't cut off the person's city name, but when you go to check it, just use the first 13 characters. Makes absolutely no fucking sense to do that. It's completely mind-boggling, but that's how the USPS has their API set up.
Hey, Geek Hero Bubba, like we were talking about on Twitter, George Takei's just jealous that Shatner got to go into space and he hasn't.
He's next. They're going to get one. Watch this. This is going to turn out to be one Star Trek actor a flight or something like that.
No, the whole thing was George Takei is basically saying he was unfit to go into space. It's like, dude, get over it.
He also mentioned something about it being counterproductive to climate change. So if he was to go into space, it would kind of F over his own position.
Oh, he's a Democrat. They can get away with it. Which I always find funny because he's a Democrat, even though a Democrat put him in a camp when he was a child.
Was that stupid SJWs reported me to my job after a Twitter fight, and my job decided to write me up. That's fine.
How did they even know where you worked?
People give away stuff all the time. People know where I work. They know my clients. I've had clients call me and say people have left some weird trolling messages. I'm like, sorry, comes with the fame.
Random Menace. Yeah, I had to unfollow Takei too. Yeah, it's just he's a loser. I'm just going to say it. He's a bitter loser.
I unfollowed him years ago.
And NB Geek, yeah, here in Germany, it's really that way. I've worked at places where I did double the work for half the money that regular people got, or regular employees.
How does that work?
So I was working as back jockey on the airport, and I got 800 euros the month.
That's it.
I've worked 8 days the week. I've had one free day and then worked the next 8 days. While regular people at the airport works 3 days, then have 4 free days, then work 4 days, and then have 3 free days.
Do you all make the same amount of money?
And they got 2,400 euros each month.
How's that even allowed?
Well, that's something that came over from the US. It's
You
called
sure?
what's it called in English? I don't know what the English term. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm just trying to figure out I just don't understand how you can work that much and get paid that little legally. I mean, in
It's
America, you
yeah.
can't do that.
You work for a company that rents people to places to help out, but it's
You're a
not
third
helping
party
out.
contractor.
Exactly, but it's not helping out anymore. They found a little loophole in there that they just can send the people to the places where they should work as rent a cop, so to speak, and or rent an employee, and so the company saves money with the rented people and don't have to have regular employees that they have to pay 3 times the money.
Okay, I see. What that sounds like here in America, the way I would understand it, is you work for a temp company that assigns you out.
Okay.
That is the closest thing I can think of. I haven't worked for a temp company since I was oh god, 18, but I did work for a temp company, and yeah, I got paid probably less than everybody else because I was a temp worker and I wasn't a regular employee.
But if you are a temporal worker at the same place for 5 years, then it's
That
not
doesn't
really temporary anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, you shouldn't be. You should be at a temp company for 5 years. You're either a horrible worker or the tip agency ain't doing their job.
Yeah, exactly. Because one of the things that should happen is if you've been working there 5 years, you should be, employed by them by now.
Temp agencies
Obviously,
are not
they
supposed to
value
be
your
But
labor.
skills.
yeah, the
Supposed
thing
to be
is
supposed to
that
find your
then
job.
you get more expensive than a temporal worker. So they choose not to hire the temporal workers, no matter how
Well,
good or how bad they are.
Well, that's an example of how temp agency should have taken a step forward. If the temp agency, it all comes down to them. The buck stops with them. They should have things in place that say anybody who we get work for, there's got to be a positive incline of permanent workers. Or the longer you work for them, the more money you make, giving them an incentive to find you a fucking job. But no, they're looking to save a buck. They're looking for more turnaround times, faster turnarounds, more turnarounds, and they end up turning themselves into a cheap way of companies to save money to find temporary workers that they depend on staying temporary workers. There's no incentive for the for the upgrade to a permanent worker. The temp agency should be, the whole point of them is to get you quick work in order to find you a permanent job, not a permanent source of temporary cheap labor.
Yeah, the question is how much money does the temp agency get as a kid? Something we've never done, probably never thought about early on is how much money is the temp agency getting as a kickback?
Exactly.
Depends how they do business. Temp
Exactly.
agency there's an advertising variable inside of a temp agency where companies should actually be paying them extra to be what they are because of what they do.
Well, like I said, you go to the McDonald's up here in my town, and they've got advertised. They're like $12 an hour, monthly bonuses. I mean, they're really trying to entice us. Shit, I almost thought about applying at McDonald's. It's like $12 an hour to flip burgers. Hell, I can do that.
$12 an hour? Fuck that.
So I've had
What?
jobs where I've worked 12 hours a day. Then I've had to get there 4 hours and come back 4 hours, which means I really didn't have had much time at home. With one free day, to regenerate, which is not much. And then
Yitza, how
people
do you
ask why
get?
you are burned out and are broken.
Get to work.
No, LEG is echoing on everyone.
I'm not echoing.
Last man standing. Hallelujah. So, and if you was looking for your toilet paper, there it is. Now you know who bought all the toilet paper as Corona started.
Oh, had to go. No worries.
So yeah, as I say, if you work 12 hours, then you have to go to work and come back to work, which takes 8 hours. Then you have 4 hours for sleep and everything, washing, eating, etc. pp. That leaves a toll on you. And then people ask, why do you have heart problems? Why do you have problems with your back? Why do you have this and that and everything? They work you out here in Germany till you can't do anything anymore. And even then, they don't stop mocking you. Oh, come on. There is a little bit more work left in you. Honestly, I'm a little bit done with it. Even if I could work, I'm not so sure if I would want to anymore. I've given everything I have. Mostly for jobs I didn't even like. Because there is no use in protesting it. That's the fucked up thing. If you don't have a job, you can't argue that there are no jobs. But if you have a job, you can't go to protests. So whoever played Shadowrun, you should know what I'm talking about, because what's going on here in Germany I call loan slavery. You get little money, but you are just a piece of meat, working for a company that doesn't care about how you are. And all the state cares about is they do not have to pay for you as long as you are in a job. We do not have time for two jobs, as I say. If you work 12 hours in one job, how should you do another? So at the airport, I worked 8 hours, but I had 2 hours of break, which makes it also 10 hours of work, more or less. Because you cannot just go home for 2 hours. That's what I do. So I was unemployed, and I was in something that we do to get people back to work. And then there was protests going on to give people who work more money. Of course, the people who was working couldn't go there. And as I was in this project from the government, I wasn't allowed to go. They said that we are not allowed to go there, to go to the protests. And of course, the people who doesn't have a job wouldn't show up there because they don't care about how much money someone gets who has a job. That's bullshit. No, please don't.
Yeah. You know it's bad when they're asking for Prometheus. So I just got behind my computer, so I'm like checking my shit right now.
You have to go to your computer for that.
Yeah, everything's...
Yeah, well, normally if I check my shit, I go to the toilet.
Yeah, different kind of shit.
Yeah, say what you mean, not say what you say. Avoided Prometheus. Hey! Oh, someone has a visitor. Yeah, so I was waking up today and I thought I'd check on Captain Trek, who's also not talking at the moment.
Why bother?
And I thought that Pickle was in here with his sex fantasy that he sandwiched. Ugh. Horror.
Let's see here. Bird is muted. NB and Billy G were talking about I don't know what the fuck because I just finally got tired of hearing them and took my headset off and was just looking at the chat because I don't care. And people are like, well, it's...
Yeah,
what
by
do
the way,
you want to talk about? Well, you know what? I don't want to talk about anything. So I'm going to end the stream.
First of all, you got to do a favor. You got to give a third option on your poll. Because I don't want to click change topic or end stream. So I have no place to click.
Okay. There is no other option. We change the topic or the stream ends. Period.
Okay, then let's change topic then. Let's click changeo el topico. There we go. All right. So what's the topic everybody wants to talk about? Or do you have
Somebody
anybody?
mentioned Star Trek. I don't care. I would like some suggestions. I am dealing with shit right here now. I'm stressed to the max, and I don't give a fuck. I just don't want to talk about this topic.
Okay. Not a problem there, Chief.
How about talking about Daisy Ridley probably or probably not driving over a guy as she was 16? Hit and run.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's positive.
I mean, I've seen it on Twitter trending this morning, which was kind of funny. Because there is already two kinds of people. The one who said, yeah, well, of course she did. And then there are the people who say, who believes that is stupid.
Yeah, I haven't seen Venom 2 yet. Is it out for streaming yet?
What?
Let's see here. Venom 2 will be released for streaming. This is Venom 2 on Disney Plus. Biggest movie, Venom 2 won't be available to stream. Also won't be streaming on Disney Plus, even though Disney owns Marvel.
Yeah, it's not Marvel, it's Sony. Venom is Sony.
Returns to the big screen. You can watch Venom 2 on Amazon Plus video. Okay, so you can watch it on Amazon Plus. Or Amazon Prime, sorry. Amazon Prime, iTunes, or Vudu. Okay.
Or you can open a StreamYard and I stream it for you.
There's a whole bunch of deep web links. I definitely want to watch it. I like the first one, even though it's, completely tangent of the actual story, but whatever, that's fine. I heard the end scene was pretty good.
And Darius, no, she actually didn't. Someone just spread the rumor that she did. And now Twitter, of course, is going all sides with it.
With what?
With Daisy running over a guy as she was 16. Someone just spread the rumor to make a point, and this thing went viral. And now you have two camps, one saying that she didn't and one camp says she did, arguing about it. While it is pretty easy to find evidence that she didn't, and the guy who spread the rumor saying that it was just something he put up as an example. How people would react to it.
Well, that's a case.
Talking about people reacting to shit. Yeah, those Ferengi, man, I'm telling you, they made them look like fucking bats. I swear that's what they did.
Yeah, yep. Of course it was a social experiment, Darius. But that's Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. It's all a social experiment.
Problem is, it's also slander. So, yeah, they should obviously be prosecuted.
And Richie, Daisy Ridley. You know the Jedi that never was in Star Wars? Or never was a Jedi? Especially not a Skywalker?
Yeah.
Oh shit! Anybody listen to Imani?
Imani. No.
Young, popular R&B singer, dead at 22.
Overdose?
Wouldn't surprise me, but I don't know yet. Let me see here. Imani's a female, first of all.
Okay, then she probably wasn't shot.
I don't see the word cause. Here we go. Her cause of death has yet to be revealed. That's never a good sign.
Overdose.
Yeah.
Yet to be revealed, they just do not want to admit that she had an overdose.
Yeah, people gotta. Drugs gotta go.
No.
You know what drugs I'm talking about.
I know what drugs you're talking about, but yes. Every.
There's no purpose for them.
And good morning, Darius.
For them, and they need to use them for that purpose only.
Let's see here.
Just stick with weed, people. It's safer.
It only makes you stupid.
No, actually, it helps me sleep and helps with my anxiety.
Because it shuts off your brain cells.
It also helps me sleep at night, and I get good sleep. So,
well, and B, you just helped LDG prove the point.
Exactly. It shuts down your brain cells.
No, it doesn't. That's
yes,
what alcohol
does. It interacts between your brain cells.
I have grown up pickles. LDG, buddy.
Pickles.
Okay, don't try to talk to me about marijuana. I grew up around this shit my whole life.
I can talk to you about what I know about, man.
Trust me, I know what marijuana does. Trust me, I never was worried about anybody in my family smoking. You know what? You know when they worried me? When they were drinking. Nobody ever got into a physical fist fight while they were smoking weed in anywhere I was
hanging out with the wrong fucking people. I know plenty.
So I'm hanging out with my mother.
People high.
That would be my mother, my father, and many of their friends.
Yeah, I've known people who've gotten stabbed over weed, shot over weed, fought over weed. So I don't know what your demographic is, but I've seen it. So.
And anymore, weed has been being laced with other things. So yeah, not safe.
Yeah. That's why I go to this. That's why Captain Trek. I go into Illinois and I go to the dispensary.
If you use it for what it's good for, what it's actually good for, then that's fine. That includes weed. But you got plenty of people out there abusing even marijuana and killing brain cells. Anyone doing a gravity bong, you're stupid.
I never did bongs. I was never into that. I either just well, right now I just buy the vape stuff because I prefer that over the flower.
Did it. We did gravity bongs, we did gas masks, we did it all.
LEG, you have to remember, NB Geek, he grew up on man and marijuana.
I'm never going to live that one down.
Nope.
Nope.
So, okay. LDG, who died? Was it a rapper, pop star?
Imani. Some R&B lady.
Yeah.
So I don't know what it's about. It could have been anything, but we'll wait for them to release the details if they choose to release it.
Obviously, we know it wasn't from a car accident or something like that.
Yeah, see, we can already rule out like the obvious stuff that would get announced, like a car accident or something like that.
Well, it's kind of
Here's
funny
half an
because
interesting story.
I mean, there
Because-
could actually be other health-related issues that are
Yeah, she could have had
natural.
cancer, and the odds of that were pretty low.
I mean, she could have a brain tumor, heart attack.
Was
A
always a
heart attack.
possibility. Look at
Whatever.
the guy who played. What was the actor's name who played Black Panther? I mean, that guy was fighting cancer for years and managed to keep that very, very quiet. Which I have respect for that. To keep something like that quiet and to just not have it come out, that's impressive in this day and age.
yeah, LEG said this, whatever her name is, was 22 years old.
Yeah, 22. So
Chadwick Boseman, thank you, Darius. Yeah. I mean, I got to give that guy a lot of credit for being able to keep that quiet and still do, decent movies. I mean, that's respect right there. Keeping your personal. I mean, that we have all these celebrities. They want to throw out their personal lives to everyone, so you feel for them or something. And this guy actually was like, no, he wanted to keep his personal shit private, and I respect that. Especially when it comes to your health.
I'd have to listen to her music to maybe know a little bit more.
Oh,
R&B is not my thing, so I don't know.
The music that I listened to back as I was younger and still today, well, they all still live.
Well, there was a meme I saw one time. It was talking about all these rappers that died over ODs. It's like maybe you need to do the drugs the rock heavy metal guys do because they're still alive.
Exactly.
Hey, fucking A, Ozzy Osbourne's still alive. I got to see him in concert for fuck's sake.
Yeah, Ozzy is
Have you
only
seen
still
Ozzy
alive.
Osbourne? Do you call that alive?
Yeah, Ozzy is still alive because he eats.
Like this. Yeah. Trust me, when the guy talks, you can't understand a fucking word, but when he sings, it's still amazing.
Yeah, but with Ozzy, it's different because he eats bats. Bats are
He
good for
did
your
that
health.
one time. And he even admitted, and his wife even admitted, he was on some pretty freaking big drugs at that time when he
You
did
think?
that. Oh, yeah, you think? No shit. He even admitted, his wife was like, yeah, he was on some pretty hard shit. I don't know what the hell he was on, but he was on something to where he bit that head off that bat in front of the executives. He didn't do it in a concert. He did it in front of executives. That's how fucked up he was.
Is.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, even Alice Cooper, he was playing as I was born. He's still around.
And good morning, the Bosco scenario.
And he apparently is a good golf player. That's right, Super Blubberpuss. He did not eat the bat. He just bit the head off. That's saying something. I mean, you got to be pretty screwed up to do that. But there's a reason why he's called the Prince of Darkness. Oh, was it the dove, not the bat he did in front of the executives?
And I actually hope that Alice Cooper will be a while longer with us.
I love Alice Cooper, but I grew up on that stuff. That's kind of the music I was raised on.
Yep, I have a special playlist of Alice Cooper when I go to the dentist. As soon as school's out for summer place, I go back home.
I was going to think no more Mr. Nice Guy.
So Alice saved me a lot of pain.
What about you, Cap? What kind of music do you listen to? I've never heard you talk about your choice of music.
I don't usually talk about it because it's kind of random. I'll listen to some pop music, some very, very, very limited country, classical, um, blues. It just depends on my mood. It can vary from day to day. In fact, there was yesterday. I was listening to a song. I can't think of it right now, but I was just listening to the same song over and over again all day because it's just that's the song I needed to hear.
You know, I used to when I was growing up, the music I was raised on was what would be now considered classic hard rock, like Aerosmith, AC/DC, Metallica, things like that. And then my friends were listening to more that the heavy metal stuff, and even some of the more crazier stuff like ICP and shit like that. My grandmother listened to country, and I can listen to country up until about 2000 time frame, because a lot of it now, if I switch over to the country station, it doesn't sound country, it sounds pop.
And that's what I prefer. Well, not quite to that degree, but I prefer it sounding less pickish.
Yeah,
I like
I'm
some of the
more
old
of
Johnny Cash stuff that doesn't sound like it's written by white trash idiots who are, yeah.
I don't know, that's the kind of music I prefer. I prefer that more old school twang, like Alan Jackson. I do love Garth Brooks, Travis Tritt, people like that. But the newer stuff, I do like Carrie Underwood, and I even liked what's her name, who went to pop music recently, a few years ago. I can't think of her name now.
Yeah, most
She
pop music is just too filtered now.
No, I don't like pop music. Pop music for me it stopped around the 90s. That was when pop thank you, Darius, Taylor Swift. That's who I was thinking of. I've actually seen Taylor Swift in concert. I took my oldest daughter at the time. I think she was 14, and we went and saw her. Well, we also saw Carrie Underwood and a few others. I mean, there's some good country music stars out there, but a lot of the new stuff is just very poppy, and I don't like pop music since the 90s. I like the 80s pop, some of the 90s, but very, very little of it. And past that, I can't stand hardly anything. Although my kids have been introducing me to YouTubers they like, and I'm going to admit the music actually has a good beat to it.
Yeah, until they're picked up by a label, homogenized, and turned into garbage. Yeah. Because when you actually hear them on YouTube, they're actually singing. When you hear them on the albums, they've been filtered and homogenized, and everything is, it's like
Auto-tune and shit.
Auto-tuned and auto. Yeah, no. Blech. Auto-tune should have been used as a tool. Now it's being used stupidly. Like, anybody, you could go in and record an album.
Yeah, sure, I could on auto-tune, but damn it, if I tried to go sing it live, I would sound like shit. I'd have to pull a Milli Vanilli to sell out if I tried to do that.
That's shit. My point. That's my point.
Yeah, exactly.
could do an album that everybody would love. They wouldn't know who the hell you were. You could do an album they would love. Everybody would love it because everything would be filtered. It'd be like, okay, auto tune this. Oh, we're gonna get the sound down here. We're gonna get the sound up here. Just gonna, fix this and that and do all that, and it'll be perfect. People will love it because they love garbage.
Now, I want to hear that's one of the things that's great about a live concert. There's no auto tuning, there's none of that shit. It's just pure music. And I think that's something we really are missing nowadays in certain genres where it's, I don't know, you have these pop people who do all these dance moves and they have all this choreography shit going on and stuff. And I'm like, I don't give a flying fuck about that shit. I just want to hear the song. When I got to see Leonard Skinnerd, and everybody at the end of it was like they shut everything down and it went dark and everybody was screaming, "Free bird, free bird, free bird, free!" And then all of a sudden the American flag pops out and an eagle pops up and we all knew it was coming and everybody went fucking ballistic. We just were having the time of our lives, and it was none of that auto-tune shit. It was just pure music. Shania Twain used auto-tune, really?
Oh yeah.
Even though she was, she even doing anything anymore? She hasn't been. God, I haven't heard that name in probably a decade. She was actually not somebody I was that big of a fan of because her country music was very poppy. And I don't know any other way to explain that.
Oh, let's see here. Tomorrow is Saturday. Yeah, we could talk. Yeah. And her career was completely dependent on auto-tune. Well, that's the problem. Auto-tune should be a tool that is used, like when it's not absolutely perfect. Like somebody comes in, they're a little sick, they need to do a vocal right then, but it can be fixed. It's like, okay, fine. Fix it. They're off just a tiny bit and they're tired and they don't want to have to come back in for another day of recording. Fix it. But not everything. Not the whole song. I mean, they don't even fucking use drums anymore. They use electronic drums. Ugh, those drive me nuts. I want drums. Real fucking drums.
Yeah, I want what I saw with Def Leppard. I mean, I actually got to see Def Leppard and got to see the one-armed drum guy doing it, and it was fucking awesome. One guy I really like in country music that I've only recently heard of is Chris Stapleton. He's got a very old school twang kind of country music that I really enjoy. And I had no idea who this guy was originally. All of a sudden I was checking the country music awards or something one day and I kept seeing his name and I thought I was going to see some young, clean cut looking young boy with some poppy music. What I ended up finding was a guy who's got long hair, a beard, little overweight, and has one of those gravel voices that just really works. I mean, he embodies classically what country music was.
Now let's see here.
Dolly Parton is the queen. Amen to that.
Now let's see. Now all we have to do is find a way to get the Pet Shop Boys and Dolly Parton together and do a song. That would be interesting.
That would be cool. Okay, remind me, who are the Pet Shop Boys again? Aren't they an a cappella group?
No. No. Electronic group. You may Google them. Google them.
Yeah, I'm
You'll
going to.
find
I
a.
mean, I'm not familiar with them. Thought I was, but
Oh, you are. You are. There have been a couple of songs that went mainstream by them. You won't necessarily remember them because it's been a couple decades. But yeah.
okay.
And
Well,
Good Morning, Not Ryan Johnson. And
yeah, I can understand
there's.
country music is not everybody's thing.
Well, see, auto tune in that case is just a fun feature, but that's not what you're trying to do. That's not what they're trying to do. They're trying to be perfect and yeah.
Oh, okay. I think I remember this. Have any of you guys ever had a chance to see the Trans-Siberian Orchestra?
See them? No.
If you ever get a chance, Cap, because I would imagine they probably end up in Kansas City sometime,
Mm-hmm.
I'd recommend it. It's a really great show. My wife's seen them 3 times. I've seen them twice and absolutely loved it. We actually had an issue that happened during the second concert where they had to shut everything down because somebody had a medical issue, and the band shut everything down. They got to the person. The lead singer of the band sat there and was praying, and they got the person out, got him taken care of, and he says, everybody say a prayer for this person. Obviously, we needed to stop because we need to take care of our people. And he was like, say a prayer for him. Okay, guys, give us just a minute. We're going to make sure everything's okay, and then we're going to get started right back up. But, they were more concerned about that person than they were about the show. And, that I have mad respect for that. They put the person before they put their show. All right, Cap's at the bathroom. Pickles is doing something, and Bird is muted. So, Mar, what do you got?
What do I got about what?
I don't know. We're the only two here at the moment.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm applying for a job. What are you guys talking?
You're
You guys
applying
talking about country music? I'm sorry, it's not my thing.
Well, what's your flavor of music?
It's more of a America. Like it's like I'm not like okay. I watch baseball. I don't know shit about the people play it. I watch basketball. I listen to music. I don't give a shit beyond that. Like few bands, with the exception to a few bands, I don't like a particular genre, and I can't like come up with all of it. I listen to some country. I listen to some grassroots. I listen to some rock. I listen to some rap. I listen to some, this and if it depends how a song hits me, whether or not I like it or not. But like my favorite bands, whether it be like Soundgarden or Guster, or Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Soundgarden was my Soundgarden. Who was the lead singer of Soundgarden before he died?
I can't think of his name. This is what I'm talking about. I couldn't.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not, but my mom's husband, and I don't call him my stepfather because, well, they got married when I was in my 30s, so I don't call him my stepdad. It's just it feels weird. So I just call him her husband, which is fine. Oh, Chris Cornell, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah,
yep,
my wife's husband, or not my wife's husband, that would be me. My mom's husband was a big Soundgarden Audio Slave fan. Loved Chris Cornell. He was devastated because we had seen him in concert together 2 weeks before he killed himself. The next concert he went to after he played that's when he killed himself. And he was devastated. He loved that guy's music. Absolutely loved Soundgarden, loved Audioslave, loved Chris Cornell.
Yeah, hell yeah, man. Soundgarden was shit. But then you got like Nine Inch Nails, Typo Negative, ELO, Talking Heads. So my music goes far and wide. So it all depends.
See, my music is very limited, and I'm the first one to admit that. I don't say I like everything because, truth is told, I don't. I only listen to a certain style of music. I listen to rock, I listen to metal, and I listen to some country, and that's really it. I don't listen to jazz. I don't listen to blues. I don't listen to uh, rap or pretty much anything else. I don't find interest in those songs. I don't find relaxation in those songs. Whereas in metal and rock, I find relaxation in those songs. I know that sounds weird to some people, but I find hard rock and heavy metal very relaxing.
Nice. Yeah, it depends how a song hits me.
One of the best songs I've heard was recently in the last few years was Disturbed doing Simon and Garfunkel's "Sound of Silence," and it was just absolutely fucking gorgeous.
Caroline Spine, Jimmy's Chicken Shack. I'm trying to think of other bands I like. Eminem.
Super Voluptuous. I like everything but gangster rap and country western. We all have our flavors.
So that's what I'm saying.
My problem is country western isn't country western anymore.
It's just because
it's become a more pop thing, and I don't like. I haven't liked pop music since the 90s. The 90s, the 2000s, the 10s, and now I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I don't like this. I didn't get into boy bands, except for one. I was a closet Backstreet Boys fan in the day. I just couldn't admit that because you'd get your ass kicked for doing that.
You still do.
I do like Trans-Siberian Orchestra. I do like Evanescence, and I do know who Nightwish is. Yeah, V-Star. Of course, I've heard the Simon and Garfunkel "Sound of Silence." I just thought, when it came to Disturbed doing a rendition of it, they just took it to a level that I didn't think was possible.
Oh yeah.
I mean, what I think about that song is if you really listen to the song and listen to how the lead singer of Disturbed sings it, it's if you listen to how his voice goes higher and higher, there's three parts to that song he does. Starts low, goes medium, and then at the end goes high. And then at the very end of it, he goes back down to the very beginning. I mean, it's really beautiful to hear that song. And I've seen Disturbed live. But unfortunately, that was long before they did Sound of Silence. I saw them, back in like 2004, 2005. Yes, I admit I did like the Backstreet Boys back in the day. Indestructible, yeah, that is another good one. V-Star. But that's the kind of music I understand and I can relate to. For me, music isn't people say they like everything or they'll listen to everything. That's fine. Me, I'm very I'm very selective on what I listen to. But I'm open to hearing new stuff. Like I said, my daughter introduced me to a singer she knows, and I was like, this has got a good beat, got a good sound. I was like, I like this. What is everybody's problem with Nickelback, Airvox Thunder?
Oh, I can't stand
I like Nickelback.
Yeah.
Although, I'll be honest, if there's anybody I miss, It's Lincoln Park. When Chester Bennington committed suicide, that was actually one of the first time. This was after I got out of rehab and met a lot of people who had thought about suicide, and it changed my. I used to have a very, very negative view on people who committed suicide. I had a very, very unsympathetic view. And after I got out of rehab and spending time with people who had actually thought about it or tried it, um, I started to, my eyes opened up and I started to understand more about what goes through the mind of a person who does that. And it was not as cut and dry as I originally thought. Yeah, I love Lincoln Park. They were actually their last CD they put out, I think, was the last actual, or sorry, I downloaded it on an EP. It was the last one I bought, and I loved every song on that one. Absolutely. Oh, by the way, Airvex Thunder, I have seen Nickelback in concert. You know, Cap, I was thinking about a question I wanted to ask William Shatner, but I don't really think I'm going to ask him a question. I think I'm just going to tell him it is an honor to meet him, and he was my grandmother's hero, and that I am a geek because of her and her love of Captain Kirk. Because that's the honest to God's truth.
So you like biting heads off bats? Okay. Cool.
V-Star, did you see Queen? When did you see Queen? By the way, if you guys are Queen fans and you haven't seen Bohemian Rhapsody, I recommend the movie.
What do you mean, Germ? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah. One of the things that happened while I was in the rehab was I was there for alcohol, but there were a lot of people there who attempted suicide or were thinking about committing it. And the stories that I heard, kind of was like, okay, I never was suicidal, I don't think, but I'm like, okay, maybe I can understand this, empathize with it. It allowed me to become sympathetic and empathetic in a way I had never been before. V-Star saw Queen in 1980. Lucky you. I wouldn't have been able to because I was 1 year old. Darius, when I saw Ozzy, yeah, obviously he's much older. We had a drum soloist and a guitar soloist during his concert. I'm assuming he needed a break, which was fine because he still sang like fucking amazing. I mean, I had a choice. I could either go over to the other theater and see Godsmack or skip Godsmack, get as close as I could to Ozzy. Well, Mom and I and her husband, we all were like, we're going to go see Ozzy. I think I was like maybe 20 feet away from the concert. That's how close I got.
All right, here's a couple more done. This camera's finally looking half decent. Wonder what that happened. Huh. Who's
My
in here?
camera still sucks.
Is that Mara down below me still? Or is that Tim?
That's Mark.
Or JP's? Mark. All right, everybody's switching over to OBS now, man. It's great to see it happening, man. Good stuff.
No, thank you.
Darius, I saw Ozzy in 2019 in Jacksonville, Florida, for Welcome to Rockville. And that was one of my biggest reasons for going, because I had no idea if I'd ever actually get a chance to see him live ever again in my life, or his life. Resolute Germ, I would probably agree with that. I'm sure Godsmack even knew. They were like, okay, they're waiting on Ozzy. Hell, we had people ready for them to shut down. The people were yelling in the Ozzy pit. We're yelling for Godsmack to shut down because we wanted Ozzy to come out.
Must be better.
Arvek Sunder, I'm going to be honest, I don't really care for the Beatles.
Wrong, Dizzy.
There were songs that were okay, but I think the group as a whole was overrated.
I just never been. Yeah, there are certain songs that, were done that were decent, but the band as a whole, or even, them individually, they're okay, but nothing I'd really, want to listen to on a regular basis. But hey, if you like Paul McCartney, no worries, man. I hope you get to see him. I thought the Beatles were okay. I didn't really think their music was that good. Oh, Super Blubberpuss. I would love to see Fleetwood Mac. I got to see Pat Benatar and Journey and Darius Rucker. Well, actually, we went because I wanted to see Journey. My wife wanted to see Pat Benatar. It was a good concert. I didn't realize Pat Benatar, that her husband has been part of her group almost the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't know that. It was so funny. They were like, yeah, we're gonna sit in these chairs here because we're old. It was just kind of funny and everything. And then Journey came out, and this new singer, the one they got, who really, he sounds really like the original singer from Journey. I mean, when he talks, you can hear his accent and everything. But I tell you what, when he sings, you buy it. You really believe the guy, has that voice. Yeah, Eric Sunder, I'd love to see Fleetwood Mac myself. I've seen Journey.
Hey.
Oh, I love Journey.
All night. Yeah.
Just as long as you don't do that one song.
Which one? How about
Is that name that tune? Can I get more than 3 notes, please?
How about Don't Stop Believing?
Don't stop believing.
Yeah,
Whoa,
Cap,
whoa,
I'm sorry. I gotta
whoa.
tell you, this isn't Name That Tune. I don't know if anybody remembers that game show, but I do.
That
Echo
song
Tree.
is so overdone. Yes, you're echoing.
Oh my
me.
god, I'm sorry to hear that, super blubberpuss. Actually, my favorite song of Journey is not "Don't Stop Believing." It is "Faithfully." That is my favorite song by them. "Faithfully."
Faithfully's good.
Yeah,
Just don't sing it.
that. No, I'm not gonna sing it. I can't.
Like I said,
butcher it.
auto tune could fix it, but yeah, you're not using auto tune.
I remember when I went to a Seven Dust concert, and it was outside birthday, and I literally had to save my friend's girlfriend from a mosh pit. That was fun.
Oh, when we were, God, who was it? It wasn't Limp Bizkit. It was another band. I'm trying to think of the name of them. Anyway, my mom, I, and her husband were all, doing our own thing, jumping around, dancing to the concert. Well, these two drunk fucking idiots got into a fight behind us, and we didn't know it. They knocked my mother into a mosh pit. Thankfully, if you've ever been in a mosh pit, they realize when you fall down, they pick you up and ask if you're okay because nobody wants to get hurt. And when I saw my mom get knocked down, I pulled her up, I helped pull her up and get her back. And then I turned around and saw the motherfuckers who were fighting, and I almost got into the fight, but I couldn't because there were people around me, and I literally started screaming at this guy. I was like, "You motherfucker, you hit my mother. I'm gonna fuck." I was ready to fuck him up. I was ready to go throw down and be done with it. I didn't care what the issue was. I was like, "You just knocked over my mother." It took my mother's husband to grab me and her and take us out of there because my mom actually ended up fracturing her ankle because of that. And it turned out her husband didn't realize what had happened because I had to tell him afterwards. In fact, my mother didn't even know what happened exactly. And I had to tell them. And he goes, "Is that why you were about to get into a fight?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "If I had known that, both of us would have beat the shit out of that kid." I mean, I haven't wanted to get into a fight so bad or be so pissed off, but you fuck with my mother, yeah, that's not going to work with me. I don't care if these two idiots were drunk and had their own shit going on. My mother got knocked over and she was a casualty of it, and it's like, I will beat you.
Oh, what the fuck was that?
Sorry. I didn't know that was going to come through loud.
Like I said, the only reason I didn't get to the guy is because there was like 3 people in a chain ahead of it, but I had my fist out and I had my finger out at the guy and I was screaming at him. And I was like, "You son of a bitch, you knocked over my mother." And I was ready to fuck. I was ready to go. I was ready to get fucked up. V-Star, I love Aerosmith. I love Aerosmith.
Yeah, I remember when I was at a concert once and some idiotic fucking, I don't know what the fuck father took his kids to come up to people who were smoking pot and give them some kind of flyer about not doing drugs. I happened to be chosen. So I had 2 little kids that must have been like 8 or 9 years old come up to me with a flyer asking me to quit smoking. And I kneeled down for a second. I said, "Hey, listen." I said, "Who put you up to this?" I said, is that your father there looking at you?" He goes, "Yeah." I was like, "I'll tell you what. Go back to your father and tell him to go find people doing heroin and crack, because that's the people you need to be talking to right now. He was
Nice.
they were ripped. They were scared out their ass. Like this father was a numb nut, because those kids were scared that thought I was gonna beat them up or something. And I'm like, so I like got on my knee and I was like, listen,
you got down to their level. You did it the right way.
This is fucked up. And I kind of kicked it back at the father, because now that you wanted to freaking, you literally just took your kids in front of people who were doing so-called drugs. And I was like, well, go tell them to go find people doing crack and heroin. And I turned around. I never saw if they actually did it or if the father got the message. But that was fucking horrible. You don't do that with your kids, man. First of all, you're lucky you got me. Because if you would have gotten somebody else, that could have ended up completely different. You could have had some guy.
It could have ended up the father. It could have ended up the father getting his ass beat.
Something. Well, he stood like 10 feet away, but I pay attention. So I happened to notice there was one person standing there looking at the kids dead on. So I was kind of pretty. I was like, yeah, is that your father? Yeah. So I'm sorry if those kids that I had to expose them to even worse words, but that was just wrong.
Now, I am going to mention something.
You don't go to an Earth Day birthday and frickin', because we have that like yearly over here in Florida. You don't go to a concert where everybody's freaking smoking and do that kind of shit. Like the whole reason why the cops didn't bust anybody is because, everyone was smoking. And the cops didn't do a damn thing about it because they knew if they arrested one person, they'd have a fucking raid on their ass.
Look, when I was at Welcome to Rockville down in Jacksonville, look, everybody was, most of the people were smoking weed. Okay, the cops had they weren't going to waste their time with that. They knew this was going to happen. They don't have time for that minor bullshit unless somebody got rowdy. They're not worried about the potheads. They're worried about the people heavily drinking. Because that's what I've been trying to say. You smoke weed, that's one thing. There was a joke I saw that was so funny. It's like, do you know why you never hear about somebody ODing on weed? Because you could put 100 joints in front of the guy. By the time he's on the 4th joint, he's already ordered the pizza, got a bottle of water next to him, and is sleeping with the cat.
Now, let's see here.
Sorry, I got interrupted there. Whatever you said, if you were talking to me, I didn't hear a damn word.
No, I said what I said was you never hear about somebody ODing on weed, because there was a joke that I saw. I thought it was so perfect. Was you could put 100 joints in front of a guy. By the time he gets to the 4th joint, he's already called the pizza place to have the pizza delivered, got a Coke next to him, and is snuggled up next to the cat.
Oh, Death by Marijuana? Yep. There was one case down in the Netherlands from a guy that died by marijuana.
Mm-hmm.
He was hit by a container full of it. He completely got smashed.
I'm sorry, that's bad, but yeah. Oh, that would be a horrible way to die. Oh. I didn't even get to enjoy it. Now, let's see here. I was checking Twitter for a moment, and I found something interesting for those of you who like turn-based RPG games. There's a game out where you can get paid to sign up for alpha testing.
Ooh.
Yeah, great. Blow up your computer.
Hey, I'm just, people want me to give information out, blah, blah, blah.
That's fine.
Here it is.
Information too. Blow up your computer. Go for alpha testing.
Alpha testing isn't bad. You normally doesn't get
alpha
paid
testing
for it.
is when they don't even know the program will run in the first place.
There's a reason why you're a beta. There's a reason why we have beta testers and alpha testers.
There is the link for anyone who would be interested in checking it out. I'm not going to do it because my computer can't run shit. But it's a old 19 love turn-based games. Help test our 1920s cartoon comedy game.
V-Star, yeah, that's what I always used to joke about with weed. They weeded the gateway drug. Yeah, to the snack department in your house because you get the munchies.
$10. Resolute term, they pay $10.
Good morning, guys. How's everyone doing?
Doing all right. How about yourself?
Great. Just stopped by to say hello. I work in a little bit, so I'll be hopping out in a few minutes.
Pa, blah, blah, puss.
So, Blubberpuss, you're a retired teacher. What do you do now?
They pay
So I work
$10.
Uber. I do Uber sometimes for extra spending money, and because I got tired of sitting home.
So you got tired of sitting home, you'd rather sit in the car. Cool.
Well, at least I'm driving, I guess, and I'm around people, I guess.
Just remember, when you're sitting at home, you're traveling at 30,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, I know, right? No wonder why I get dizzy all the time.
Pretty much. Just going in a circle.
I always love the joke where guy picks up a hitchhiker gets in the car, and he's like, how do you know I'm not, it's amazing you picked me up. How do you know I'm not a serial killer? Driver looks at him and goes, it's statistically impossible to have two serial killers in the same car at the same time.
So anybody here see Stevie Nicks in concert?
No, I wish I had. I would love to see Fleetwood Mac or Stevie Nicks.
Yeah, it's hard to see them. They're usually pretty expensive, and usually having to pay for a scalp ticket.
I actually, if I can, I would love to see the Eagles because I know Glenn Fry's son is now joined the Eagles and they're going back out on concert. I'd love to see the Eagles. That would just be amazing.
Yeah, that'd be a once in a lifetime experience.
Yeah, exactly. That's like I said, that's why, I paid the money for tomorrow to go have a photo op with William Shatner. Yeah, it may only be a few seconds in a photo op, but still, I'm going to meet a guy who went to space. To me, that's more impressive right now than the fact that he played Captain Kirk.
Where are you going to meet him at?
Indianapolis. There's a Comic-Con there. And we're going Saturday.
Nice.
And, what I found out was interesting, I didn't realize the photo op, the way it worked was, I thought it was going to be a one-on-one thing, but no, I can actually have the photo done with 2 adults and up to 4 kids. So, like I said, even though my kids probably won't want to take a picture with William Shatner, my wife and I sure as hell are.
Shit.
How much does that cost?
It is my food.
$100.
Nice. I met him right before Star Trek V came out.
I'm doing it mainly because it is probably the only time I've never been to a convention where William Shatner's been at, and to me this is probably going to be my one shot to get to meet the guy.
Yeah, so, considering he's 90, I'd say do it now while you can.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like when I went and saw Ozzy Osbourne. I'm like, I didn't get to see him when he did his final tour with Black Sabbath because everything was outside my area by a lot. But to actually get to see him live, yeah. I can see Godsmack another time, but this is Ozzy Osbourne we were talking about, I know they say don't meet your heroes, but you know what? Sometimes you got to meet a legend.
I met Rodney Dangerfield right before his decline of health, so I feel really lucky about that.
Oh, that's awesome! You got to meet him.
Yeah, I went to one of his shows at the MGM Grand in Vegas. I remember it was like $80. Was well worth it. He was very funny.
The only comedian I've ever seen live is Jeff Dunham.
I don't know who that is. Sorry.
Jeff Dunham is a comedian puppeteer.
Just the puppets.
He does the puppets. He does Senor Jalapeno on his stick. Yeah. He does Peanut.
What's his main
Sweet
one?
Daddy P, Bubba J, Walter. It's really funny. I mean, my wife and I were in the nosebleed section, and I was laughing so hard, the back of my head started to hurt.
Well, that weed you smoked?
None, because I was still in the military.
No, so from all the weed you smoked.
I didn't smoke any. I went 16 years clean. I went 4 years clean in the Marine Corps. Then I smoked some while I was out of the Marine Corps. But once I got in the Air Force, I never touched it again until I got out completely. And I don't mean when I went on my final leave. I mean until my DD 214 came in, which is my retirement letter. Rogue Disney, Ozzy was your first concert. That is amazing. When did you go see him?
Good morning, Rogue Disney.
Was it Ozzy himself, or was it with Black Sabbath?
And there it goes. Great.
Actually, one of my favorite Eagles songs is one that most people don't know. It's actually the Seven Bridges Road. That is actually my favorite Eagles song. It's not one that's very well known, but it is a very good song.
And good morning, Rogue Disney. What's going on today? Why am I hearing myself? Go with somebody. That would be Pickles, who needs a headset or something.
No echo. I'm hearing the echo, so there's no way it's me.
Okay.
I'm not hearing an echo.
You're not?
No, I'm not. I'm not hearing any echoes.
Do me a favor. Take note when you go to see Shatner tomorrow. When I saw him, I don't know how much has changed because it was a long time ago. Like I said, I saw him right before Star Trek 5 came out. But right before you meet him, they finally come out. They come out and they say there's a no-touch rule, everybody. Shatner will come out, but nobody touch, no kisses, no kisses. Because all the women want to rush up front and say, "Can I get a kiss? Can I get a kiss?" And he was like, no kisses. They had to keep reminding people. Let me know if they do that again, all right?
Okay, I will. Truthfully, I was just planning on maybe asking him to give me a hug and shake his hand.
Yeah, a lot of times they have a no-touch rule.
Mm-hmm. You could have your vaccination cards.
Well, even before that, especially if it's a celebrity, because they don't want someone to get groped, or it could be a stalker, and it's also doubly because he's 90 years old. So chances are very slim they're going to let people actually physically touch him.
Well, keep in mind, there are people that
I'm going to respect the rules.
That shake hands a little harder than others, and I'm sorry, even if he's tough, a 90-year-old man is not going to be up to shaking hands with somebody who's doing the death grip handshake.
You're right, and shaking hands with hundreds of people. Remember that.
Exactly.
And you have a lot of people who don't want to let go.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just me. I understand the situation I'm going to be in, and I know it's going to be a very short time. And it's probably only going to be less than a minute, but So Min and I
Oh,
get
it
to
will.
actually meet William Shatner. So
Yeah, it'll be an assembly line type thing. It'll be next.
Yeah,
Next.
exactly.
Come on,
I'm
people.
just
Come on, we got a line of people. Next. That's how they are. Yeah.
You know what? I'll be fine with that. As long as I get to tell him that because of my grandma, as long as I get to just say real quick, you were my grandma's hero, and I'm a geek because of her. And
There you
because
go.
she taught me Star Trek. That's all I want to say to him. I thought about questions, but when it comes down to it, I just want to tell him that he was my grandmother's hero. He was her captain. And I'm a geek because of her and what she taught me. And I'm a fan of sci-fi because of her.
None of us would be here right now if it wasn't for Shatner. Think about it. If he hadn't taken over Star Trek and it hadn't been the hit that it was, none of us would be. Yeah, there would be no phenomenon called Star Trek. There'd be no Star Wars.
Resolute Germ, you'll get 10 seconds. I can say a lot in 10 seconds, buddy.
God damn you, you son of a...
Go ahead,
You
Burp.
should say something really stupid and then say your name is LDG Pickles on Twitter. If you're going to.
Get your script ready and take a deep breath and just let it all out.
Say, Mr. Shatner, will you help fund me Project Prometheus? It'll free the internet. I only need $90 million. Please tweet me back at LDG Pickles at Twitter.
And for you, 90 million is just chump change.
I remember one time I had fun with this one guy. He was insulting William Shatner, and he was one of those SJWs. And I said, "Do you know you're insulting an immigrant?" And he was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" I'm like, "Bill Shatner's from Canada, buddy."
They don't see white as immigrant.
I thought it was hilarious because it was like the guy actually didn't know Shatner was actually from Canada.
Yeah, it's ignorant.
There are a lot of stupid people out there.
Well, there are probably people who don't know that Leonard Nimoy was Jewish.
They're both Jewish.
Correct.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right. They're both Jewish.
90% of Hollywood is Jewish. Always has been.
Hell, the Three Stooges were Jewish.
Sure were.
I wouldn't be surprised if there was a plexiglass divider.
I wouldn't be either, especially with the virus now. I'm sure they'll have it set up. That's what I'm saying. They will. I really don't think they're going to let anybody even touch him. They'll let you maybe get within a foot, maybe of him to talk. That'll be with a mask on, of course.
Well, yeah, this is a mask mandated thing, unfortunately. But hopefully we don't have to wear them. At least, I'm hoping they'll let us take the mask off for the photo.
What about the vax requirements? What are those?
There's no vax requirement. They're saying no matter what, you have to wear a mask.
I want to tell you guys. I want to share something.
I
want to share something with you guys at the height of stupidity. Here's an example. I was taking a guy on a ride the other day. He was going to a game. I think it was a Giants game or something. I don't know what it was. Anyway, and I asked him, I said, "So what are the vax requirements to get in?" And he said, "Well, you have to show your vax card." This is California reminder. You have to show your vax card to prove you've been vaccinated. Plus, you have to show that you've been recently tested within the last 24 hours. And I said, "Oh, that's interesting. So I guess the vax isn't working, huh?" He goes, I don't know. All I know is that you have to have a test within the last 24 hours. I said, "Okay, so you got your test ready?" He goes, "Well, no." He goes, "Actually," the place you go to, it takes like 2 days to get results. So if you want a fast result, you have to go to this place where it's like $85 and you'll get an instant result. So I'm going to do that." So I said, "So you're going to pay $85 just to get the vax test on top of the ticket for the game? Just to get in to see the game. Is that right?" "Well, yeah." I'm thinking,
You're a fucking idiot.
Anybody want to come
You
and
know
visit
what?
California?
The real problem is the rapid test has a ridiculous high false positive rate.
Correct. But it's not about that, Bird. It's about politics.
Well, look at it this way. We live in a country
If it was
where
scientifically
they want you
accurate,
to have
I
a
would be
vax
okay.
passport to show that you can do things so you can get back to normal. But voting with an ID is considered racist.
Yes,
Just
it is.
throwing that out there.
Oh, and by the way, and it wasn't racist in the country too. It is now, though. You know what's fascinating? It's interesting how right now voting requirement for IDs. You notice how that they're making that an issue at the same time they're opening the borders. What a coincidence! I wonder what they have in mind.
Well, I like what Jen Psaki said. I mean, she's like, yes, we're not requiring illegal immigrants to get vaccinated because they won't be here that long. I literally almost fell out of my chair laughing hysterically.
Right, when she says that, what she means is they're not going to be at the border that long. We're putting them in buses and shipping them all over the country.
Exactly. I literally was laughing my ass off.
Someone asked me for
a vaccine
a COVID
passport.
test.
You know what? Hey, I've got an idea. How about the fact that I've already had COVID? My entire family's had COVID. We have natural immunity. Why isn't there a natural immunity passport?
Doesn't matter. They want you to bend to their will. It doesn't matter.
I don't like being told what to do.
How about, let me ask you guys this. Here's a question. Did you guys see the Emmy Awards a couple weeks ago?
No.
No.
Okay. Well, what's your opinion about this? They show, how they have the red carpet where you have all the stars walking and getting their pictures and their $1,000 clothes.
Captain has told us not to talk about before.
Huh?
Okay.
Huh? You've told us not to talk about a certain subject before.
Oh, he was talking about the Emmys, and I'm like, I don't.
I mean, but it would appear that the underlying thing is going to be more about COVID. It's up to you, Captain.
Okay.
I'm just looking out for you.
No, I don't want to upset anybody. So, yeah, I'll definitely change the subject. Thank you for the warning, Bird.
No problem.
Consider yourself warned. Yeah.
It wasn't about
I don't really think. I don't think award shows have what they used to have. I mean, let's take COVID out of the picture here. It used to be, Ricky Gervais said it best when he said that. Thank your agent, thank your director, thank your God, and fuck off.
Well, I thought it was funny with Seth Rogen. He goes, we don't have to wear masks, but they do. Yeah, that's funny, huh?
I'm sorry. I think what really destroyed it for me was when they went from, and the winner is to, and the whatever the name of the award goes to. It's like, no. You don't celebrate the. I'm sorry. There are winners. There are losers. You don't win. You lose. Sorry.
Not now. Everybody wins now, right?
There used to be a time. If you look at the Oscar winners from previous eras, most of us have actually seen a lot of those movies, and we have a lot of respect for many of them. These days, the movies that are winning are movies not only have we never heard of, but if we try to watch them, we're like, this is boring.
Because the awards are sponsored now.
Well, not only that, though, the way they win the awards is about who clicks off the most boxes, right? It's not really on what movie is good. Right. Who can actually check off the most boxes?
JP's. If you're not first, you're last. That's Ricky Bobby. That's Ricky Bobby. Copyright. Do not use without express permission. I love that movie.
What up, Rex?
Shake and bake, baby.
I'm out of here. I'm heading to work. You guys have a great day.
Okay, you have a great day, Ron.
Getting a phone call.
Take care, guys.
Take care.
I love that movie, Talladega Nights. That is one of the funniest movies I've seen. Maybe it's because back in that time I was a huge NASCAR fan, but still, I just love Will Ferrell in that movie.
Okay, that would be a reason I wouldn't see it.
What, the NASCAR or
Will Ferrell?
Will Ferrell. Okay, yeah, I can understand that. I don't think I can't watch a movie with Ben Stiller. I don't think he's funny.
No. Wait a minute. Hold on, let me check something real quick. Okay, seems to be fine.
Hey, Rex.
I have never seen a Ben Stiller movie that I thought he was funny.
Rex.
It was everybody else who was funny, but not him. Pepper.
I don't know if I got the camera angle right.
How old is he?
It's like 14, 15.
Yeah, he looks like an elder puppy.
Yep, he's getting there. He's about to be reset.
All right, Cap, I'm gonna tap out, buddy. You guys
Absolutely,
all have a good one.
you have a good one.
Well, we're just about to get into the good story.
What?
How people who are not bi are involuntarily sexist. What? No?
What?
Conversation we got into over on Chaos Central. All right. There was a story I saw on Google News, something about what's his name? Robin Williams.
Right.
Robin Williams' daughter, Zelda, interesting name, asked fans to stop sending viral impressions of his dad. Really?
What did you do with the seatbelt on the passenger side?
Second.
That's an interesting question. I'm going to be interested hearing what LDG has to say when he is back.
Totally agree, Ryan.
Absolutely not, Ryan Johnson. Totally agree.
Never listen to LDG. Helps keep your sanity intact. Or expand your mind to new thinking and new ways of understanding inclusiveness and total 100% reality checks.
Bullshit.
I'm like the Twilight Zone live.
Yeah, the Twilight Zone reboot.
My father asked why I broke the passenger side seatbelt when I never used it. So he thinks that when I went for my interview, somehow I broke a seatbelt I wasn't even using. Yes. Welcome to my world.
You went for an hour ride in Florida without using your fucking seatbelt?
Okay. I know your Klingon ears are a little closed, so I'll say it one more time. The passenger side seatbelt that I did not use.
You said driver's side. Okay.
I said
passenger side. Yeah.
Okay.
Passenger.
Okay. My bad.
But But I'm glad that you're there on every word that I say, ready to jump on anything that comes out of my mouth.
So you had a friend with you didn't tell anybody about.
Yeah, I had Casper. See, it was my friendly neighborhood ghost that was sitting with me. Yeah, that broke the seatbelt somehow, and it's my fault. Yes.
How was the seatbelt broken?
No fucking clue. I didn't even know it was broken until he just came in here fucking barging in, knowing that I'm live and knowing that everyone's going to hear him talk. He'll have this big fat mouth, some stupid bullshit that I have to deal with.
The bird, what is on the agenda for today?
Well, I guess we'll move up the trial of LDG.
What trial of LDG are you talking
The
about?
broken seatbelt.
Oh, okay. That, yeah.
Clearly, he probably picked up a hooker or something while he was away at his so-called interview, and she probably broke the seatbelt trying to bend over.
Well, I appreciate the fact that you think
Or he.
But that's okay.
I like that. I like that. She or he. No, he didn't. He was inclusive. He said she or
Yep,
he.
I'm being more inclusive already. You see? It worked. Oh, that's the most likely scenario. We'll see if he can prove he didn't.
I wonder, maybe that's why I'm in such a good mood this morning. Oh, wait, that was 2 days ago. Never mind.
Living on the memory of it. So, okay, that's fine.
Well, JP's, I would never be driving with Jesus. That's too unsecure. On my passenger seat, there is the Grim Reaper sitting. Because if he makes any bullshit, he knows he is he is in it as well.
Go.
But actually, as for my schedule, I'm going to try to do a bed life at the usual time, 4 p.m. Eastern. Now, Sisso Prey and Nephew Prey should be here well before then, so I don't know how long I'll be able to go for or, exactly what'll be going on. So far, I'm a little better than I was yesterday, but we'll see. I don't trust my health
It's all right, Bird.
these days.
Remember, death just lasts a second.
Just say it, Birdo Pray 5, says JP's. So both, how are you feeling? Oh, I didn't even read that when I started talking. I just had breakfast. My pills are all changed. I don't know what's going on. Like my sugar hasn't been high, which yes, it's good and it's bad in that I can't take my pill because it causes the sugar to go low.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know why I didn't really change. The only thing I've changed is lowered the salt. So unless the salt was somehow causing the pancreas to not put out insulin or something, it really doesn't make sense that the diabetes would clear up. But who knows? I don't know. So I'm checking my sugar like 4 times a day instead of once a day, because I gotta check sometimes more, I guess, but quite a bit, as opposed to I used to only need to do it once a day. Make sure it was high in the morning, take a pill, and maybe check that it was okay by night, which it usually was, and all was fine. Now I got to check it before each meal, and when I wake up, and when I go to sleep, and uh, it's not the end of the world, but
Well, maybe the salt isn't the culprit for you.
it's possible. I'll tell you what did happen was, for the first time in years, my sodium level wasn't low. They did the blood test, and my sodium level has been low, just a little low, for years and years and years.
Mm-hmm.
And now that I stopped eating more sodium from like the first, I just said, well, just eat more salt. And I stopped eating less salt. Now the sodium level is normal. Makes very little sense, but
Howdy,
apparently
everybody.
And good morning, Geek Hero Bubba.
better for the
Good
body.
morning.
Hello, Kapla. Bye-bye.
Hey, Geek. I would love to say they let me out early for good behavior, but I would be lying. They let me out early because I lied.
Resolute, it sounds better in German. That's why I wrote it in German. Der Führer war ein armes Schwein, er hatte keinen Führerschein.
What did you say, Flora?
What did you say, LEG?
Nothing.
What?
Nothing.
I don't understand a single word. What are you doing? Oh, you are eating.
I'm eating.
Damn it, LG, I want a pickle sandwich now, but I'm all out of pickles.
See, now I want pickles. Thanks, Cap.
Yeah.
It's cool. You can make your own pickles.
And actually, what I wrote in German just means that the Führer was a poor pig because he didn't have had a driver's license.
Something is lost in that translation.
Yeah, there is lost a lot in the translation. Because in German, of course, you also have the Führer license. Yeah, it rhymes in German, what it doesn't do in English.
Ah, okay. Yeah. Quickly approaching another forbidden topic, but this one a YouTube topic. Yay! It's kind of nice before when the other topic was forbidden by YouTube. Then I could just say, "Hey, shut up."
Well, all I know is that those little punks on Twitter that tried to get me fired, they not only did not succeed, but now I'm planning something big. I've got to brag at some point in time. But no, they did. We got into that big old Twitter fight, lasted like 2 days, and here I am 2 days after the fight's over. And I mean, yesterday, this is 3 days after. But anyway, after the fight's over, the new boss, our company got bought out by another company, and they came in acting like they were talking to everybody, like it was going to be some kind of new company policy thing. And then they pulled me into a back room, and 6 days into this new company handed me my first write-up. So I would love to say it'd be my last, but I just don't see myself staying here for too much longer.
I'm sorry. What
Staying
was the
where?
write-up?
Staying online or the job?
The any of it. I stayed 10 years with the company that I was with, and then they get bought out, and 6 days in, I'm already getting a write-up over something on Twitter. Seriously?
Sue them.
Yeah. Well, that's a little more complicated. They know they know how to mind their P's and Q's. They stated on the write-up that I did not get written up for what I said on Twitter. I got written up for using the company's name. But here's the weird part. Back when I first started on Twitter back in 2019, these motherfuckers dug so deep back to find one thing, saying where I worked or who I worked for, rather. And then, so that tweet had nothing to do with this one from the other day, but I still got the write-up for it. Like, that is ridiculous.
They got bought out. It's no longer that company.
It was the client, not the but yeah, according to this company's policy, we're not allowed at all to talk about where we work, like, because they don't want the clients to get any kind of blowback from whatever we say. And so that was the point. Like, I used the client's name. I didn't even specifically say that I worked there. Somebody was asking a question, and I used it. Like I said, it was just a whole thing. And then it got me wondering, like, how the hell I don't have my first or last name on my Twitter account at all. So I'm not really sure. Like, I mean, I got my face, but the only thing I can think of is that they cross-searched my face or something on Facebook and then found all my stuff through there. But, yeah, I don't know. All I can say is...
Anonymize.
Yeah. I like my face too much.
Anonymize. Don't be stubborn.
I'm very stubborn. And the fact of the matter is that I didn't say anything. Like... it was completely innocuous what I said when I was talking about the company. And then, the Twitter fight, he only said like 4 times, well, you're not actually in trouble, though that's very ill-advised. And he did, he went off onto a like 20-minute rant about, how unwise the things I said on Twitter were. Yes, I did tell a young lady that she, and by lady, I'm using that term very loosely. I did tell a young woman that she looked like Fat Albert's bastard daughter mated with an old mop. But, things got a little crazy. They started it. I just, anyway, no, he had like a stack as thick as my pinky full of like my tweets and stuff, and not all of them were Twitter. Some of them looked like Facebook shit. So I can only imagine that they're going to come after me for something later. Yeah.
See, that's the cool thing about online. You can easily say that's not you.
Well, I can do that on Twitter. I cannot do that on Facebook because I have had my name on a Facebook.
Is not you, no matter what it is.
Correct.
I don't give a shit if it's Facebook. I don't give a shit if it's mylife.com. I don't give a shit if it's reallyme.com. It doesn't matter. It's not you.
Huh.
Hello.
I had not actually thought about it like that.
Thank you Thank you for telling that. And Resolute Germ, sick the lance, the Kermlaneshek.
So,
fair enough.
No, what we should do is we should have a website that you can sign up for anonymously, and the website will make fake profiles of you all over the place, so that way you can legitimately say it's not you, saying the most fucked up things.
Fair enough.
That way you have a leg to stand on and say, no, there's a company that does this. There's a fucking website that does this. That's not me.
Well, I already actually have that defense.
You put it in plain sight.
Well, I already actually have that defense because I had like 5 of them that day that I have proof of. I took screenshots of like 5 different accounts, their little burner accounts that they got on there, and they took my picture and then started making variations of my name and stuff. A bunch of them started accounts with my face on it. So, and they were indeed saying a bunch of fucked up shit. So,
yeah,
I guess
they should make a website for that to flood the system with fake information, so innocent people can say that's not the fuck me. You can't do shit to me. That's not me.
Yeah, fair enough. I like that idea. Hell yeah.
Great idea. Support Prometheus. I'll make it happen. The best way to hide information is to put it in a plain sight.
No, and then like the whole reason, like he came out there and tried to bring donuts, which I can't even eat because I'm on my diet and everything. And I'm like, well, that's kind of a slap in the face. But then one of my coworkers, that, like I said, this was all supposed to stay private and everything, except for he shows up and then takes me in the back room in front of God and everybody. And I'm like, okay, this is gonna be how it goes. Anyway, one of my coworkers, I took like 3 or 4 of them out of the 2 boxes he brought. I figured I'd bring some home to my lady and everything. And he and one of my coworkers, he's like, are you taking enough? I said, well, I fucking bought them. In a way. But yeah, nah. Yeah, I was. Yeah.
I gotta take my pills.
But yeah, they're supposed to keep me till noon today, and I wasn't feeling that.
And let's see here. Surprisingly, the Fandom Collective just tweeted out 2 minutes ago that we're live. I wonder why the Fandom Collective would do that. Oh, yes, they're the featured channel today. Who actually do support the community by tweeting out different streams. I love the support. I've contacted them several times. Talked to different people each time. Couple people running it that I know of. They actually care about the community. There are others out there that give lip service, but they don't actually do shit. Fandom Collective actually does.
Yeah, Fandom Collective even posted out my stuff as I still was making some on my channel. And I hope I can do again soon. Really would love to get back out there talking to people.
Now, what I'd like to do, unfortunately, I'd like to be able to get somebody from Fandom Collective on here. That would be fun. But
and they probably would like to come online, but they have then internal fights on who's allowed to go.
Uh, yeah, I like that resolute. My employer gets complaints about people who never worked there. Yeah. Let's put it this way. You are never honestly free to say what you want because you may, if you work for somebody, they're going to use it against you. If you're on Social Security or retirement or whatever, that also can be used against you. So, yeah.
Well, then I found out the new company is based in California, so you know.
Oh, that makes it even better. Yeah.
Yeah.
And where did you hear this news, Resolute Germ?
Holy crap.
Wow.
Hate to say it, but they had it coming. Was probably because of the Brexit.
See what happens when you piss off the people that vote for you?
Let me check CNN.
And just think about it. Biden's approval rating just dropped to like 35% or something. That's 65% of people that might do the same. And I mean not vote for him again.
Right.
Yeah.
Ever. Permanently.
Mm-hmm.
Their vote goes 6 feet under.
Oh, let's face it, he's going 6 feet under anyway at his age.
Well, he's old. He's getting to his time.
Let's see here. It's loading.
He's literally a senile meat puppet.
I wiped my butt. I butt my wipe.
Yeah, I've already lost one pot.
Oh, God.
And don't forget, if you live in an area with that's prone to hurricanes, you got to get vaccinated.
Ah! Oh, excuse me, stretching.
Okay.
Sport bets are...
Go ahead, Mark.
Sorry, sport bets are tiring. So back and at the election where Trump won, I had this sports bet going that he gets killed before his term ends, and I lost that one. I really was sure someone would shoot him. I was sure someone would shoot him. Honestly,
he might shoot back though.
So I lost that one. And now I'm thinking the same about Biden, but I won't place a bet this time.
No, he ain't going to get shot. They're going to say that he's unfit for duty, and his vice president's going to put him in a nursing home.
Yeah, that's more likely to happen.
Oh, boy.
No. More than likely what's going to happen, he's going to be hospitalized after something. And they're going to be very non-specific, and then it's going to just, yeah. I would definitely, we're crossing into seriously treacherous waters talking about this topic, because, yeah.
Hey, Cap, we can drop it, but highlight Juan Cholo's comment real fast.
Yeah, that one is
Hold on, let
great.
me get that one. Gotta get to it. Come on. I don't know if it comes up for anybody else. Okay. Yeah,
That's a good one.
exactly. Exactly.
Are you trying a Steven Crowder?
What?
Are you trying to be Crowdered?
No, what are you talking about?
Oh, that one was
Get your channel shut
that was
down.
innocent.
I mean, I don't care. It's all good in the hood. I'm just saying, careful.
MB, I'm doing just fine, man. I'm a little salty, but I'll be all right.
Okay. Solved an issue that was going on in the background. It happened to be Mars, but okay. Huh. Resolute Germ. I'm not surprised.
Yeah. Too much fun. All right.
Well,
gotta make a phone call.
No problem.
How much longer are you streaming for there, Cap? Another hour?
No.
Nope.
Nope.
2 hours?
I'm getting ready to sign off now.
Okay.
But
all right, well, guys,
anyhow,
real quick, if I can.
Go for it.
I gotta call a client here in a minute here, so I just need to guys, keep an eye out. Make sure you're still belled and tweeted or whatever to, youtube.com/nerdrotica. That's LDG of Geeks Enjoy. I will be doing another 50 and 5-minute stream. If we can get 50 people to show up in 5 minutes, let's have some fun. So keep an eye out for that. You'll want to join as soon as you see that notification, hopefully, if YouTube allows. Also, you'll find me. What else we got? Bird doing a Bird Bed Life today, right? I believe you said.
Correct.
I was trying to give Bird a moment to speak something there, but anywho,
eventually he will.
Yeah. Right now he's
when he wakes up.
Yeah, when he wakes up. What? I would be lucky I don't have my soundboard on right now. The backstage is always open. We'll be open today, Friday night. We usually hang out and chill. Usually gets busy around 5 p.m. That's nerdrotica.com/backstage. Join us offline chat room. Get to hang out and do whatever the hell you want. If you have any computer issues, hit me up, guys. There's a lot going on right now, especially with people being tricked into upgrading to Windows 11. That's loads of fun.
I was going to say, I already got tricked into 8 and 10.
Yeah, so hold off, please. If you get any pop-ups on your computer that says your license is about to expire, please upgrade to Windows 11 or anything like, free upgrade or whatever. And just don't upgrade to Windows 11 just yet, even though half of you can't anyway because they put a harsh restriction on what hardware is actually even supported.
I was going to say, my computer's too old.
Yeah, it's a freaking joke. But anywho, watch out for the 50 and 5-minute stream. Backstage is open. Thank you, everybody. Captain, awesome show today, man. Had a blast. Very funny. Good stuff. And I will catch you guys around.
And Resolute Term, yeah, I would wait at least a year. Unfortunately, most people are probably going to have to wait longer than that because they're going to have to end up getting new machines. And yeah, computer components now, yeah, not exactly coming out in timely fashion. So you're better off if you're able to buy a new computer with it on it. So you're not adding to it. It's just, yeah, it's already there. So if you're not interested in Windows 11, which I will say has at least a couple of good ideas, such as being able to use Android apps natively. I get that. That would be useful, but not everything is. And so definitely don't update your computer to it. It won't help. Every time, in fact, I've got an update waiting for my computer that isn't for Windows 11. It's for something else. And every time I download it, my computer goes. So, yeah. I'm biding my time till this computer is fried. Macintosh screwed the AMD Ryzen processor support by making it up to 30% slower. How in the hell did they do that? That's a.
And then they want to pretend it was an accident.
Well, it's probably a compatibility issue.
Mm-hmm.
As I said. Well, the problem is, you said in a year it would all upgrade automatically without Microsoft telling you. The problem is, a lot of people now will be using, well, we'll then have portable bricks. Just call them that because they will not be usable as computers any longer.
NB is absolutely correct. I don't even understand why anybody doesn't listen to conspiracy theorists now. Almost everything that we've been saying for the last 40, 50 years has come true.
Well, part of the problem with the conspiracy theorists is how they come across. They don't come across as authoritative. They come off as whack jobs.
Well, and that's true. And I'll call Alex Jones a whack job to the end of my days, but that doesn't mean that, some of what he said has not come to pass.
Oh, agreed. But I mean, you've got the ones out there, the snake oil salesman. They could say the same thing, word it slightly differently, and say it in a more positive tone, I guess would be the best way to put it.
Yeah.
And yeah, it would go over like, people would buy it. Like, hey, yeah, cool. And Envy says, I know people still using XP. Yeah, I wish. I didn't care for XP. I actually liked 7 better.
I'm actually looking for a computer that still has 7 and has not updated to 7. It will never touch the internet. I need it for one feature and one feature alone. I need the DVD maker on it. Like the actual, like nothing has beaten that so far.
I've used that, and you're correct. And I will say this. Never, ever, 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 ever connect to the internet if you get that. Ever. For any reason.
Agreed. I'll pull everything off, like anything that I need. All of my stuff that I'm ripping and backing up and all that will all be done on my other computer, and then I will bring it over and put it on disk. But I am not letting that thing touch the internet at all.
And Resolute Germ said, my coworker just upgraded from Windows to Vista last week. Okay. Why? I mean, they're so far behind. Why bother?
What's 15 years?
Good God. I mean, hell, I'm behind in the times, but yeah, that's just why bother? Does it stop working? I see that Bird is currently busy. Probably sleeping. But, don't want to disturb sleep, I pray. Um, ow. His computer was about 15 years old and just died. Damn. 15 years old. That was back when computers were actually built better. Now, no. Fuck no.
You're lucky if they last 3.
Oh God, yes. I hate my new computer. I mean, I like it, but I hate it because this is the first computer I've gotten where you can't upgrade anything at all. Not the memory, not anything. Can't do anything to it. Everything it's all sealed up. And where you'd normally be able to take it apart and put in a new hard drive or upgrade the memory. No, can't do shit to it. Just like, I don't like this thing. And I got it new. I didn't get used.
The
I should
only
have
reason
gotten
a
used.
company would the only reason a company would ever do that is so they can ensure you have to buy another one instead of upgrading anything.
Yeah, they definitely don't want that anymore.
Yeah,
I like the days where they had little, the thing was obviously screwed shut all over the place. But they had little areas that you could unscrew. You could take out the hard drive. You could change it. You could either put in a new hard drive or put in new memory or whatever. But
and that's the thing. Well, when you could do that, they actually sold more than making something that doesn't let you do that. I mean, you pay them three or four times versus just paying them the once. And trust me, most people, when they see that you can't upgrade anything on it, are never going to buy from them again.
Oh, I'm never going to buy from them again. That'll happen. The only way I will buy from them again is if I'm buying an old system.
Yeah.
And Resolute Germ, I don't know how he kept it running so long. He's 65 and knows next to nothing about technology. How he kept it running so long? That's wow. That says a lot.
Easy. He didn't use it. It's like a car, when you see these little old ladies with these cars that are 40 years old, like a 40-year-old vehicle, and the reason it's still running is because it only has 14,000 miles on it.
But let's see here. You didn't want to have any big plans for the weekend. It is Friday after all.
I gotta work.
I know Resolute Germ is going to be having his Saturday morning cartoons on tomorrow. And then he's going to be having Farscape on Sunday evening, as far as I know, unless work has changed things. I'm going to try to get a nap in earlier so I can be on tomorrow. I've missed so many weeks now, it's not even funny. On Sunday night.
Yeah, no, we got not far from where I'm at, we do have the castle in Muskogee. They do the haunted castle every weekend in October, so I might go out there for a little bit. It's free to get in. You pay for attractions or to buy stuff, but it's kind of cool seeing the castle all, the same castle that, and stuff they use for the Renaissance Fair when they turn it into a haunted, area. Like, it's freaking awesome. Since I don't go to work till midnight, it's kind of cool, go out there for a little bit. We'll see. But they're open Fridays and Saturdays, so,
And let's see here. What's going on, V-Star? Hopefully you have a good weekend. I know I don't know about the weather where you are right now. It's getting cooler here, and I'm not looking forward to winter at all. By the way, apparently I may end up being the only one in my family who does not have the as high risk of being exposed to COVID because I rarely get out of my house. So, yay. I'm the one vaccinated. I hate saying that word. I have the shot. I have the shots. But I'm going to be the only one not at risk because I'm not going anywhere except to the doctor.
Mm-hmm.
And when I do that, most of the time I don't encounter anyone between my getting there and the door. As soon as I walk in the door, they hand me a mask.
Yeah.
So no problem. They're like, "Oh, have you gone any place where you could be potentially exposed to COVID?" Yes, here. I'm sorry. Hospitals are one of the most dangerous places if you're worried about being exposed to COVID. Duh.
Yeah.
You got sick people there.
Yeah.
You have less risk of being exposed to COVID at McDonald's than you do at a hospital. I'm not
don't
saying there's
know.
no risk. I'm not saying there's no risk. I'm not saying the risk is low. I'm saying there's a smaller chance of it at
No,
McDonald's
no, I
than
was
at
going
a
to tell you where I'm
hospital.
at. Where I'm at, there is a McDonald's right next to the hospital, and I can guarantee you that is the most infected place on the planet.
Okay, if the hospital is next to McDonald's, that's no, fuck that. That's out. If you're
Yeah.
going to a restaurant or a fast food place that's right next to or in 5-minute proximity of it, yeah, fuck that. No, out. Don't even bother. Further out, that's fine. I wouldn't go to any of the businesses near me because they are too near the hospital. That's why I always go out of town where they don't have a hospital. Oh, thank God.
Fair enough.
And McDonald's is probably cleaner than the hospital. Look, yeah, it is, quite honestly.
I don't think.
Well, see, I know the McDonald's that I used to go to. The owner was what's what I'm looking for. He wanted to keep the floors immaculate. Therefore, any spills, the entire floor was mopped. There was one time the floor had to be mopped 3 times in a row because people were spilling things. What happened 2 of the times? They fell because the floor was wet.
Like a bad sitcom skit.
Yep. Because they forgot to put out the wet floor sign.
Woohoo! Ole! Never mind.
And yeah, I would. Let me see here. Who is backstage? Here we go. Got another one.
Nah, I want to kind of hit up on that one there, Captain. We had at the Shoney's I worked at, this kid, he forgot to put out the wet floor sign. We had one of our servers, waitresses, slip, fall, bust a bottle, and shatter her hand to the point where she had to get surgery on it.
Good Lord.
Because the fucking idiot didn't put out the wet floor sign.
Yep.
She slipped on it, cut her hand up so bad from the shattered ketchup bottle that she had to get surgery on it and was unable to come back to work. And as you can imagine, the kid was fired that day. Pretty much, I was surprised we didn't get a lawsuit.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a miracle in and of itself. Are you sure the owner or somebody didn't pay her, to be quiet?
I have no idea what happened. I was only, God, what was I, 7? I was 17 or 18 at the time, so I didn't really get involved in the higher up stuff.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
I just know, we asked about her. I knew some of the other servers knew her, and she had to go in for surgery. She had to get her hand, and she lost about 50% of feeling in her hand.
Oh yeah, when we were kids, my sister would have been, let's see, I want to say we were 7 and 8, and my sister was going. My whole family kind of lived on the same 10 acres, and No, we didn't move there until I was 10, so it'd have been like 10 and 11, but something like that. Anyway, everything runs together after a while. But anyway, my sister was running something back and forth between between our house and my grandma's house, and it was dark, and she got scared. She took off. She had a glass cookie jar in her hand. She fell over, and it cut the whole like inside of the palm of her hand, and they went and they did surgery on her hand and everything. She still, to this day, because of how slow nerve endings grow, she still does not have feeling in the tips of her middle and ring finger because of that,
and never will.
Probably not.
Well, no,
I mean,
she has more feeling than she did.
Yeah,
it is.
The nerves in the tendons got cut.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was something similar to what happened to this lady. And she was not a young lady. She was about 65 years old when this happened.
Oh. Ooh.
And I remember the guy saying, "Am I going to get fired?" I looked at him. I said, "If you're lucky, that's all you get."
Yeah.
I had no sympathy for him. Anytime I had to mop floors or do something, I always made sure the wet floor sign was out. I didn't fuck around with that. I knew the rules and I followed the rules.
I'm sorry, the wet floor sign should go out prior to the floor being mopped.
Exactly.
Why? So people know that it's going to be mopped. Yeah. You don't do it afterward, because that way you always run the risk that somebody does not know it was mopped. So you always put out the sign prior to it being mopped.
One of the biggest problems I've ever noticed about a McDonald's is they'll have that wet floor sign out, and it's like, I swear to God, they mop the floor with grease because you're about ready to slip and fucking fall on your ass.
Yep.
Oh, good. I'm not the only one who noticed that.
Well, that's because they use the same mop in the back area as they do the front. It's like, are you stupid?
Yeah.
Exactly.
You know the answer to that.
You're going to use a back mop that cleans up the grime and oil, and then you're going to use that same fucking water and go mop the front? You fucking moron.
Even if the water's changed, the mop still has the grease and grime in there.
Exactly. There's a reason why I take my mop head off once in a while and throw it in the washing machine.
I'm sorry, they should have a front end mop and a back end mop. And the two should
And a bathroom mop. And a bathroom mop.
Yes. And a bathroom
absolutely.
Mop.
You need 3 mops. You need a front mop, a back mop, and a bathroom. And like I said earlier in there, I said, you want to know how good a place is? Go check out the bathroom.
Yep.
You can tell a lot about a fucking place by how the bathroom looks. I knew places, I worked at places where the bathroom had to be clean no matter what, once an hour.
Yep.
It had to be mopped. It had to be cleaned. It had to be checked. Once an hour, every hour, and you had to sign off on it. And then I've been in places where I've actually walked into a place, to a restaurant, went to the bathroom, saw the bathroom, walked out, told my wife, I was like, we're leaving. She's like, why? I'm like, because if the bathroom is any indication, this place sucks.
Yep. My mom was always like that. She taught all of her kids to be like that.
I mean, but it's the truth when you think about it.
It is.
It is. I mean, you want to know if they take their place seriously? How well is the bathroom?
Exactly.
I've been in bathrooms that are just disgusting as all hell, and I've been like, no, I'm not eating here. I'm not going to eat in a place that, if your bathroom looks like this, God knows how you treat your food.
Uh-huh.
I have walked out of places because of the bathrooms. I'm like, I'm not eating. Like, I didn't even want to piss in this damn place, let alone eat here after that.
Sorry, the way you said it, that was great.
Well, I mean,
Well, there are places it's like, I think it'd be cleaner if I pissed on the floor. It's like, there, I started your mop for you. I clean it up.
I've walked into some places where if I had pissed on the floor, it might have actually been an improvement. Because at least urine is sterile and doesn't have any infections in it. Which
normally, yes,
was on that goddamn floor. You got to remember, the Romans used to use urine as a disinfectant
for good reason. Now, there's always, it's possible to pass an infection in urine, but that's really, that's when you really need to be on strong medication.
Antibiotics.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, when it comes to there was this Steak and Shake down in Tampa, Florida. Was absolutely the worst place to go. So I kid you not, we used to take, me and my wife, we used to take our kids, and we had a friend of ours who had several kids and adopted kids. And we used to go there and pretty much let them just act however they wanted because the service was so shitty. We're like, fuck it. If we're going to have a bunch of rowdy kids, might as well make these assholes suffer.
Yeah.
I literally kid you not. My wife and I went to this Steak and Shake. The waitress came up to us, and this is how it went. How you doing? Oh, hold on a second. I've got to get my notepad. Comes back. Oh, I've got to get a pen. Comes back. My wife is like, are you ready now? And, we got we took our order and everything. But I had times where I would go in that same restaurant and it's like we were there for like 10 minutes. Nobody's serving us. I see all these workers there just bullshitting. I'm like, I've been here for 10 fucking minutes. Is anybody going to serve me? And I didn't play around. And then I had one time where we took the kids and we said, bring the kids' foods out first because the kids' foods were the simpler ones. They fucked everything up. I went and I said, I want to speak to your manager. I get the manager. You know what the manager tells me when I get 2 words out? Oh, this is only my second day here. I'm like, I don't give a shit.
Nope.
You're the fucking manager. She's like, I've only been here 2 days. I'm like, I don't care. Your service here sucks.
They ought to, okay, it's their second day there. This should be when she's going over stuff, not, sorry.
Yeah, that's like, oh, it's my second day here. Maybe I need to be listening to this guy because he's obviously pretty pissed and has been here a while before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At the very least, she needs to start getting a handle on it.
Oh, yeah. I don't think we went back there after that. I think that was the last time I went there because I told her, I said, well, you know what? You've lost. I said, I don't give a shit if it's your second day here. You guys have lost a bunch of customers. I'm like, there are 8 of us here and we are done. And yeah, we never went back. Now, the one place I do miss there was this Greek restaurant. I can't remember what it was called. It was a little mom and pop place off of Dale Mabry, and it was blue. And they
was it called Euros?
No, I don't remember the name of it. I'd have to actually look it up. But man, oh my god, they made the best omelets ever because they use Greek cheese and everything in it. Oh,
that's beautiful.
So Oh man, breakfast and lunch. Their Greek style omelet and their Greek hamburgers were just to fucking die for. I love them. That was how I actually got introduced to feta cheese. I had never had feta cheese before that. Now I'm like, I love that cheese, especially for cooking.
Feta is absolutely like amazing.
Yeah, I did this one time, Geek Hero. I got some feta cheese and I was making hamburgers and I decided to try something different. So I took the hamburger, I took the feta, and I, put the feta in the hamburger and kind of, cooked them that way. So you would have feta cheese on the inside. Oh boy, did that! Oh God, that came out so good. Biting into a hamburger, having feta cheese come out. Oh, whew. By the way, every time I see this thing, they're like, one thing cannot go on the hamburger. What is it? Universally, I think everybody says is almost the same thing: ketchup. Like, I don't want ketchup on my hamburger. I want mayonnaise and mustard. I want lettuce, tomato, onion, jalapenos.
It depends. If it's a really cheap burger, I go ahead. If it's McDonald's, they better freaking put ketchup on it because that's about the only way you're gonna render a taste.
I want mustard, mustard all the way.
Oh, I do both. Like I said, if it's a cheap burger, I do both. I only do mustard on a good one, like on a good burger, unless it depends on the type of vegetables I have. Because if I got a pretty decent, well-rounded salad on there, I want mayonnaise.
When it comes to a hamburger, it's a mayonnaise mustard combo.
Agreed.
I cannot mix mayonnaise and mustard at all.
If really a hamburger, mayonnaise, mustard, lettuce, and onion are the minimum. But if I go to Five Guys, oh my God, they put fresh jalapenos on my burger. Oh
yeah.
I mean fresh jalapenos, not that.
Yeah, I almost can't have a burger with it. Yeah, I almost can't have a burger without jalapenos. Fresh or canned, I don't really care. I like fresh better, obviously, but
yeah, but fresh is so much better when it's cut off and it's not canned. Oh, just
definitely
lights up the senses, gets the taste in there. Resolute Jerk, ketchup and mayo, no mustard. You sick man.
Yeah, you sick man. That's great.
I don't do ketchup. The only time I use ketchup anymore is if it's on a hot dog, and that's only if the hot dog is a plain hot dog.
You don't eat ketchup with fried potatoes?
No. When it comes to fries or fried potatoes, I use mustard. I dip mustard. I dip my fries in mustard.
Fair enough, but weird. But yeah.
I will use mustard with mustard. I'll use ketchup with cheap fries.
Okay, yeah, cheap fries. I can understand that. For me, when I go to a place like Five Guys or I cook my own fries, yeah, I gotta do mustard. I just prefer it. Yellow mustard is a garbage condiment. Resolute, you're a sick man. See, my wife doesn't like yellow. No, my wife doesn't like yellow mustard, but she does like spicy mustard or honey mustard.
Dijon or yeah.
Oh, that's what I love about. The only thing I love better than honey mustard for nuggets is that Polynesian sauce that you can get from Chick-fil-A.
Mountains of Elysium.
I bought a bottle of that stuff. They were selling it at Walmart, and I bought that.
Yeah, my wife actually bought that too over at our grocery store here, and it is the one sauce everybody in my house loves. Both my kids love it. It is just the best. That Polynesian sauce is just the shit.
Oddly enough, do you know that's actually why they had the sauce shortage at Chick-fil-A over the summer? Was because they had started bottling it and they didn't make up for that. They didn't take into factor in that if they're bottling it, they needed to up production of the actual sauce. It's actually because they started selling the bottle sauce that they had to catch up, because of the.
No, I did not know that. I did know there was a shortage on the Polynesian.
It just cracks me up.
Yeah, we have a bottle in the fridge right now, and it's like, we cook chicken nuggets or chicken tenders or whatever. It's like you pull out that Polynesian sauce, everybody goes for it. It's just a really good flavor, good taste, good dipping sauce. Although every time I want to go to frickin' Chick-fil-A, I always end up wanting to go on a Sunday. Exactly.
Dang.
It's like, yeah, let's go to Chick-fil-A. It's Sunday. Fuck.
Curses.
6 other days in the damn week. When do I want to go to Chick-fil-A on a Sunday? Ooh, garlic mayo? I've never had garlic mayo.
I've had that before. It is pretty darn good.
Oh, sea salt. I love sea salt.
Well, it's just really funny because a lot of people don't know that mayonnaise is just egg whites and oil. And so you hear all these people, avocado oil and emu egg whites, and I'm like, yeah, okay, that's still just mayonnaise.
How you doing, Mountains? Ketchup and mayo on my burger. Garlic mayo or curry sauce on fries. Curry sauce on fries. Huh. So I guess Mountains like spicy fries.
Hey, Mountains.
And I have to be honest, sea salt is a very good seasoning.
Danger, danger, danger.
Danger, Will Robinson.
Hi, Rosetta.
Hey, guys.
Howdy.
All salt is sea salt.
Technically, that's not necessarily true.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'm not sure that's correct.
That one isn't correct because there are actually salt mines that are in mountains that
that's
process their waste.
Well, now one
don't
can
you have
say
salt
that
mountains in the? Oh, sorry, Bubba. Rosetta, don't you guys have salt mountains in the Black Hills?
No.
No?
The salt mines were in the south, but there are some that are not anywhere near oceans and are not oceanic. I can't remember what they said. There is a specific way it's processed and developed in the mountains, but yeah, it's weird, but you can decide how you feel. It's also the sea salt versus regular salt isn't just where it's gathered, it's how it's processed. Because there's bleaching and other stuff they do to regular table salt.
Yeah, I don't think people realize that there are actually salt snobs out there that are very, very picky about the salt they use.
Oh, I am. In fact, I collect a lot of the different ones from around the world because they do have very different flavors.
Exactly, and it's a very big seasoning. So, okay, well, Rosetta, what kind of salts do you prefer?
Usually Himalayan. It's also the smoked herb ones that they have from sea salt from France are actually really good too.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I know one thing, and this is not a salt thing, but I'll tell you what, my wife would give almost anything to have the hummus that they made in Turkey. She said that was the best hummus she's ever had, ever. America just does not make it like the Turks do.
Well, there are a lot of things like that, though.
It's like one of the reasons why I actually go to Home Goods is because in their food section they get a lot of the Italian imports for pastas and stuff.
Yep.
And they get them relatively cheap too. And recently they have had freaking truffle pasta and sauces in there.
Truffle, really? Are we talking real truffles? Because
yes,
expensive.
They are expensive. It's like when you talk about truffle pasta and sauces, that it's a little bit of truffle with some other mushroom cooked into oils and stuff. That's how it's always been made because of how expensive they are and how strong they are. But yeah, they've had actual truffle stuff recently out of them, and yeah, it's a little expensive. It's not that bad. But God, it's good to eat. Oh God, it tastes good.
who makes the truffle sauce? What company?
I don't remember offhand. I know it's one of the import companies, and
I'll have to look that up because I've never had a truffle or any kind of truffle in my life. And as for those of you who don't know, truffles are very exotic and expensive as hell to buy.
Yep. You even see the difference there. Even with they only use a little bit of one truffle in the sauces in general, and even then, you're talking about their sauces are like 2-3 times what the other ones are, but you can taste it all the way through it. It is good.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to send me that sauce. Whoever makes that sauce, because I want to try that.
Do you have a Home Goods around you?
No. But
Next
I
time,
could probably order it online from a Home Goods.
Let me see if I can find their stuff because I don't know if they have online shopping or not because they're kind of a niche store. So let me see what I can find. Okay.
Yeah, sure. I'd love to try it. I'm always up for trying a new sauce. One of the things I had to do was I had to start making my own fettuccine sauce because the sauce in the can was just garbage, and I had to start making my own. And when I would get their sauce, it'd be runny, it'd be just garbage. See, for me, fettuccine sauce needs to be thick, smooth, creamy, and just be popping with flavor.
Well, that's why a good sauce would be using real cream, not water. Some of those actually use water.
Yeah, they water it. Yeah, they water it down, and it kills the process. Whereas when I make mine, the main ingredient is Philly. I believe when I make mine, I have to look it up. I haven't made it in a while. I believe Philly cream cheese, Parmesan cheese are the two key ingredients in it. And actually, I don't even buy Parmesan cheese anymore. Well, I don't buy the Parmesan anymore. My wife found this really good, fresh, jarred kind of cheese for that, and I absolutely fell in love with it. It is like the best Parmesan cheese I've ever had on spaghetti, pizza, lasagna, you name it. It is just fucking great on it on an Italian dish.
We have talked about a lot of food today, and I'm a fat guy. This is getting bad.
Yeah, I'm a fat guy too.
Like, I am getting really hungry.
Filet mignon, sauce or no sauce? No sauce. Not on a filet mignon.
No.
If the filet mignon is done right, no sauce.
No. Yeah, agreed there. I can't find it offhand online. Their website doesn't have the foods online, only the dry goods stuff.
Okay.
But I can get some pictures of it when I get up fully later and send you that. But yeah, my husband did that, and we get them, and yeah, pay a bit for it, and he gets the pasta that's infused with the truffle, and he gets the truffle sauce, and he cooks it up with the freaking bison meat. And God.
Oh my God, you cook bison meat? Nice. I can't find bison meat. I'm lucky if I can, at this point, one of the biggest things, I'm lucky if I can find 90-10 beef.
Shit, there's in the last few years there's gotten to be a lot of bison ranches in Iowa here, and they're ones that are buying them off of the Black Hills every year when they do the roundup because of how many they're getting.
Mm-hmm.
And shit, they've even got fucking bison meat over now at the Sam's Club here.
Yep.
Hey,
It's a little bit
Rosetta,
on the expensive side, but they do have it.
Rosetta, have you ever taken pictures of the Black Hills?
Oh yeah.
Could you send me some of them? I've never seen the Black Hills before. I'd love to see your pictures of them.
Yeah, remind me later or do a screen share at some point. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me put it to you this way. 18. Filet mignon should be done medium rare and no sauce.
And I am 100% in agreement with Captain Trek on that.
If you need a sauce, it's overdone.
Yeah, if you need a sauce for a filet mignon, that filet mignon was not done right. And I agree with you on how it should be cooked.
That's the other thing with that. With fine steaks like that, even if you don't do it on the rare side, if you do it right, if you really cook it well, if you really use the oils and that stuff correctly, if you really, sear it and bake it right and all that, if you do the fancy steps, it's juicy as fuck. You don't need sauce because of what kind of cut it is.
Well, that's one of the reasons why I'm a ribeye guy, not a New York style, because I can cook a ribeye and get it seared just right on the top and get it medium rare in the middle and just have nothing but pure juices. Sometimes I don't even want Heinz 57, which is my favorite steak sauce, but I'm like, if you cook a steak right, you don't even need sauce on it.
Mm-mm. Nope.
Actually,
if you get the right cut of beef and if it's cooked right, you don't need sauce.
Now, there is something I've seen people do where they'll inject the sauce in the steak before it's being cooked. And
Correct.
Then they will put the sauce inside the steak.
Right, that's infused. Yes.
Yeah, it fuses with the medium rare, and then when you get it, it just adds to the flavor if done right. But if a steak is overcooked, it's garbage.
No.
I will also tell you, no matter how you prefer your steaks, no matter what cook you prefer them on, you have to cook them correctly or it will get tougher. Even on the rare side, it will get tougher if you don't cook them right.
Exactly.
If you cook them right, if you take the careful steps, you can cook them to darker cooks for people who can't eat the rare and they're still juicy. You have to be a fucking badass chef, though. You have to be good with it.
I mean, I'm sorry. Most professional chefs do say medium rare is the ideal for most cuts of steak.
And think about this. Once you have a medium rare steak, you let it sit for a few minutes so the juices can come back in the center so they're not bleed down all over if they're the right kind of chef, they won't give it to you immediately. They'll keep it warm, put it in foil, let it breathe, let the juices kind of go back into place, and then serve it to you.
Correct. And see, for me, I understand. I can't eat them at those cooks, but that's literally because I'm sensitive to anything that comes in rare meats because of my immune issues.
Okay.
So anything that's a rarer cook actually makes me very, very ill. So unfortunately, I can't eat that stuff. But my husband has spent a lot of time learning how to cook them so they're as still as close to that as it can and not make me sick, you know? So to keep it extremely moist, to do all that stuff.
A-Team asked a question here. Steak cooked. Boil, grill, fry pan. Grill. I'm going with grill.
The most common technique for professional chefs is actually where they actually do a hard, fast grill on the outside to sear it, and then they bake it slightly. Because baking it after you sear it hard actually traps all the juices inside.
That's correct.
And that's one of the things that so many people forget is how important searing is. But searing is a technique that you have to learn how to do properly. Otherwise, you'll ruin the steak. If you sear too long. The whole point of searing is, you get the outside really, brown and juicy, and then you get that medium rare. Or like I said, I'm like Captain Trek. I'm a medium rare guy. I want the juices. I want to be able to cut into it. I want to be able to eat into it, and it be just juicy and
Well, when I'm pressed for time, and I have a trick my mom taught me when I was a kid. I will sear a roast and then stick it in the crock pot, and then when I get home, I can throw the vegetables in there. It only takes about an hour, but yeah, you'll sear the roast, and it locks the juices up in there longer, and then of course it marinates in its own juices because it's a roast anyway in a crock pot.
Oh yeah, I do a lot of stuff with the crock pot and roaster ovens. I do a lot of stuff with the crock pot and roaster ovens because once you get a proper sear and you actually take the time and you actually simmer it right and stuff like that. One of the ones that I did with that was actually having this absolutely seared down actual goose, and I actually did it with this spiced blackberry sauce that I made him.
Oh, that's awesome.
And you simmer it for hours in the roaster oven, and then you throw the veggies in with it at the end and the extra spices to make sure it's really strong and all that, and it is good.
One of the best things I learned how to do in a crock pot was I learned how to do ribs in a crock pot. I would slow cook the ribs in the crock pot, then take the ribs out, put the sauce on the ones that I wanted sauced and left the other ones alone and just dry rub them. Put them in the oven for like 20 minutes. Pull them out, and it is just fall off the bone good. It was one of the best ways I ever learned how to do ribs. I mean, every time we do ribs that way, everybody loves it. Except for one time, because we left the ribs in there not enough time, and they were tough. We made that mistake once, never again.
If you do the sear right before you put meats into those, use crock pot, use roaster ovens if you're trying to get the big ones or cook a little faster stuff. If you do the sear right before you put it into the juices to simmer for hours, they still have that nice crisp at the very edge, but everything else is just soft.
I may have to try that. I may have to go ahead and get the ribs, sear them, and then put them in the crock pot, and then put them in the oven afterwards. I might have to add that step.
When I do that with ribs, I'm very much, when it comes to sauces, I don't like 90% of the sauces in the store. I don't like ketchup. I don't like mayo. I don't like mustard. I think they're very plain. But I will, when I do ribs, I will sit there with a crock pot for a few days, and I will home brew and simmer fresh barbecue sauces from scratch that will go on to the ribs when I cook them.
Oh, God, that sounds good.
That does sound good, but if you don't like any of those sauces, it makes me think you've got like a like you don't like your, if those taste plain to you, do you like have taste bud issues? Like not
no, I just like things to have a lot of kick and a lot of spice.
I love spice. I love mixing habanero and horseradish, like those together.
Here, to explain it easy. Okay, ketchup is mostly just tomato and salt and sugar with a little bit of vinegar, which the vinegar is not strong in flavor when they make it anyways.
Well, no.
Ketchup is very it's very nondescript for a reason, and that I don't like. When it comes to mayo, it just doesn't appeal to me at all. I'll be honest. And when it comes to mustard, I will not eat plain yellow mustard because ugh. I will use mustard spice on my foods. I won't use mustard sauces that the stores sell.
There's a difference between mustard.
I am a bit of a food snob, okay?
That's fine. I wasn't making fun of you or anything. I was curious.
There was this Chinese restaurant I used to go to in California. It was right next to a Round Table Pizza. And I tell you what, I don't know. They made their own mustard. And I don't know what was in this mustard, but I swear there had to be some horseradish in it. Because one, it was so good. And two, if you took too much, it would be like taking a little too much wasabi.
Some Asians actually will mix horseradish and wasabi together in both sauces.
Horseradish and wasabi are actually cousins to each other. In North America, most wasabi that we get is actually wasabi flavored horseradish. And in Japan, because it costs so much to import and export, most horseradish they get is actually horseradish flavored wasabi.
No shit.
Yes,
yep.
And also that's what I also am a snob with, because honestly, they're very closely related, but I like wasabi so much more. And I will sit there and go down to the Asian markets and track down the real stuff, and I will get the powder and use it, and I will eat the seaweeds and everything else. I fucking love wasabi.
I actually would not mind having wasabi on a burger. I would love to try that.
It's actually really good.
My husband came up with one that he did, which was actually had this simmered over the top, like 3 cheeses with wasabi sauce that he blended out of the powder for us. So,
oh, you had a tres leche.
Yeah, and that was on a bison burger he did for me.
Ooh. I went to this restaurant one time, and I literally ordered a grilled cheese there, and it was 3 types of cheeses on this grilled cheese. And I wish to God I remembered which 3 cheeses, because it was just the best grilled cheese I'd ever had in my life.
That's awesome.
So I guess you guys can kind of get a glimpse of, and see, the stuff I eat very healthy with my stuff. I get lean cuts. I cook things in a way that they'll lose the most fats and stuff like that. Everything we do with my food, it's healthy but flavorful is our shot. That's what we want.
Yeah,
because
there's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, I mean, you can have food that tastes good and still be healthy. I don't understand. Back in the 80s, I remember this, the 70s, 80s era, where everything was like, if you're going to eat healthy, it has to be bland and, tasteless. And it was like, yeah, nobody's going to fucking want to eat like that.
I think that was their point.
And why, by the way? Because most cuts of fish that you would use for grilled fish, most things you can make with chicken, stuff like that, you can make extremely flavorful. You can make really good and still have low fat, still high protein, all that kind of stuff.
Oh, the best fish for me, in my opinion, and this is just me, but it's a toss-up between catfish and salmon.
I like catfish a lot. I'll eat salmon. I don't like it as much as I do some others. For me,
that's understandable.
I'm also not a big fan. I'm also not a big fan of tuna myself. But
I won't eat tuna anymore because that's what my ex-wife used to make all the fucking time was tuna helper.
But I was gonna say one of my favorite fish is swati and orange roughy and stuff like that. And yeah, I am a fucking food snob. I admit it.
Well, that's fine.
Do you like bluegill?
I don't know if I've actually been able to find that over where I live.
Bluegill's pretty good. But yeah, catfish and salmon are my 2 favorite types of fish.
Which just shows
I'm actually one of those fools that likes tilapia, and a lot of people are like, "That's a junk fish. It's terrible." I'm like, I like it.
Tilapia.
Hey, I like tilapia too.
The problem with it mostly is how a lot of it is farmed. It's not the fish itself. And if you can get the stuff that's actually fresh caught, it is actually very good.
Also, if you season it up right, I mean, tilapia is great with some lemon.
Swai is really good, though. You guys have to try it. It's in that same whitefish kind of realm as tilapia and stuff, but it's really soft, it's really tender, and it cooks really well with like spice, fruit reductions, and stuff like that.
You had me at spiced fruit reductions.
I'll be right back. I gotta take the dogs out for a potty break.
Why do I have a feeling at the end of this, Bubba's going to be like, where does she live? I need her to cook for me.
No. Bubba can cook for himself, and he's damn good at it. All I really need to do is pick your brain for a little while.
And don't forget, there's always the Indian tacos.
Well, yeah. Trust me, I live in the northeast Oklahoma area. We get plenty of Indian tacos.
Look backstage, Rosetta.
One sec. Oh, for fuck's sakes. You have a weird, sick mind.
Dang.
That's what was said.
Whew.
Thankfully, what's said backstage stays backstage, but oh dear God.
Me and my husband spent a little time going through the old stuff because, of course, traditional fry breads in the old days, before the modernized versions started being used, were based mostly in corn with a little bit of a flour that they processed from the local forms of wheat.
Mm-hmm.
And again, the corn back then was not this shit today. It was rainbow corn and blue corn were the actual maises that grew wild.
Yep.
And my husband spent some time researching this and studying the plants and stuff, and has actually started getting me fucking blue corn flour stuff and actually cooking more traditional ones, cast iron, to taste more like the wood, like the rock fire and stuff they do and everything.
That's awesome. Yep.
And so he does that, and then we do the Indian tacos on it. And I need to do wojapi. I haven't done that in too fucking long. And that's the thing that, fry bread for the different things they did. Well, first of all, while it's called fry bread, it's not high fat, and it is very much full of a lot of vitamins, minerals, because of how they get the process and what they've used in it and stuff. But it's also, there were multiple types that were traditional for different parts of the foods they would make, because they didn't cook it and process it the same way to make fry bread for an Indian taco that you would for fucking wojapi, where you're serving it with honey in a freaking berry pudding soup,
Yeah.
And so there's a big difference there. And I love my tribal cooking. I love my upbringing. So we do that stuff a lot. I think I've gotten my husband addicted to tribal foods.
Yeah.
That's a good thing.
Absolutely.
But yeah, me and my husband both love to cook for each other and spoil each other. So that's one thing.
And that's another
that
good
we
thing.
Do. A good marriage, you want to make each other happy. And that would include everything. The thing that I've talked to people who go, well, what do I care what the food is? It's just going to be for a few minutes anyways. It's like, it's the experience. And it's the time you take to take the effort to cook something nice for somebody because you love them. And because you want them to have the best.
Everything has memories attached to it, whether you choose to create them or not. And, pretending that you can just, that you can just, slough off something as important as food. Food is literally, it brings cultures together, makes, I mean, hell, we've seen food start wars. I mean, come on now.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and that's the thing is, I want my husband to be happy. So therefore, yes, it's natural. And Cap's seen me when I do sandwich streams or I'm making stuff for hubby on stream. How much stuff do I do? How fancy do I make it?
Yeah. Oh my, yeah.
Yep.
Because I want to make him happy. And the thing is, that's why when I'm sick, when I'm in bed or I'm going through shit, he'll make me these foods that are as much of my traditional food mixed with these gourmets that I love as possible. And he'll bring me those when I'm in bed because he wants me to feel better and he wants to cheer me up. He wants me to have that good memory and sense.
Rosetta, one thing I'm never going to forget on Twitter was when your husband got suspended for telling you to make a sandwich.
Oh, God.
I am never going to forget that one. And then Rosetta was like, go fuck yourself, people. This is my husband. He's joking with me.
Oh, the thing is, it wasn't that much of a joke. Usually when he says that, he starts leaning his head down his office going, honey, I meant it. I'm hungry. It's like, fucking hell.
Yeah, but still, it was.
They don't need to know that.
But he got suspended for it because somebody thought that Rosetta would find it offensive. That was so funny. And then Rosetta's like,
people need to mind their own business.
Yeah, no shit. I think that's actually what Rosetta said was, you need to mind your own fucking business.
No, it's one thing if somebody said that to somebody and she obviously was angry and kept telling him to leave her alone or something. Then you have a reason to think asshole, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But come on. Anybody who actually pays half an ounce of attention to see half of the shit me and my husband say to each other, well, it's not like either of us are nice to each other in that regards. We tease each other constantly. That's how we are.
Again, that's also a sign of a healthy relationship.
Yeah.
People that are constantly walking on eggshells around each other are obviously not in a very good relationship with each other.
I still remember my husband coming in here when I was laying in bed just exhausted one day, couldn't hardly get up. He goes in, "Aw, honey, are you okay?" And kind of pokes my foot. "Aw, do you need to be groped?" What the fuck?
Sounds like something I would say to my wife.
I remember just looking up at him and going, "What the hell is that going to do?" "Well, it'll make me feel better."
Actually, I wouldn't have asked my wife if she wanted to be groped. I would have just started doing it and see what happens.
Oh, he does that all the time. I still remember, and okay, I'm going to narc a little bit. I still remember one night I wake up in the middle of the night and now I have to sleep in the fucking U-pillows because of my spine damage. So yeah, we don't really get to cuddle up close as much as I like usually. But I wake up in the middle of the night and his arms are, technically speaking, you could define them as around me, but it was more than around. I'm laying there and one arm is wrapped underneath my body and the hand is down the freaking pajama pants. His other arm is wrapped over. His other arm's wrapped over my body, over one boob, and groping the lower one. And he's literally making this motion and doing this while he snores.
Somewhere his subconscious knew exactly what he wanted.
And I'm sitting there going, "Honey, I can't sleep like this." No sleep, grab. It's like, what the fuck?
Sounds like something sounds like a position I'm familiar with.
Yeah, I think that's called the husband position.
Yeah, probably. It's called the test position. It's the testing to see if you're in the mood.
Yes, but when he's doing it in his sleep, you know, at least he won't feel the slap, you know.
Oh, that made my day.
But yeah, I mean, I just remember waking up going, seriously? And I don't know what he dreamed this one night. I just know I'm laying beside him while he's snoring, and all of a sudden he sits bolt upright, eyes open, and goes, "The boobs are smothering me." Smiles and goes back to sleep. And like, what the fuck?
Huzzah!
I'm sitting there going, what the unholy fuck just happened? And my cat's just looking at me like, I don't know.
Nothing unholy at all. You're married. It's okay, I'm done.
No, it's just the way he did it out of the blue. It's like, oh my god, I love my husband, but sometimes I don't know about him.
Hey, well, one thing I'm gonna say that is very great about being married is make-up sex.
Oh yeah, there's something to that. You're arguing, and all of a sudden you're banging on the floor. I mean,
yep, there's something to that.
Again, that goes. My dad.
An hour later, your clothes are off, and you're going at it like wild animals.
I will say, when I got married, that was basically my dad's advice: was, do you want to know how to have a long, happy marriage like mine? It's easy. Just get yourself to the point where you're starting fights just so you can make up, and then walks off. It's like, wait, Dad, okay.
How long you been married now, Rosetta?
15.
You got me beat this. You got me beat. I'm on 14 years now.
My parents are 2 months away from their 42nd anniversary.
Oh, wow.
My mother, I think, is on her fourth anniversary with her third husband. My father is been divorced twice and is not getting remarried, he says. So
my mom technically has been divorced, but her ex-husband was really a piece of work. Yeah. The thing of it is, you know how when you're young and stupid and somebody does something over the top romantic, it can actually scare you?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That was the case with Mom and Dad. They were dating, they were together and stuff, and Dad does this big proposal, and it freaked Mom out, and she dumped him. And then she ended up marrying the other guy, who turned out to be an abusive, psychotic piece of shit. And she got very quickly out of that because she wasn't going to stay with somebody like that. And
hindsight's 2020.
While helping her, my dad is the one who helped rescue her from all that after she dumped him. And while helping her get out of that, he took her back to the same place and proposed again 2 years after the first one.
Yeah. Oh, that's beautiful.
That's a man right there. That is a man.
And she said, at this time I realized I was stupid the first time and I wasn't going to make that mistake again. So I said yes.
Well, and that's the thing, you see these people that do these blanket statements. They're like, well, never take someone back after you broke up with them and everything. People need to mind their own damn business.
Oh, me and my husband broke up twice actually, during college time.
Look, hey, I was 15. I got married at 19, got divorced at 25 because I was finally 25 and realized, that's the time when most men, we realize we actually don't know shit and we finally get our head out of our goddamn asses.
Some it takes longer than others.
Yeah, but 25 is usually right.
Some never do.
Yes, some never do, but on average,
very true.
And the sweet spot is right around when we finally realize we don't know shit is around 25. Women, you all figure that shit out a lot sooner than we do. Okay.
Well, they do pretty much everything sooner than we do. They get taller than quicker. They get smarter quicker. I mean, that's.
Speaking as the girl who shot up and out very, very early,
and yet we die first.
I was gonna say, speaking as the girl who shot up and out very, very early, when I'm like 12, 13 years old and I'm wearing a triple D and I'm taller than most of the boys, they loved it. They were at boob height.
I bet.
I got a lot of attention from boys at that age, and my brothers kept threatening them.
Sometimes it don't work. Sometimes those threats make them come faster.
Yeah, it didn't, because my brothers have quite a psycho streak. Yeah. And the thing is that that's what I thought was going to happen with my husband because he's a little quiet nerd. He also does not censor himself well. And I remember my dad racking a guy in the stomach with his metal cane because he was hitting on me. So I was like leery bringing my husband home. And no, my husband's doing every inappropriate thing you should never say or do in front of the girl's parents. And they all still loved him.
Yep. Because they can tell the difference between a horny bastard and someone who's genuine.
And I asked my dad, why would you would have killed any other guy for half of the shit he said to me? And he goes, because I spot my own.
Yep.
It's like, well, yeah. Now, I remember this now. In my parents' house, my dad's recliner is where everyone walks behind him while he's in his recliner to get in and out of the living room and into the kitchen and stuff. That's just the way their house is shaped, you know?
Yep.
And he's sitting in his recliner, leaned back, kind of half asleep, and Mom starts walking by, and without even a word, he suddenly looks up at her, reaches back, pulls the shirt open from below, and whistles up her shirt. So that, yeah, it's so only he can see, but still in front of everyone does not care. Now, my husband comes to pick me up a few days after this, and we're telling him this story, and he looks at me and pats me on the arm and goes, "Honey, I love you. When are we getting a recliner?"
Oh, dang.
I'm like, fuck's sake.
And then you immediately thought, okay, maybe next week. Yeah.
No, it was more like my family and my husband are all crazy.
Well, then you picked a good one.
Well, are you just learning this, or
No, it was just one of those reassurance moments that told me I knew what I was getting into. But it's interesting because when you have a good relationship, you're not subtle. And I remember my sister huffing, going, "What kind of a guy thinks give me a hug means give me a grope?" And my mom turns around, pats Dad, and goes, "A good one."
Yeah.
It's like, okay, thank you. I didn't need to hear that one, but okay. But that's just it. Also, it's like when you're growing up and you're stuck with your parents being affectionate like that, you think it's one of the worst things in the world. When you get older, you realize it's one of the best.
Yep.
Because that means they truly love each other. That means that they're going to be there for each other. That means you don't have to worry about them as they get older. And that's actually one of the best feelings in the world.
Yep. That's so true. Oh.
And I remember sitting at this family event, and my niece was coming unglued because she couldn't stand that my parents were getting all mushy. She couldn't stand that me and my husband were. And finally, she literally went over to my aunt and was going, "Please do something. They won't stop." And so my aunt comes over and goes, "Roxy wants me to yell at you," and then walks off whistling.
Yeah, well.
She tried to talk to my cousin about it. My cousin went, "Oh, shut up. If it wasn't for adult affection, none of you shits would be here."
That ain't no lie.
But it was just, it's one of the funniest things when you're around kids and you're being like that, because you don't have to be gross or something like that, but even just kissing and nuzzling each other like you will. Kids will cringe like so much.
Oh, yeah.
And the thing is, nobody was even trying to be that affectionate. It all started with, Steve brought me my stuff, and I gave him a hug and a kiss, and she went, "Ew!" And so we all started just doing it more just to irritate her.
Now that's just mean.
Well, yes. What's your point? I mean, I fully believe that part of the problem we have in this society is, for as open as it tries to act about sex and stuff, we are some of the biggest uptight prudes, and we don't show that we're affectionate to each other around our kids and our families.
Yes, honestly, suppression has been proven to be one of the biggest causes of sexual deviancy. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about real sexual deviancy, not right. not having fun with your significant other.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. There's a huge difference between fetishes and kinks versus actual deviants doing disgusting and horrible things to somebody.
Yep.
Hey, I'm a fetisher. I don't care. I don't fucking care at all. But there's a difference between willing couples playing around and doing crazy stuff versus that psycho.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's also why I think that we need a society where we can have open and honest conversations, not around kids, but have the conversation and have people less afraid to say what they're feeling and what they're thinking about. Because when it comes to those kinds of things, when it comes to people who have alternative thoughts in their head, they're so ashamed about it when they're young that they usually end up in very bad situations.
Yep.
Because they don't know the difference
and don't
between,
even realize.
Yeah, because they don't know the difference between, well, what is a healthy relationship that just happens to be a little kinky or wild versus what is a predator who sees that tendency in you and wants to exploit it.
Yeah, that reminds me. It was back when it was still relatively new, like when they were doing the movies. Somebody had put on there, said 50 Shades of Grey, might sound romantic, which it does not. But it said 50 Shades of Grey might sound romantic to some, but if he weren't a billionaire, this would be an episode, and lived in a trailer park, this would be an episode of Criminal Minds.
Well, the thing about that is not a real relationship like that. That is everything you should be warning flagged about, because it's not that kind of relationship. It is the guys. He literally was the predator type.
Yep. Absolutely.
And that's the thing, is that most of the supposed literature on the lifestyle is predators. It's not the actual love and relationships. And that's, I think, in a lot of ways, while I'm not a fan of censorship, I don't think we should tell people what they can and can't make. We have to speak out about those books and movies also, because you don't want young, impressionable girls and boys to think that's what those relationships actually are.
Yep. Well, and that's the thing. Let people know, if you're, if this arouses you, that's fine. But, know that this isn't good for real life. Fiction belongs in fiction.
If you're going to get involved in the crazier, kinkier side of life, you have to be very careful who you do it with. And you have to be very careful how you do it. Because it's not a joke if you end up with the wrong ones. It's scary shit when you end up with the wrong ones.
Excuse me. If somebody wants to do something that is potentially risky, they usually, if they want to know what they're doing, don't just haphazardly do something. It's just, you have to know what you're doing. And
most everyone knows that I'm very open, that I am into more freaky side of things. But it has to be carefully measured. It has to be done with somebody who loves you enough. They're going to do everything they can to protect you while you do it.
Yep.
It has to be done with somebody who understands enough that they're going to take the time to take good care of you after and spoil you and make you feel better after. It has to be done with somebody who puts your needs and wants above their own, which is what the true relationship balance is. And that is something that most people don't understand.
No, because you either get the freaks on the left or the freaks on the right. That you got the one side that wants to suppress everything, and you got the other side that just wants everything out in the street.
And neither is healthy, and neither is right.
Yep.
And we can have these conversations because we're not sitting here in a room full of kids. We're sitting here on a panel, on a stream, where there's less people that are, and there's choices where to have conversations and stuff.
Yeah.
But the biggest problem that I have is this all or none mentality where it's either you never speak about it, you never talk about it, you don't help young people that are just getting into that age in relationships to understand it, or you're just flaunting it in front of children. And there's got to be a balance. Don't be afraid of it, but don't make kids have to see and hear this shit,
Yep.
Yeah.
Darius, mentality doesn't count.
Yeah. Kev, you said you weren't going to be on for another 2 hours.
Oh, God. Oh, shit.
Sorry, man.
Yeah, things kind of kept going, so why stop?
Yeah.
It's funny. I've said that before, but that was in a different context.
I know. We've just been talking about that context.
And Cap's like, damn woman. But I mean, I open that this is part of my goal in what I do is I want people to have healthy conversations. When I got married to my husband, it was a healthy conversation. It was I have certain thoughts and desires I want to try. He has to know what I find interesting and want to try before we get married. Talk about it as adults and decide what we're both willing to do with each other.
Yep.
And to have those conversations openly and honestly in a way that's healthy for both people, you can't be being shy or embarrassed. And that's why it usually comes with relationships that are far more involved and far more in depth and not just flash in the pan.
Yep, no room for prude or lewd. I'm sorry, that was a nice rhyme.
You're very weird, but that's what we love you for.
I had to say it.
So let's see here, Darius. Is there something you would like to have discussed since you're not on the panel? Let's ask for your input. By the way, are you going to be on next week? Next week.
Booyah.
Hopefully you are.
Not good and caramelized.
Just keeping you company at work. Okay. I hope work is going well at least. How much longer do you have to work? Hopefully his work is not listening into this, because that would be... that might be a little...
And there I was, swinging from the ceiling with the ropes around. Never mind.
Huzzah.
Sorry, I'm terrible, and I'm a little bit of a troublemaker.
A little bit. Or a lot.
But not in any way that's going to cause permanent trouble.
Not usually.
See, good girl with bad intentions. I mean...
Or bad girl with good intentions.
Depends on what kind of good you're talking about.
4.5 more hours. Ugh.
Yeah.
See, how do I say this? I hope your job's. I hope work's going well. I
Definitely hope it's going better than mine.
yeah, for sure.
I ain't got a single friend that ain't telling me to get the hell out of there.
I would be putting out the resume, trying to find something as soon as possible.
I am. Yeah, I put up with 10 years of abuse from the previous company. I ain't doing it with another one.
And you're welcome, the A-Team. By the way, you are always welcome on. I mean, we had Indie Geek earlier, and if I have him on, I'll have anybody on.
Damn.
But
can I just focus on the fact that he said he would be putting out and leave it at that?
there he says, I got some good news on Wednesday, and it looks like I'll be able to quit my second job. Awesome. Hopefully, if you can, I would wait just to make sure, but yeah.
So, I mean, I think that's the part that is the most important for most people is fall in love with the person you're with. And yeah, that's the hardest part because this whole society is everything's just about lust and rushing. But as much as I may joke about that stuff, I may laugh about that stuff, I may do all that stuff is nothing without the love behind it. Now that I had my serious moment, back to being a freak.
What do you mean back? That always happens. Serious or not.
I adore my husband.
Of course. And let's see here. Heck, we've gone on for 5 hours. I'll have to start researching stuff to talk about.
What was that one that your mom made?
5 hours is not the longest I've gone.
Oh, it's not the longest I've gone either, but
I wasn't referring to streams. This is where Cap goes, shut up, woman, right?
I won't say a word. I'll just say that it wasn't continuous, but yes, it was more than 5 hours. Okay, now, but the streams I've done that have been 5 hours or longer have been continuous, yes.
I get a little flustered sometimes trying to be serious too much, so.
Why is that?
I don't know. I don't like being serious very long. I guess it's kind of like clowning around and being silly.
I think that the clowning around and being silly is also a facade to cover up a softer side and prevent yourself from being hurt.
I'm the most serious person on this panel.
I don't know what you're talking about, Cap. I'm not sweet and delicate.
Y'all just gonna let me get away with that?
Yep.
Damn.
Sometimes there's some people make a comment that you don't even need to correct because it's such bullshit it'll correct itself.
Yeah.
You said something?
You just ain't right.
No, I mean, let's be honest. Most people know I have a big soft heart when it comes to trying to do things for other people. That said, I also have a mouthy side and bitchy side, and I can't stand idiots, and I'm very vocal. So it is a dichotomy of balance, and it's something that it's just who I am. But no, I mean, I think between the stuff I'm working on for military and the stuff I do in my day-to-day life, I think most people know I'm not just silly.
Oh, absolutely.
Like I said on Twitter, those of us that are your real friends, you won't ever have to apologize to. If we need to back off, we'll back off. Trust me, you're not subtle about it.
No, I'm one of those that somebody annoys me. Shut the fuck up and leave me alone, you asshole.
Yep. And people like myself don't mind being called an asshole. I just kind of laugh it off and be like, yeah, she needs some time.
You know, my mom calls people assholians. That's her favorite word she made up. I call people assholics because it's like they're an asshole and an alcoholic in one. They can't help being an asshole.
That's true.
Well, and the fact that we come up with our own versions of swear words, I think, says something weird about us.
Possibly.
I'll tell you, though, the way my mom always was, first off, when my friends would come around when we were teenagers, and me and my sister were teenagers, she would refer to them as weretards because they all seemed fine. Yeah, she said they all seem fine until the weretard moon hits. Yeah.
No, Lord.
Of course, I also there was this girl in high school. She's like, didn't your mother ever tell you that if you didn't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all? I looked at her. I was like, my mother tells me to pick a hand. Yeah.
You know, they always say that whole thing about if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. What my granny taught me is if you don't have anything nice to say, at least say it creatively. I remember as kids, Granny had a lead foot from hell. It was scary riding in her car. But yet, every time we saw her and we were heading out into the mountains, it was, Granny, if we ride with you, can we make fun of the dumb tourists? Sure, I'll help you come up with good phrases.
And your parents are going, oh God, oh God, oh God.
No, Mom was laughing usually. But yeah, Granny was the one that would walk into a room, look around and go, brains and guts everywhere, and me without a spoon, and walk out. It's like... What?
Like I said, Rosette, I have a hard time believing that we're not related, like somewhere bloodline-wise.
Yeah.
Because your family and my family are a lot alike.
My family is what happens when you get a bunch of crazy native Catholics and a bunch of Irish Catholics together and make a giant family full of freaks.
See, we're not Catholics, we're Baptists. We're almost as bad. For the breeding part.
I remember with one of my friends in town here, and he's been a family friend for a very long time, and he grew up in a very staunch Catholic church, and it was really weird when he got married because it started with the really traditional, ultra-conservative Catholic service, And we sit through the wedding, and then we go drive to the reception, and the reception was drinking games to D&D dice. I mean,
oh boy.
Every seat at the reception had gamer dice packs as the little thing that everybody gets.
Hell yeah.
And yeah, that was the wedding, and the reception did not match. Let's just put it that way. It's like they're all being all staunch and holy, and we take this serious in front of God. And then the second they're at the reception, they're like drunk with stuff on their heads, dancing around with gamer dice. It's like, oh, fuck.
God understands.
That's one of the things I've always noticed, though, with the Catholics I've known, is they're the ones that are the biggest sinful party animals the second they leave the church.
You haven't met the Baptists. You know, there's an old saying. How do you keep a free will Baptist from drinking your beer? Bring two of them on the fishing trip.
But yeah,
the joke being they don't do it in front of each other.
Exactly. The Baptist, not the beer. Yeah.
But that's the thing, is also, that was a joke, oh God, where they were talking about the differences in religions from Williams and Ree, which is the comedy team from my tribe. And they were talking about the basic tenets of religion, and one of them is Mormons don't recognize each other in a liquor store. This is a very important one. But it's true also, in a way. And
yeah. Well, Baptists don't recognize each other at the movies either.
I don't know what you're looking at. I'm not here seeing this inappropriate movie, right?
Oh, it don't even have to be inappropriate. It is against most Baptist doctrine to go to the movies.
No Baptist church I've went to ever said that, but still,
it's in the fine print. They don't just say it, but it's specifically true to Free Will Baptists.
No, I've never been to a Free Will Baptist church. Wait, I guess I have.
Southern Baptists don't let you do anything. Southern Baptists are just this side of Quakers.
There was this old little joke about how, because of course, the Christian scientists they don't believe that anything that happens to you in this world is real if it's negative. That is actually part of the doctrine. If it's negative, it's psychological and it's not real. It's a weird thing. And then there's the whole pray you out of hell stuff the Catholics do, which has nothing to do with anything that's said in the Bible, but still they do it. I don't get it. And stuff like that. So there's this joke with it that went with it that a Baptist, Catholic, and Christian scientists go to hell. And the devil's looking at him and, what's with you? Why are you here? And looks at the Baptist and he goes, I screwed up. I'm here. End of story. Looks over at the Catholic and he looks at him and goes, I ain't too worried about it, man, because somebody's praying me out of here. So he looks over, what about you, boy, at the Christian scientist? And he goes, man, I ain't even here.
I knew where that was going, and it was still a good one.
But the point is, there is that amount of that even. The
is.
reason some of those jokes actually work is because it's true in a lot of ways. And I am about as not Catholic as you can get. And to reiterate, when I had a family member pass away and I was at the funeral, I shit you not, and this is absolutely true, the fucking head nun of the Catholic Church that they did the funeral in actually did a fucking hit and run on my car because she backed into it and then drove off without notifying anyone. At the funeral.
It's just a holy dent.
And like, what the fuck just happened? Seriously? Because she backs into it, looks back like she's trying to see if anybody's around, and then quickly drives off. And I was in the fucking back of the car getting something. I watched her do it, and I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. I'm pretty sure that's not a holy act there.
No.
And I just remember looking at, I don't even think at the time I was more laughing than I was anything else because it was just so ridiculous and so over the top bullshit that I kept laughing.
Yeah, how often can you say you got run over by a nun?
Right?
Well, I mean, there are certain... Never mind, I'm done.
Oh, God. Let's not go into the dark days back then and what some of the nuns used to be used for, okay?
Yeah.
Let's skip that part. Yeah. But so I don't exactly
Sister Great Girthy Bertha. Yeah.
I don't exactly get along with a lot of the Catholic doctrine or church at all, but I get along fine with my Catholic relatives.
Mm-hmm.
I roll my eyes when I leave the stuff. I hate every single fucking time I have to go to a Catholic church to do any family events, but I respect my relatives. I love hanging out over with Odin at Odin's movie blog, and he's a freaking Catholic school teacher.
I didn't know that. I hadn't really hung out over there very much. That's cool.
But it doesn't mean I agree with him. And I remember one day he basically said that I needed an exorcism, and I said, "Man, you're Catholic. You can't help me." And what's worse is I almost always screw up and say something really inappropriate at some point when I'm on stream with him. And he actually has several priests that hang out in his chat.
Nice.
So...
Well, by now they've got to know that's just you.
Yeah, it's usually followed by the, "Oh, honey, we'll pray for you" stuff. It's like, okay. I know. You know? I remember Odin sitting there on air going, "I love you to death, girl, but I'm never going to follow your channel and your page because I can't listen to half the stuff you say." It's like, thanks.
Well, at least he was upfront about it.
Oh, he was. He's been, like I said, I give him crap, but Odin's actually been one of the first people in the community I ever knew. And even now, he's still one of the ones that's there for me, send me prayers and support and other stuff when I'm dealing with things. And he's a sweetheart,
Ooh, what does he think about this woman priest? Have you talked to him about that yet?
I haven't, but I'll make sure to ask him when we do the next Valhalla stream.
Yeah, make sure you just DM me on Twitter and be like, come to his channel because I want to be in the chat for that.
I just know that I'm not, I make jokes that holy water burns most of my relatives, and that's why they go to the churches because they like it a bit rough. So, and then they usually look at me like, "Why would you say that?" It's like, "'Cause you guys are sinful a lot. I'm sorry." But it's funny to me, and I could take everything serious, or I could just have fun. And why is everyone so quiet right now?
Oh, there's a time to be serious and a time to not.
And I think most of the people that are actually here right now have seen me when I get serious and I'm actually trying to fight for things or stop things.
Oh, yeah.
But I like to joke around. I like to be silly. I like to make people laugh. I like to be that kind of person.
And there's nothing wrong with making jokes while you're fighting seriously.
Speaking of which, you need to help me nag Anime into doing a stream this week.
I know. I've been trying. It's gonna have to be next Wednesday. But I've been for 3 weeks talking to him. Be like, dude, what's going on? His work schedule's been crazy too, though.
Yeah, I know. But
now
we need our fucking group, and he needs to tell me if he can't do it, so I can at least have a place we can hang out.
Well, Fatal System Error, you know him. Like, he's always on Anime Night stream.
Yeah.
He's been doing periodic streams like that, and I will tell him.
I keep telling him to send me his channel or send me links when he's doing stuff so I can be there.
I'll send you the link to his channel so you can follow him, and I'll tell him to make sure you know, or hell, I can make sure you know. One way or another, we'll get you over there. But he keeps getting on times that I'm asleep, and I'm like, dude, really again?
But I kind of, because Wednesday, the other stream that I would leave, and for a while when we were doing animes, I kind of quit a week ago. And by quit, I mean she didn't even do it this week because she didn't know how to deal with it, because I got fed up with her friends saying really ridiculous, hateful, bigoted shit about some people, and told her off and then left with fuck this shit. So, and then told them off from chat more. So,
oh Lord.
Yeah, her friend has said a lot of shit to me that's pissed me the hell off, and I hit my limit.
It happens sometimes.
And we made a joke, and I've lost my temper a few times on air with people, but I don't do that often. That's not me. And this one, I'm not kidding you. The fact that the fucking host's father was in the chat and he was saying, why the hell are you acting that way to her? That's kind of bad.
Yep. Yeah.
Because this is her, a real life friend of hers that he knows too. So it's his kid and one of the people that's been like a kid to him, and he's telling him shut up and knock it off in chat publicly. That's kind of bad.
Yeah, that's usually an indicator that you've overstepped a line or two.
So yeah, I'm kind of got more availability on Wednesdays now because I'm not going back. So it's the fact that this little friend is turning her into an SJW, and every single topic, it's men bad, white people bad, conservatives bad. It's like, fuck you. You know, and I sit there and I'm going, you know, I am sitting there as, you know, I'm the native woman and I'm the centrist who hates both sides, and I'm sitting here flat out going, I want to bitch slap you for how you're disrespecting people. That's bad because I don't like the sides either. Because it's not, this side does this, it's only this side seems to be wrong in her eyes, not both.
Yeah.
Because the truth is, both sides are fucked up.
Well, it's like I tell people all the time. I had this one guy, you know, in the whole Gina Carano issue, and I told him, I said, it is no more okay for Hollywood, for the leftist-run Hollywood now to exclude Gina Carano as it was for the right-wing run at Hollywood back in the day to exclude Lucille Ball. Like that, and they're like, well, what does that have to do with anything? What's that got to do with this? I'm like, it was literally the same damn thing. She said something political that they didn't like, so they decided to hang her for it.
Well, to be a little fair with the Lucille thing, it wasn't that she said something. It's that in that days, your parents could actually register you to your political party when you were 16.
Yeah.
And her parents had registered her at 16 to the Communist Party.
Well, regardless, that wasn't hurting anybody.
No, it wasn't. And she didn't even choose it. But the thing is, Gina didn't do anything either other than, you know, try to defend that let's not be intolerant to each other. It was literally all she said.
Yep.
So when you think about it and you put that perspective there, there are a lot of parallels there. And the thing is, They say right run, but it was never really conservative side that did it. It was always this weird little like progressive right the movement, but that's a whole other discussion.
Yeah, still.
But yeah, it's that we're gonna hate you for something you never really did because we don't like you having a different point of view than us. And it's a really dangerous way to be.
Yep. It sure is.
And again, I don't like being too serious too much, but it's something that is serious. It's something we have to deal with. Because that bigotry, we have already gone with the riots and stuff, the way they happened last year, we have already gone through the equivalent to the Night of Broken Glass. We are on the precipice of going very, very dark.
Yep.
And they're denying it does not make it less true.
Nope. They just don't want us to see it.
I don't either. Because let's be honest, the ones that are turning as the social bad guys right now are those who can't comply with all these regulations. It is those of us who have these disabilities. We are the number one target right now.
Yep.
It goes to that route. It's people like me they're going to come at first.
Well, and that's absolutely. The thing. I don't make any, like, I have been very vocal from the very beginning that I thought all of this was overblown. I think that I don't think it's not real. I do definitely think there is a virus. And I also notice, Cap, I'm being very, very careful about what I say, but also I do believe a lot of it was overblown, and I also believe a lot of it was concocted in a laboratory. And they, of course, they're not. If you say either one, you're a pariah. But the thing is that I got I did everything that they told us to do. I wore the masks. I went. I did get stuck with the gene therapy. I didn't have. It didn't bother me, but there are people that cannot take it, and there are people that are actually having problems from it, and they're trying to censor that. They are trying to completely bury that it's not okay for everybody.
My aunt and my uncle both got the jibby jabby there, and they actually have had a reaction to it. So when they actually caught the virus here recently, it put them in a very, very sick state, and they've been very critical for the last couple of weeks because of it, because they actually had a bad reaction to it that made it worse.
Oh.
And whether we want to have people get things or not, we have to have the discussion about the fact that there are negative side effects to anything you take, to anything you ingest,
exactly.
And that not all people can take everything.
Yes, but that's the thing. Silencing everybody that actually can't do it is absolutely ridiculous.
Which is what they've been doing to me for months here. If I dare speak about my own medical disabilities, I don't even have to mention that. I can literally just mention what I went through as a child with my disabilities, and I get flames and strikes and people threatening me and everything else. And it's like, I'm not even talking about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've noticed that with you, Rosetta. You'll talk about, personal stuff, and then people just are fucking assholes.
Well,
it's like, you see these people, it's like, you have no idea what she's talking about, do you? Because if you did, you wouldn't be acting like a prick.
Yeah, they would.
Yeah, they would.
Well, yeah, they probably would, but
that's the thing about it. These people really don't care. They really hate the disabled because they're evidence of something that goes against their viewpoint, or they are those who have swallowed every fear-mongering thing and literally think people like me are a danger to them.
Well, it's come to this point now where I listen to, as most of you know, I listen to conservative talk radio, but I've been switching over sometimes to the liberal side of the channel. And I hate using the term liberal. I use the term left because a liberal to me is like a JFK, RFK, a classical liberal, somebody who
Yeah.
actually believes in liberty and
Yep.
things like that. Because a classical liberal is in ways very conservative in their thinking, and you can have a conversation. You can't have a conversation with these people on the left. They are just, for reasons that I still haven't figured out, they're angry, they're bitter, and they just want to take it out on everybody else. It doesn't matter what goes on. I mean, these are the people who sit there and would say to you, Rosetta, when you're having a bad day, why don't you just kill yourself and call it a day? I mean, sick
Oh,
shit.
yeah.
I've seen that
Yeah.
kind of stuff. And I'm like, how can you I'm an asshole. I'm a bastard. I'm a pain in the ass. I would never say something like that to somebody.
I have to agree with that. You're an asshole, bastard, and pain in the ass part, definitely.
Well, I did a mental breakdown on your stream one time, so there is that. But still, you know,
It happens.
yet I came back and I admitted to you. No, I said I was fucking wrong. That was a mistake for me to do.
I will give him that. He did actually reach out and make up for it much later, partly because every time I ran into him after that, I wasn't really nice to him either. The mental breakdown part wasn't the part that set me off. It was certain things that were said and how it was handled, but we'll leave it there. And yeah, he has
My breakdown was no excuse
apologized.
for the way. Yeah, but I admit having that breakdown was no excuse for how I behaved. No excuse at all. And yes, I waited a while, and I knew when we were on panels together, I knew, you probably didn't want to talk to me, and I respected that and I understood it. But that's the difference between us and other people. Over time, Cap and I, we've had our falling outs at times, but we worked through them. You and I think we worked through them. It's like I said, if your husband wanted, I totally understand your husband wanting to punch me and kick my ass. Yeah, I would not expect.
Yeah, the problem is, NB, you like it too much. Because as we know,
I would say
you grew up on men.
I was going to say, I think the problem is that my husband's not the one who kicks people's asses. He just lets me do it.
Well, then I'd like that more because I like it.
Oh, Lord.
But no, you just have these people out there. They're just so. And Geek or Bubba knows this all too well because I've seen some of the. I get caught up in some of the Twitter posts, and these people are just ignorantly. They're vicious, but the problem is they're so ignorant on what they're talking about. It's laughable because they really don't have a clue what the hell they're talking about. They're just running their mouths with no substance to it.
Well, I mean, NB, were you here when I was talking about how they tried to get me fired from my job?
Yes, I was.
Yeah, no, and they do that crap, and I'm just like, seriously, because we had a disagreement online, you think I don't have the right to employment? Seriously?
Yeah, didn't you say you got wrote up for it?
Yes, I got a formal write-up.
That had nothing to do with work.
Yep.
That's bullshit.
It is bullshit.
And Geek, we both know, and I'm talking about Bubba here, we both know the fights we've gotten, and we both have joined in fighting with people because we don't like seeing each other attacked.
Yeah.
We both know what these people want, what their tactics are, and what they're going to do. We don't tolerate it. We both know it. And that's why I think they come at the two of us so hard. It's because they know we're not going to take it.
Yeah. Well, it's like it's. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to say one of the funniest things is the way I hear people when they're talking to Rosetta. I'll send a response. They must think you're white.
Oh no, they will flat out tell me that I can't count my heritage because I'm too pale.
Oh yeah.
Because you're albino.
Uh-huh.
That's absolute bullshit, and we both.
One of the things that gets me though is, and I'll tell them because I did. People don't understand, and I will admit this. I did not think that this actually existed on Twitter, but there is an enclave of real white supremacists on Twitter. They put swastikas in everything. They find a way to freaking do it. They are, and I thought they were trolls at first too. Like my mind made every excuse for them in the world until I'm literally in a deadlock, battle against a bunch of SJWs, and then these motherfuckers come up and tell me that call me dirty, tell me I'm not white, that I've got no right to speak for them. I'm like, I ain't speaking for you anyway, motherfucker. But that completely blindsided me. And yeah, I mean, it makes sense, but on the same token, I had never seen them before. I had been on Twitter at that time, this like mid last year, and I had been on Twitter for over a year, and I just figured the leftists ran the roost over on on that site, but no, there really are some sick motherfuckers on both sides on there, and good God, that place is a cesspit.
Well, the worst thing about the worst thing is, Nazi Germany did, is they bastardized the swastika, because the swastika is an ancient religious symbol for religions, Hindus, Buddhists, and
Navajo
religions.
Yeah.
What's that?
The closest one physically to what Germany used is the Navajo one, and it literally was a symbol for peace, prayer, and hope.
Yeah, and they turned it, and then unfortunately Germany turned it into a symbol of evil, and now that's all anybody remembers of it. That's all.
And I actually have gotten into people with going, yeah, okay, we can all agree what Germany did was wrong, but we can't act like people are evil if they're unwilling to give up this cultural symbol that they've used for thousands of years because of some asshole misusing it.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. The swastika was not a symbol of hate. It was a symbol of peace. It was a symbol kind of unity and stuff like that.
It was because I can speak to the Navajo one on this. It actually was their equivalent of what I've talked about with the Sioux medicine wheel, which was also known as the Four Corners of Man. Most of the main tribes in the America's south to the Midwest area, the more northern edge of it, the ones that weren't Mexican range, most of them had a version of a 4-point circle symbol. All of those were a basis of that the 4 points of man are these different colors on these different regions of the globe, and you are only a complete species by uniting all of them together to create the face of the creator. That's what it was. And so when you talk about using that for racial intolerance, you got to talk about really, really using it for what it never was and isn't meant to be.
But that's the whole point. He did it on purpose, and that's why he inverted it. It's literally turned inside out.
The Navajo one isn't. The Navajo one's the same direction.
Oh, well, still. Yeah, I mean, taking a symbol of peace and turning it into something dark and evil, that's what evil is. That's what they do.
Yeah, you got to remember, I'm looking up a little bit of the history here, and in Indo-Europe religions, swastika symbols were for lightning bolts, representing, like the Greek and the Roman king of the gods and stuff.
Yep.
This was a symbol of respect and peace, and one asshole fucked up thousands of years of history of one symbol, and nobody in this fucking world seems to remember that symbol actually meant something completely different. That asshole bastardized it.
Yeah, he absolutely freaking did. And the thing is, he did it on purpose because look at it. Okay, I'm not, disclaimer here, I am not comparing the political leaders here. I'm comparing campaigns and the way they were done. This is not saying anything about the person I'm comparing it to. But his using that and the way he ran his campaign and the way he got power was similar to how the whole hope and change promises were done.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm not disclosure. This is just comparing how the campaigns were run, not how the people worked in office or anything else.
Well, and let's face it, the hope and change was very. I mean, all the "Make America Great Again" stuff was very reminiscent of the hope and change stuff. That's how campaigns. Unfortunately, that's how successful campaigns are run, no matter for better or for worse.
Think about this too. This is something I've asked more about. I said, what if if after World War I, we hadn't the nations hadn't have abused the Germans so bad to where the Weimar Republic, the Weimar Republic was a disaster, which is what led to part of the rise of the guy with the mustache, because I can't say his name on YouTube.
Nope.
So I want Captain Trek to get, struck for that. But, if the Weimar Republic had been successful, that guy never would have came to power. But because they had decimated this culture of people, these Germans, they were looking for hope. They were desperate, and desperate people will cling to whatever hope they can get. It's just the truth. You're going to look for hope. And when you got a guy who's going to sit there and say, I'm going to make our country, our culture great, and I'm going to build a strong, that's a powerful thing for a culture that has been beaten down and has been treated like shit. And people don't realize that in history. After World War I, the Germans were treated the worst out of everybody, and it wasn't even their fucking war that they didn't even start the goddamn First World War.
Yep.
And there's a delicate balance in life because there are so many problems, and the thing is that totalitarian psychopaths on both sides will always means they can to gain power. I tell people repeatedly, we do not have left and right wing parties. We do not have Democrat, Republican anymore. We have progressive left, progressive right, which means both of them want absolutely big government totalitarian ideals to whatever their ideals are. They are all born of the same progressive movement, and none of them actually want you to have freedom.
Yeah, and that's one of the big things that has pissed me off. That's why I say I'm not a Republican. I'm a conservative. Because conservatism is an ideology. Republican is just a private party, private company that just deals in politics. I keep trying to tell people the Republican Party and the Democrat Party in the United States are not government. They are just private companies who who focus on government. That's what they do.
Yep.
That's all they do.
And I get into it with people because they sit there and go, well, this side's better than this side. It's like, you got to understand, I'm in the political center of Iowa here. I have dealt with these campaigns. I have met almost every single person. I don't trust any of them because I've seen too much crap.
Well, like I said, I try to tell people, and I'm trying to educate people on this, as like, you want change, you want things to get better, stop worrying about what the federal government's doing and focus on your mayor, your city council, your whatever you have in your local leadership.
Yeah.
You have more.
Politics, literally the one animal that does shit uphill.
Exactly, but the whole point is you have more power to change your local leadership than you will ever have changing, say, your House of Representatives or your senator or the president. Let's just be honest. If so many people are so focused on the federal government, well, when's the federal government going to come and save us? That's not their goddamn job. They have 18 enumerated powers. That's it. And we have this little thing called the 10th Amendment that all powers not delegated to the federal government are reserved to the states.
Yep.
And the more you fight for the 10th Amendment to be upheld, the more you fight for your local community, the more you can affect a change that you believe in. Even, and I say over and over, we need to have people who are honest, that you can't discourage people from having their voice just because you disagree with their voice. And if any of you actually watched the show Last Man Standing, that was one of the things that really was right. After arguing the entire election constantly with his daughter, when she couldn't get to the polling place to vote against him, he took her.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I loved that episode.
Never saw that. I'm not familiar with it.
It's Tim Allen's.
Oh.
It's basically Home Improvement. It's basically Home Improvement 2.0.
Oh God, there was an episode in the last season, because now he's doing a competition show similar to Forged in Fire, but it's based on fucking Tool Time.
That's awesome.
But in the last season here of Last Man Standing, there was actually a crossover episode where they actually had Mike Baxter meet Tim Taylor.
One of the shit, I lost my train of thought there.
That's easy for you to do. I mean,
yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
But yeah, it's he, as much as he disagreed with them, he always encouraged his girls to believe what they wanted to believe.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I do with my kids. Look, I'm going to be completely honest. My daughter had a shirt on the other day I didn't like. It had a certain saying on it, and I'm not going to mention it, but I didn't care.
Oh boy.
Oh, say it in private chat, because I'm curious.
Oh no, I'm pretty sure the initials are MLB backwards.
No.
Oh, thank God. I thought you were going to have to raise your grandkid.
I put it in the private chat.
You had me scared, man.
I had a big problem with that shirt.
Ah.
I let my daughter still wear it, but my daughter knows my point of view on that issue, and she knows her mother's point of view on that issue. And that is an issue that is actually family related, because we have a certain person in the family who is doing that.
Mm.
And I'm just going with what I know. And I sat down with my kids and I had a conversation with them. We had a conversation when we felt they were old enough. It's like, you know what the stuff is. I'm going to tell you straight up how I feel about this situation. And I said it directly to both my kids. My wife said it directly. So they know how we feel about a certain issue. We're not telling them how to feel about it, but we're letting them know how we feel about it.
Yeah.
That is the difference when it comes to educating your children. I can't make my children think like me, nor would I want them to think like me.
Oh God, no, we don't need more of you. I mean,
but I mean, my point is, I want my kids to think. I want them to explore. I want them to be open. I want them to be honest. I want them to be able to tell me things that I might disagree with, and we can actually have a discussion on that. Because I won't attack unlike certain people in my family, where if I disagreed with them, I would be attacked. I don't attack that was one thing I wanted to break the cycle. If my kids disagree with me on something, I don't want to get angry with them. I want to hear why they disagree with me. I want them to hear my point of view, and then we go from there. That's how I raise my children. Oh, Elihu. Really? What if I walked around in a shirt that said "fuck Joe Biden"? I mean, I could, but I don't do it because I don't want my kids to see me like that. Because
yeah, shirts like that on either side are just pathetic and assholic.
Yeah, I agree. There's a reason why I don't have a fuck Joe Biden shirt or anything like that.
Because he might take it as an offer and sniff your hair.
Exactly.
Ew.
Sorry.
No, you're not, and that's okay.
A little sorry.
Yeah, I'll tell you, you need to find somebody in your life that looks at you the way Joe Biden looks at his granddaughter.
Okay, that's very creepy.
It's supposed to be. Woo!
Yeah. I will refer everyone to watch all the stuff that Dunham's been doing since the election last year, because he's not going easy on either side. He's focusing more on Biden right now because he's the one in office.
Yeah.
But if you watch the videos, there are cheap shots of Trump in them all through them too, and especially the campaign video he did last year, where, oh God, that fake debate was fucking psycho on both sides.
Yep.
But that's why I encourage people to watch what he's doing right now, because he's not mincing his words on either side.
You know, I've been watching a lot of Sky News, Australia, and a few others. They are not happy with Biden. I'm just saying, they're not. And I don't know what Sky News' political area is, but I thought they were maybe more neutral. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they're conservative, but it's a British thing. And conservatism in Europe and conservatism in America are two different things.
Very different.
Exactly. That's why I always, when people say, oh, this is a right-wing thing, it's like, that might have been a right-wing thing in Europe. It's not what we would in America consider right-wing. We'd call that left-wing.
Well, see, and that's the thing. People don't seem to realize that our left wing over here isn't quite as over the top as it is over there, and right wing over here isn't as quite over the top as it is over there. You know, we do as a nation usually, until very recently, tend to stay a little more on the moderate side. We're on the world stage. That's one of the reasons why everybody seems to hate us.
I wouldn't necessarily say we're more moderate with the research I've done in the past and how we've grown politically, but our polar opposites, as we label them, are not the polar opposites of anywhere else in the world. They're just not.
Mm-hmm.
Elihu, I'm very well aware of that every news anchor puts their own opinion on a story. That's why I don't believe. I'm sorry.
That's not how it used to be, but it is now.
Yeah, the days of Walter Cronkite have long since gone.
Hell, in his final times that he was doing news, he wasn't even the person he started as.
Yeah.
It used to be the whole point of the news is supposed to be
give you the raw facts and let you decide for yourself what you think.
Mm-hmm.
Bingo, right there. Right there, Rosetta, you said it.
Mm-hmm. And that's what it needs to be. And yeah, we could all say, okay, yeah, we understand opinion pieces. We understand we will do videos and stuff sometimes to rant about things we think are stupid and stuff. But if you're trying to be serious, hard news, your opinion should never be obvious to anybody watching.
Nope. Not at all.
If you're going to do news and you're going to actually tell the news what should be done, you just tell the facts as best you know them, according to the data you've gotten. Report that to the people.
Mm-hmm.
And let the people decide how they feel about that. Not insert your goddamn opinion in it for the viewer, because you're either going to piss people off
or you're going to excite people into doing something they probably wouldn't do.
Or at least beforehand, finish the actual news part and then say, this is my opinion on the matter. At least differentiate your opinion from the news, you know?
Exactly.
Exactly. Well,
it's the same way I am with what they teach in schools. We teach a lot of stuff as a concrete, absolute fact that we have theories on. We teach biased social and political and historical information. And what it should be is teaching all theories, known science, and let people decide for themselves where it goes beyond that.
One of the things I thought was interesting, I was watching something. I was watching a little thing, clip of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and it had Spike, and he said, "I'm so sick of hearing about the fucking Indians. You had better weapons. You slaughter them. That's what conquerors do." And I'm like, look, that's what people did for up until a few hundred years ago. That is how society ran. Conquerors went to places and conquered things. There is a reason why there is the term conquistador from Spain.
Which doesn't make it okay, but it does give some context. You can't.
I'm not saying it's okay.
There's a difference between a reason and an excuse.
Yeah.
No, I'm not making an excuse for it.
No, we know.
I'm saying this was normal. And for most people who don't understand history, up until a few hundred years ago, conquest was normal. Slavery was normal. These were acceptable things. And that's why I can't stand when I hear a fucking poll says 60 to 80% of Americans approve of this. Yeah, does that make it right? That's where I go with. Anytime I hear a poll and they say, well, 80% of people who were polled said they agree with this, I'm like, so does that make that right?
What was the question? How was it asked? Where was it asked?
Exactly. What was the question that was asked?
They rig polls so that you're not really answering honestly. I have tried over and over when I was involved in the political system to answer these political polls. And the thing is, they all had the same thing. They were extremely biased. You didn't have most positions available. And their version of most positions was the extreme stereotypes of the left and right. And you either had to say that you're basically for everything and blah, 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 or you had to say, I hate people of this lifestyle or this. And it was absolutely bullshit. And I could not put my name on any of those answers legitimately.
Well, LDG, why don't you come back up?
Well, look at it this way. You have me, I'm a conservative. And we have other people here who are not conservative, but I would say you guys, if you're not conservative, you're more libertarian or liberal. But you guys are not left. Because the left is all about...
Oh, hell no.
The hard left, I would say.
No.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I can cite what was going on with going on the... Anthony's little toke stream a couple days ago. He had one of the guys there is very, very much a very conservative guy. He had me sitting there, and most people know I'm centrist. I do lean right on a few things, but overall centrist, and there are a few things I'll side with the left on. Anthony is definitely more on the center of the left and more of the classic liberal and stuff like that. And he had his real life friend there who is very much liberal to the left, but not quite on. She's rational. Even though she's on that side, she doesn't go to the SJW side of it.
Mm-hmm.
But she's as close to that as we would get, basically. And we had all of us sitting there talking political stuff and peacefully and agreeing on a lot of stuff.
You know, that's the thing, Rosetta. I think I honestly believe one of the biggest problems we have right now is it's too focused on Republican versus Democrat. We need to sit down with conservatives like me and liberals, classical liberals, and I've said this before. We just need a dialogue. Pick the issue. Take abortion. Just take that one. We agree we don't want women to go through abortion. It's not something we want any woman to go through for different reasons. But we have to come to a consensus and agree on, a proper factor. This is the problem. We've gotten to an all or nothing thing, and it's like, no, that's not how this works.
No.
And everyone knows I'm on the pro-life side, but I also know people who absolutely actually did have to have them because they could not live if they didn't. I know we had a friend medically who was a friend from one of the local churches who she knew it was a choice. She openly made the choice to deny cancer treatment to carry the baby to term, and she died in labor from it, but the baby lived. But she knew that was a choice too for her.
That was a choice she made, and she made her choice. Now, whether it was the right choice or the wrong choice, that is not for us to decide. That was her choice.
I have a great respect for how she died because she died trying to save her child. And she did. And that baby has been thriving the last few years as a sweetheart of a child. But in that situation, I would never presume to say that anybody should be forced to carry it if they know it's going to kill them. And unfortunately, if you're pregnant, you can't go through cancer treatment.
Nope.
There are factors, and I think that's the problem. People don't realize the factors involved in those kind of things. When it's harmful to the mother, it was her choice, and she chose to die to deliver her child.
Yeah.
I respect that. I would have respected her if she had aborted the child because it could have killed her.
I have a relative. Yeah. I have a relative who she didn't want to. Oh, God, very much the pro-life Catholic girl. But she had a severe ectopic to the point where her heart was actually only being able to be in tune to the babies, and she was dying.
No.
And she still didn't want to at that point. And this was so early, there was nothing that could be done. The only reason she caved and did it is because she was afraid of leaving her other kids behind.
There is
more yeah.
There is more to this than the black and white issue.
Yep.
I think that is the thing. There is some people. Look, I love Ben Shapiro very much as a conservative guy, but even I don't agree with him on everything. Sometimes I'm like, no, I'm sorry.
Well, there are times that the things he says, he seems to forget that he hasn't always been filthy, stinking rich. He seems to forget that he used to actually have to worry about paying bills. And, there are people down here on this level that he does not seem to understand. Our problems are different from his problems.
Oh, I agree.
I think he's a well-intentioned guy. I don't think he always uses his logic or his common sense or his compassion. I think his heart is well-intentioned.
I had to deal with something very, very problematic for me when I was in the Air Force. I had this young girl who was one of my airmen. She took a morning after pill. I think that's what it was, or something like. And she had a really bad reaction to it. And I had to call my wife, who was at the clinic. I said, I think it would be better if you take her there versus me. I wanted her to give her one, but she basically had an abortion. And yeah, for me, for times it was very hard for me to work through that because, it was something I disagreed with. But I never treated her any different.
And see, that's the thing, and
I took my personal feelings aside and did what I needed to do professionally.
That's where that's the kind of stuff where that's the sides of the pro-life that I will work with. We work with the kids who lived through the abortions. We work with the women who were pushed into it, who didn't have a say. We work with the silent no more, the women who did it and they hurt because they didn't want to do it and stuff like that. It's not about judgment, because if you're judging them, you're never going to save them, and it's just going to repeat the same cycle. And so if you're really trying to help these people and help them not have to go through this again and again, then you can't approach it in a way where you're being hateful, or they're not going to come back for help.
Well, Rosetta and anybody else here, you guys may not know this. My oldest daughter has a child. She doesn't know who the father is. And when she told me she was pregnant, and I knew her feelings on abortion, I said, if you have an abortion, I literally told my daughter, I said, if you get an abortion, I want you to lie to me. Because she knew I would not accept that. And now she has her son, my grandson, Frederick. And he is the absolute love of her life now. And he is everything for her.
And that's the thing is, that's what, with the inner city work I do and the stuff I deal with, and I've seen the dark side of it. My godson has lived through 2 abortions. I've seen the abuse victims. I've seen the cases where pimps drag the girls down there and tell them they're going to do things to them if they don't get it. I've seen all those kinds of cases. I've seen the unclean clinics that really are abusing the girls who come in for them. I've seen that stuff. And so common sense in the middle, we should find a place to work with each other and find a way to minimize how many are needed and maximize the safety of the ones who do it.
Agreed. I don't think it's that big of a problem. They make it. Sorry, I had a hiccup there. They make it so much harder than it needs to be. This is really these touchy subjects, abortion, gun control. These are actually very easy things that us on the left and right, conservatives and classical liberals, we can come to terms with and make an agreement. But the left and the extreme right, they don't want that. They don't want us to get along. And I'll be the first one to admit, the extreme right and the hard left, they don't give a fuck about what would make us better. They just want what they want because they think that is better.
Now, I will say I won't bend on my gun rights, but that's also because of not just what I've been through in my life and the fact that I've needed them to keep myself alive, but because I am the survivor line of Wounded Knee. So
the fact that you one of the things that cracked me up was when I hear they're like, you want to know how you get gun regulations going? Let black people get guns. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? I want black people to have guns. I want black women to have guns. I want Hispanic women to have guns. I want women to have guns because when it comes to the physical nature, that gun is going to be...
It's an equalizer. It helps us protect ourselves from abusers and rapists.
My wife is Rosetta. My wife, she's 4'8". 95 pounds soaking wet. She's not going to be able to take on a full-size man. But if she pulls out her 22, she's going to have a chance. That's just my opinion on guns. Guns are the equalizer. You know, whether you have somebody who's massively bigger, massively this, you pull that gun out, no matter what it is, whether it's a 22, 33, 38, 9 mil, 45. Do you think the guy or girl you're pointing the gun at is going to care about the caliber that's about to come out?
I'm going to say something here that probably will upset some people, but you got to understand these. My dad is as much an animal lover as I am. It is very serious to hunt, is very serious to have a defensive shot. It's very serious to do all that. Recently, now, you guys have been there last year when I was talking about their unsafe neighbor and his wild dog. The dog that tried to attack my niece that I had to fight off. My dad shot it because it tried to attack mom.
And, hey, Thought Process, how are you?
And anybody who knows how I am and anybody who knows how I was raised and what my dad believes, he was crying to do it, but he did it. This is not something that was done willy-nilly. We have tried and tried for years to get this guy and his dog under control, and it was no other choice at the time. But it hurts to have to use it defensively against people or animals. It is not something to take lightly, ever. But again, my parents are in the middle of nowhere. There's a lot of predators in that area anyways. There's not much for law enforcement around them. They're elderly and disabled. They have to have something to protect themselves. And so I see that side a lot.
So what's been going on, Thought Process? Anything new and exciting? Yes, I know the conversation's a little heavier than normal, but it happens from time to time. That's what happens when you have a 6-hour conversation.
And I am sorry if that part went a little dark in there, but this is one of the reasons why a lot of us are that serious about that topic.
Yep.
Because Dad just had to use it defensively. I have had to be protected by defensive guns before. So it's a serious topic for sure.
One thing I know is 2 things. You don't fuck with Mama Bear, and you don't fuck with Papa Bear. Because I'll tell you what, this one time, my wife came out of a counseling session, and she was in tears. And I was an E5, and the person who chewed her out was an E7. And Rachel had to actually pull me out of there because I was about ready to go yell at that person. It was the 3rd time in my life that I didn't care about my rank or my consequences. I was like, you don't fucking talk to my wife a certain way. You don't talk to my family a certain way without me getting pissed.
Yep. Lots of work. Well, that sucks. Hope work gets better, or is going well at least.
But yeah, I am sorry that was a little dark to mention, but that's what I'm going through right now. That's why I may end up going home for a while to help out, because it hasn't ended with that, and their neighbor is fucking psychopathic. And if I go home, I'm going home armed to be their protection. So, yeah.
You got a CW, Rossetti, got a CWP?
That does, yes.
I mean, I have a CWP. Just make sure the reciprocity is good for you where you go.
Like I said, the only thing that my parents have to deal with legally for what just happened is that Dad has to have the standard hearing to make sure it was a legal defensive shot, which is that's standard to everyone no matter what happens.
Yep.
But even the cops were absolutely, there was nothing said or done to him. My dad was the one, the second he did it, he called it in himself and said, please send somebody, see if you can help it. Now, it didn't kill the animal, but Dad was the one who called in for help as soon as it happened and reported what happened. You know, this wasn't, as Mom said, if it was somebody who wanted to just hurt an animal, they wouldn't have called it in and they wouldn't have stopped after the animal ran away.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah, I have my neighbor, and I only have two neighbors who live near me. One of them has 3 dogs. One of them is one of these little ankle biters that doesn't have a collar on for the, I guess, invisible wire they have. So that little motherfucker's been in my yard a few times, and I've been like, I really wanted to either kick the dog or shoot it, but I haven't done it because, I tell the dog to leave and it eventually leaves. And plus, God, the idea of shooting a dog just, oh God.
No, it's not an easy thing to have to do. It is really difficult. And I am such an animal lover. I also am a hunter, and even hunting, it's difficult. Defensive shots on wild animals when you're in the woods are still such a difficult thing. And unfortunately, it is a reality, especially if you live in the mountains. You have to be able to defend yourself against animals and predators. But
yeah, exactly.
It is not easy. It really is not. It is emotionally absolutely devastating, especially to animal lovers.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's you have, like, for example, when I got Gizmo, he was a purebred and expensive as hell, and I really didn't care. He kind of bonded with me. I bonded with him and brought him home.
That poor dog. I mean,
oh, come on. I take care of my. Look, I may be a shitty person, but I love my pet.
No. I wasn't saying you don't take care of it. I'm saying what kind of life did it have that it had to bond with you? I mean,
he was in a store shelter, for God's sakes.
I'm gonna give you shit. You know this.
I know. No, he. When I saw him, he jumped up, started licking the cage and everything. And I kind of was touching it a little bit, and he just, we bonded. And 2 days later, I adopted him. Yeah, it's going to take me 3 years to pay off the adoption, and I don't give a shit.
See, when I got Athena, I got her because she wouldn't let anybody at the shelter.
Oh, no way. You have a pet named Athena?
Yeah.
Oh, that was, I'm sorry, Rosetta. That was actually my mom's last Rottweiler. Her name was Athena. And she was such a... I'm going to have to find a picture and send it to you of Athena. She was such a beautiful Rottweiler.
Hey, guys, I'm going to get going.
No problem.
I know I haven't been here for all that long. Good to hear you from everybody.
See you later, Brett.
I'll talk to you later.
No problem.
Yeah,
be
take
on
care.
later. Okay.
He sounded tired.
Yeah, he does. But what I was saying is when I got, because they have the shelter animals down at the pet stores here, where you get all the supplies for your pets, and they'll have some of the animals from the local shelters there. And that way, it encourages people to buy the pets that actually really need rescued. And she wouldn't let anybody touch her in any way, shape, or form. Nobody was supposed to touch her. Nobody was supposed to come near her. And they were trying to deal with the fact that she had serious medical issues because she was freaking thrown from a moving car on the highway after being abused. And she wouldn't let him touch her, and she wouldn't let him touch her, and she didn't want them. And when I showed up, she started trying to rub on me through the caging, so they basically begged me to adopt her because they needed somebody she would actually come near. And so they had tried to name her fucking Peaches.
One of the things, unfortunately, I've seen that disgusts me to no end, and I'm sure Rosetta, you and everybody else, is seeing abusive treatment of animals.
Yeah.
Yeah. I can't stand it. I have
my husband
I
never
have
met her.
3 dogs, 2 cats, 3 guinea pigs, and I treat them as best I can. I give them every care I can. It is, they're like my family. And these people, when I see these videos of these assholes who just abuse their pets, it is so goddamn disgusting.
It is. But the thing is, so when I got her, and she was pretty skittish at that point because of what she'd been through. I mean, you couldn't touch her in almost any way. She jumped at everything from every direction, and she never wanted picked up, and she was scared of everything. But yet she'd been thrown from a moving car, but she was willing to get into my car, which should say something right there. She ended up with the name Athena because I didn't like naming it her dumbass name like Peaches. So I just sat there and listed off names of powerful women and goddesses to her until she liked one. And that was the name she kept.
Athena is a very strong Greek name.
Yes, it is. And so after all that, I put things together. I get her home, and she is a very happy and very aggressively open animal now. But she had been through so much. She was so scared of everything. But she picked me. And she didn't want anyone else to touch her. And she wouldn't let them take care of her medically until I adopted her and I was with them while they did it.
She bonded with you.
Mm-hmm.
That's what pets do. Remember, cats pick their owners.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that made me realize that, Rosetta, was with my cat Mocha. My daughter, who lied to me about how she got her, which I knew she lied to me, but I let it go for certain reasons, and you'll understand why. She was at, 2016. She was at some asshole's house. They had the cats, and it could tell they were being neglected. When I first saw Mocha, he was maybe 4 months old, 5 months old. Skinny, I could see his bones. This poor thing had not eaten. And when we looked at his body, he was riddled with fleas. So my wife and I, after we decided, we're going to keep the cat, we gave him 2 flea baths to get all of that out, a flea collar. And the next day, I'll never forget this. The next day, he meowed so loud, like, "Where's my food? Where's my food?" It's like, "Oh, I know you guys are good to me now. Give me more." It was so funny.
With Athena, she had so much damage. It took over a year for her to fully start actually getting really strong because she had so much muscle damage. And she runs everywhere now. She climbs walls. She bounces off things. She's such a diva in so many ways.
Yeah, my cat Mocha, he loves to lay on the fence and everything and just sunbathe. It's just so funny to watch.
Oh, and to the comment though about the pet chicken, my husband actually they had a pet chicken when he was a kid and they named it Alpo.
Oh,
because they also had a dog that like tried to chase it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but we still have Mocha. Mocha is a very outside cat, but you know when he wants to come in, he wants to eat. I'm just an animal guy. I love my pets.
Well, you understand your own. An animal likes an animal.
What are you saying? I'm an animal?
Yes.
I can live with that.
Oh shit. Let me check something. Fuck. I'm tired today. Yes, I am.
Your hubby at work?
Well, he's working, but my package has been delivered. I need to go to the mail.
But your husband's working.
He is working.
Then your package is where he is.
Not that package.
Hey Cap, has Chief Cook said anything recently?
I have not heard him say a word, actually.
Exactly. Chief Cook, you're here, buddy. What do you got to say? Hey, sexy lady.
Bye-bye, people.
Bye-bye.
I am off to get my stuff and work on my projects.
She's off, and now she's leaving.
And speaking of off, continue to watch and support Captain Trek, who's off his fucking rocker.
Thank you. Oh, she's not.
All right, what's in your mind, Cap? What do you want to talk about?
Okay, I can hear you kind of, Chief Cook. What's going on?
I'm not much. I'm just sitting and listening to everybody. I'm sitting and resting. Except every day since my surgery. So
Captain Trek or Chief Cook, can you turn up the volume? I
I'm
can
gonna-
hear him very well. Can you?
oh,
Let me
sorry.
try.
Sorry about that.
There, I got it turned up.
There, I got it turned up.
Yeah,
You
I
got
can
me
hear
now?
you better, Chief Cook.
Okay.
Okay, it's better.
Yeah, you got some pets. I have a dog. I have a dog, so I can't say anything about cat. I used to have a cat when I was a kid, but that's it. But I have that dog, and it's Labradorian, very sick. He's home right now, laying down, and that's it. It's a great dog, and unfortunate, like that. He's very ill. That's something I can say about Press. Pooch, Labrador.
Right. Wow. I can't believe we've gone over 6 hours. It has been a while.
I just saw you still on. Man, he's still on.
Yep, still on. I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up. It's almost time to take my pain medicine, thankfully. I do want to thank everyone who's been in the chat and everyone who's been on the panel. Thank you so much. Remember, check out Fandom Collective on YouTube and on Twitter. They are very supportive of the community. They promote channels. They do a lot to help out. Again, check them out. Thank you very much, and have a great day.
Thank you.